After 5 days of competition in Malta, we have to say goodbye to Group A for now, and unfortunately Gozo did not make the cut, though they did win 3 of their 8 games. It was pretty competitive, and I expect more of the same in Group B, with a very interesting clash to start the day between Overseas and the Knights. We're back, and it's Group B starting right here in Malta. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Malta, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and very happy Saturday to you. The action continues here in Malta, and yes, it is the end of Group A, but Group B starts today. We have our 4 quarterfinalists from Group A. The top 4 from Group B will meet them in 6 days' time on quarter-final Friday. So we're going to finish week 1 with a bang, I'm sure, and there's 4 Group B teams today that are ready to hit the park and give their all, I'm sure. It's so important to have a good start, I think, so you're not playing catch-up, so you're not in the danger zone when the end of the group comes around. So we're going to start with match 21. It's the first match of Group B, of course, and we're going to see Overseas Cricket Club taking on the T10 Knights, well, formerly the Atlas UTC Knights. They are still the Knights, and they're here to play. Let's see what happens when Stefan Gooch is with 2 captains for the coin toss.
Heads is the call. It's heads.
So it is the T10 Knights that have won the toss, and they have elected to bat first. Look, I don't mind that at all. A couple of names that you would be familiar with if you were watching the ECC and the Maltese national team there. They've got Basil George in there and Samuel Stanislaus. I think they are the danger men, no doubt about that, for the Knights, who have never actually won an ECS. We saw them go undefeated back in 2020, then lost the final to Malta. They got knocked out in the semis in the June series last year, and they lost the final again last year after probably coming in as favourites in that game. So I think they've got a point to prove, and they've got the squad, I think, to turn some heads and make a long run at the title this time around. But it starts against an Overseas side, which has a few familiar faces in there, and Overseas, they were a little bit disappointed, I think, last time that we were here at the end of 2021, the Encore series. They didn't actually even make the top 4 in their group. That was after coming second in the June series in 2021. So good to see Jörg Hershey back. I know that he has had some struggles off the field, but he is here, and it's great to see him back in that Overseas side. Probably will open up with the captain Clyde Palmer and Kivian Johnson. So I think that they've also got a bit of firepower. They're going to miss someone like a Charles Kleinpunt, but I do think they've got the resources to cover it. I'm looking forward to seeing what they offer in these clashes this morning against the Knights. Let's talk about the conditions today. Well, a couple of clouds, but nothing too threatening. Once again, we're expecting a very nice day of cricket, and we're expecting a maximum temperature of about 24 degrees, so very pleasant already. It's up to about 21. So let's get the day started, and let's get Group B started with a bang. And here is Rico Full. Well, it might be the weekend, but he's not taking a rest. He is ready to go as we get ready for the first ball. It's the T10 Knights who've won the toss. They're going to have a hit. It's over to you, Rico, and let's get it started.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandhu, and good morning and welcome, bonjour, as I say to everybody here from Malta. Looking forward to the start of Group B. And these 2 teams will kick it off Overseas, and it's the T10 Knights and their team that we know as the Atlas Knights. A slight change in name, but it's the same guys that are turning up there. Looking forward to seeing the likes of Basil George and Samuel Stanislaus, who will be opening the batting. These two guys, well, they complement each other really well. Good opening partners they are. Very different in the way that they play. Stanislaus is more of a orthodox batter, and Basil George, well, he can clonk it big. He's known as one of the hardest hitters here in Malta and overseas. Well, there's a team that well, they lost out last time, didn't they? Making it through into the finals day. So they're a team that looking to come back strong, and let's see how they get on. But certainly some big names in their side as well. This is what the bat versus ball wall is telling us, that it will be the Knights. They think 94 to 89 that will be victorious in this first match. Basil George, there he is. Remember, we saw him at the European Cricket Championships as well, the Euros of cricket, playing for Malta. So he is a big name and a big fish here. They want to see the back of him quite early. And Samuel Stanislaus also played in that Dream 11 European Cricket Championship representing Malta. So two very good batters, and up against the bowling of Marks first up. Loving the kits of both the two sides, liking the colours of overseas, and also the darker blue of the Knights here. Going to be a very good contest. A little bit overcast this morning start off with. Slightly cooler, a bit more of a breeze, but I'm sure as the day continues it's going to get warmer and we're going to get plenty of sunshine. I think the highs of around 25 degrees here in Malta as we get ready to start this beautiful Malta International Cricket Ground. You can see from the shadows the sun's still on its way up, but once that's up there and it burns away some of these clouds, we're going to have a marvellous day, a very good Saturday to you all. Let's hope that you can combine whatever you're up to, watching some of this cricket as well. First delivery, and it's a good one, just sneaks it in. A nice start there for Marks. Just keeping that one inside the line. Very early morning welcome to everybody on the chat as well. And this one is called a wide, and the wicketkeeper had a few issues trying to stop that. Palmer just caught up with him at an awkward height. See there, just I think a bit of late movement as well. So called a wide, and the batters come through to take the second as well. Not going to say good morning to all the regulars as well. I see that Urav is in there as well, and Kai Bai, and also to some of the new ones. Hello to Dan. Dan, welcome, and welcome to anyone else that's new watching the European Cricket Network. It's great to have you, and like I say to everybody, if you like what you see, don't forget to press the like button. Get involved with the chat. We love it. We are a community of cricket here, growing bigger and stronger all the time, and we love to see new faces. And also share, so Dan, if you like it, tell your friends, tell your family, get more people on there. It's well on our way to over 350,000 subscribers here now, so keep liking us and keep spreading the word. Basil George blocks out the first, and whips this one away nicely. Playing it off his hip. We'll get the single, gets himself off the mark. First runs off the bat. And the score moves on to 3. And overseas will be determined to do well in this one. I'll just give you an idea, last time round in their group, Malta Day, who we'll see later, finished top of the pack. They only lost once in the group stages, and they got 12 points. Firmly hit, and will just be a single. Nicely fielded there by Pillay. Yeah, Messina Warriors, who we saw, of course, in Group A, and we will see them next Friday in the quarterfinals day. They finished second, and then you had the Southern, then you had the likes of 3 teams that finished on the same number of points. Just going to that in a minute. This one's a wide and will be caught. So you have the Crusaders, the Blasters, and the Overseas all on 6 points. But unfortunately, the Overseas, even though they had the same record, 4 and 2, as the Blasters, on net run rate, they lost out going into the quarterfinals. So they were disappointed not to make it through. And they're trying to come back here with a bang. And well, that was very unlucky. Good delivery for Marks to finish the first over. And just a little bit of a bottom edge saves Basil George. That's the end of the first. Yeah, despair there for Marks. You know he had his man. But the luck on the side of Knights early on, maybe. Yes. Basil gets the single. A little bit on the leg. Stanislav's trying to work it away. But only gets it as far as the fielder. End of the first over. And it's a decent start. 6 from it. Not a bad over from David Marks. As we had a quick look at, well, what will be coming up early in our season 2023. And this is the European Cricket League. It's basically the Champions League of cricket. And absolutely fantastic. You can see Group B, Malta will be represented. Don't know which team will be representing Malta yet, but that's going to be a very, very exciting and interesting group with the likes of Indo Bulgaria, Savan Farmers, and also VOC Rotterdam. So I know that some people know that we've had the Prakash Mishra from Indo Bulgaria on the chat sometimes. This one's just been lofted over the square leg fielder. Good hard chase there for Hart, who passes it on to a man who he believes to have a stronger arm than him, but the batters will get 2. Yeah, Prakash Mishra. Hello Prakash, if you're on the chat early, who plays for Indo Bulgaria, lovely guy. He was saying that he thinks that probably is like one of the groups of death with all the tough teams in there. But we'll focus on that as the day progresses, and maybe you've got your thoughts on it. Let us know, share them on the chat. Pillay. George hits this one well enough, but once again, not quite get it to the field. First thing in the morning, we do get a little bit of dew on the ground. Wasn't so heavy here today, probably because a bit more cloud about and a bit of breeze along the ground. But the first match, or certainly the first innings, you find that the ball doesn't quite go across the surface as quick as normal. Delay. Bit short to Stanislaus. Stanislaus works it away, but once again both these batters have played some nice shots but haven't quite timed the ball the way they would like. Once again, it's a little flick on from Hart to Gerald San, who gets the throw in. Those two combining well, doing a bit of relay fielding. Namaste, salam alaikum, sasri akal. Eyeball 1 to all of our viewers, loyal viewers, and our extended family there in the sub-Indian continent. Nice to have you with us as well on this Saturday. And maybe let us know what you're doing, what you're up to while you're watching the cricket. You got any chores that you're up to, you know, on a Saturday? Is Saturday? Got anything else planned? Are you just going to get comfortable, snuggle up on the sofa, or wherever takes your fancy, and watch some of the cricket? And this one is going to be really well fielded. Good work. And it's a slide and stop from the man at third. It does get a bit of bat on this. So yeah, fair bit of bat. Not where he was looking to hit it. But once more, no boundary thanks to a very, very good stop. No bolt into the body of the batter. So it tucks him up a little bit there. There's Pillay. Let's see, Pillay can finish the over well. 12 on the board. Goes for width, and this has been hit pretty well. We'll go all the way. Primera vez de hoy. Balle. Y en la zona Shaka. Lagia. Qué guay, qué grande. Así me gusta. Eso es una cita. Manos arriba, arbitro. Porque eso es 6 carreras. So just like that, we get the first boundary of the day. The first one of Group B. And it's a big 6 from Basil George. Well, who else? As we have a look at some of the other teams we're going to see in this group. So the Knights and the overseas, as we see there. You're also going to see the likes of the Southern Crusaders. They're a team that really looking to also make their mark here. They didn't do as well as they would have liked to last time. Malta Day had a very, very good encore series. They'll be looking to continue to impress. And one man who's also continue to impress us is that man Babes. You heard Mr. Maximo Vinisandu mention him in the intro. Always finds a way to get some wickets. That's Hershey. So Hershey, AKO Babes. He's going to come on to bowl here. He's a lovely guy. Always a pleasure to be chatting to him. And he's going to bowl this, the third over. And oh, nearly gets a wicket straight away. What a perfect start that would have been. So just draws the batter to play the shot, the sweep shot. Stanislaus backs himself to play it, but gets lucky. Back to the live action. This one just being played back down, and no run. I'm liking the field set here. The two men on either side pretty close. And, not allowing that single at all. In the air, just dropping before the fielder has a throw. Goes for the keeper's end. Maybe would have been better off having a shy at the bowler's end, I think. Because the batter, the striker, it's slower to get going. So nice start here from Babes. And as the field moves, well, there's a story behind that cap, and one man that can tell you the story better than I. As he comes back into our commentary position is the one, the only, the legendary Mr. Maximo. As this one is not quite a Maximo, but it's a gundy ball, and that will be cuatro carreras, 4 runs.
Yeah, didn't adjust the left-hander very well, did he, Hershey? Nice to see Babes back out there, though. This is asking for trouble, and you're going to get it. And George, that was an easy put away. Yeah, the pink cap, I think it's a bit like we used to have actually at one point in our team. It's basically like a dunce cap. If you drop a catch or if you do something stupid, then you have to wear
dunce cap.
It's like a dunce cap.
I haven't heard that word in years.
It's like a dunce cap. So if
there it
you're
is.
wearing it, unfortunately he's going to start with it, but if someone drops a catch, for example, or makes a big error, then I think you'll see it get transferred. And I think it does carry across matches as well. Because I remember we had, I'll tell you the one we used actually. Wait for this ball from Hershey. Goes after it and goes after it really well. That's out of here. Maximo. And that's the power that Boom Boom Basil brings to the table.
Yeah, this is a lovely shot, isn't it? Much better than the last one. This is just pure timing. He gets the width, but he says, yeah, I'm after this. And gets a fair chunk of that. That goes all the way. That's a nice, clean hit. 6 runs.
Yeah. Nice shot straight through the line of the ball. So, yeah, Hershey almost got a wicket first ball, didn't he? He's finding the left-hander a bit more difficult to deal with. Nice ball to power play.
So it gets dragged away down to the man at mid-wicket. So we'll take a single. See there, Ethan.
That's end of the over. So, yeah, Zwerab. Nice to see him back. I'm sure he'll get a bowl at some point. So it's 30 for no loss after 3. So the one we used was like, remember in the 70s they have those Terry toweling hats? Like even in Test cricket you'd see people wearing them.
Yeah.
They're kind of, they're wide brim but they're really floppy material. Yeah. Like a fisherman's hat.
Yeah,
so that's the hat that we used because it was still regulation. It was a white hat. You were allowed to wear it. Yeah. But if you dropped a catch, then you wear the hat. And of course, decent standard of cricket, sometimes it would be weeks and someone would be wearing the hat and you'd have to wear it. And so similar thing. I like it. Just keeps it interesting. Anyway, here is Ethan Zwerab, who's going to bowl over number 4. And I know that he's got a lot of family watching. His mum, Paula, is always here supporting. She does a lot of scoring, actually, as well. I know that Tony and Joe are watching all the way from Australia. So I was having a chat to Tony before in Melbourne. So hello to you, Tony. Hopefully you're well. And he's hoping Ethan puts in a good shift here with the ball.
This is a delightful shot first up. It was just in the slot. And, well, that shot is going to take a bit of beating today. That is an absolute juicy hit. Straight through the ball, straight down. This is Basil George at his best. This is what he does. And he clonks that big sweet out of the middle like a bowler. Rasmalai, 6 carreras.
That was absolutely banged, wasn't it? It was a challenge kind of length, and Basil was after him. That one busted into the side screen. Bounced back just as quickly. Zwerab got some issues.
Short, and this one will go the distance as well. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Brrr, ¡qué grande, qué guay! Manos arriba, árbitro, porque eso es 6 más.
Yeah, so often if you get driven down the ground and your instinct is to pull the length back, and I think that Basil's waiting for that. And that one crashes off the top of the officials' tent. So 6 and 6, pick up sticks, and right now it's the Knights picking up the pace.
I see Marzi Wolfie was running out of there, little scaredy cat. All of this practice and he does, and then he runs out the way when the ball comes his way. Come on, Marzi, get with it. Well, this is, oh, well, I thought this was going into that box again. He misses out on this.
Yeah, see, this is just dropped on him, basically. So he thinks he can pull it away, but in the end, yeah, it would have been better standing still.
Should have stayed where he was, yeah. This one will be probably called a wide. Yes, it will. Shout out to the umpires this morning, Amar and umpire Lee, our men in black, and the umpiring have been absolutely fantastic here at the Malta International Ground. Credit to all the umpires and also the tournament referee, Stefan Gooch.
I like that Zwerb is not trying to bowl too quick here. I think that Basil George likes the pace on the ball, so he's just got to try and locate it.
Yeah, another wide just down the leg side. Yeah, just I'm liking the idea, the tactic here, because we do know that Basil George, and we've seen it a few times, he is a bit suspect to the slow bowlers. That's where he tends to get out. So that's, I think, why Babes and Zurab have come on to bowl here, just to try and keep the pace off while George is out there. Full toss, and this is being walloped, and there's another one that will go all the way. Boom! Shaka Lagia, una cita más.
Yeah, well, it brings up the 50, and it brings up the magical over as well. The 20, that was borderline on height as well, but this time he wasn't going to miss out. This one seemed slightly quicker delivery, so it came onto the bat nicely for George. He's looking dangerous. They've got to get him quick, otherwise this score is going to spiral out of control.
Basil George, I tell you what, is it just me or does Basil George look like he's trimmed down a little since we saw him? He's been working out, hasn't he, George?
Across Malta.
I reckon he has, you know.
Malta in the ECC, both these batters featured for them.
So another Gundy ball, and this one will be 4 more. So this one is going to be a very expensive Dash 24. It could go supersonic, you know, and I think the guy's trying to stop this. And now we know why these poles are wrapped up with padding. I think a few players have run into those.
Yeah, this is hurting at the moment. Where I just can't find his length. I wouldn't mind seeing him maybe try over the wicket, just try something different kind of an angle, because I think George is enjoying the ball, just angling into him at the moment.
You know, the other thing is, can you feel which way the wind is blowing? The left-handers are going to love it.
Oh, it is pretty windy at the moment, causing a bit of havoc. This will be the end of the over. So after 4, the score is 55 without loss. So Ethan Zwerab goes for a quarter century off his first over in Group B. I'm sure it's only onwards and upwards from there. Let's have a look at the scorecard, and George has been dominating. 43 of the 55 runs have come off his bat, and Stanislaus with 7. I want to say a quick hello to a few people, and Dan saying and he hopes no one's car is parked nearby the way that George is hitting them. Well, actually, there is a big car park over what you'd call wide long on for the left-hander, and we have seen some balls hit in there. It's a big hit to get it out of the ground, but we have seen it done. I want to say a big hello to everybody as well who's in there, to Bangla. We have a few Bangladeshi viewers, I know that. Hopefully you are well. Thanks for joining us as we get into the next over. Peter Lorenz is going to bowl, and he's going to get a wicket first up, and Basil's gone. So change of bowler, change of angle actually, and George just gets carried away, doesn't want to have a look at Pete. And instead, he loses his off stump. So big moment in the match as the Eden Knights, Edex Knights lose their first wicket. And you see, this is just a better length. It's not a full toss. It comes down, pretty much yorks him, plays across the line. Not quite a yorker, probably a little bit short of that, but it loses his shape, loses his wicket. And so it is the first wicket of Group B, but after a pretty good opening partnership of 55, it's all over for George. And Lorenz excited about it, and so he should be, because if you didn't stop Basil quickly, it was going to be a pretty tough 10 overs in the field. Captain comes to the crease. Has to leap. Yeah, so Edex Knights, previously known as the Atlas UTC Knights. They are still the Knights, and for me, they're probably the best team in Malta that hasn't won an ECS. They were undefeated in the 2020 series before losing the final to Marsa. Got knocked out by the Super Kings in the June series last year. This one's a full toss. There's just been too many of these in the last couple of overs, so it's a comfortable start for Avinash Dilip. And he sends that one across the archery field for 4. So you can see the difference between a full toss and a ball that bounces pretty clear. And so, perfect start. Stanislaus at the other end. He's the kind of guy that does like to have a look at the bowling first. Remember that when he was playing for Malta in the ECC as well, which was the Euros of Cricket, International T10. Also want to say hello to Huda Freak, who was asking me earlier in the chat, is it still 10 wickets in a T10 and teams mustn't get bowled out too often? Well, I said it happens more often than you'd realise. Better ball from Lorenz this time. And we'll scramble through for a bye because Palmer couldn't handle it. I mean, Palmer's a good player as well to have. Bye signalled there. Probably open to batting. He's got to be careful that he's not getting in front of the stumps, otherwise I think he could get no balled quite easily. Lorenz has got the breakthrough, but they need to get 1 or 2 more, I think. Get into this middle order. That's a pretty good ball. Edged onto the pad, and that's hurt him, actually. You see, Stanislaus, I think he thought about running, then realised that he had an issue because, yeah, it might have just missed the pad or hit the very edge of the pad, and that hurt him. He wasn't going anywhere. Dilip was keen for the run, but probably sensible that he gets turned around. This one's on the length. It's going to be 1 sliced away down to third man. Yeah, so yeah, the 10 wickets being lost happens more often than you think. I think I would have seen around 8 or 9 or 10 times that teams have been bowled out before the 10 overs, but still won the match. So yeah, it does happen on occasion. And Marsa, who end up topping Group A, actually were bowled out for 30 in the 8th over by Gozo, who never even made the finals in Group A. So it shows you anything's possible in ECN cricket. This is gone. So Lorenz gets his 2nd wicket, and he rocks the stumps twice in the 5th over. And so Dilip hits a boundary, but he's got to go soon after. So double strike for Peter Lorenz. And after 5 overs, it is 61 for 2. This is just showing what happens when you get it right. I think there's just been a few too many loose deliveries. Yes, there's been some good shots, but when they have gotten it right, I think the Knights have found it a completely different proposition. And yeah, beautifully done. Unfortunately for Dilip, his stay is brief at the crease. Well, we won't be having a brief stay here in Marsa today because it's a beautiful day. 4 matches on the way, looking fantastic in your purple as well.
Thank you.
And yeah, well, we're really looking forward to seeing Group B. We'll see 4 of the 5 teams today, and it's great to see some familiar faces out there as well.
It certainly is, and a good comeback there for overseas as well, because you just got a feeling when that 50 came up pretty quickly that maybe Bassett George was going to hammer things all over the place, but they got him. And you're absolutely right. It just goes to show what you can do if you just bowl at the stumps. And I mean, one thing you mentioned, some of the teams in Group A, that's something that I think Gozo did really well. Yeah. They're a team that are getting better all the time. Unfortunately, we're not going to see them next week. But one thing they did show us is that the beauty of bowling at the stump. Get the ball right up there. Wicket to wicket bowling, it does get you reward, and we've seen that there.
Yeah, I think the main problem that overseas have had so far in this 5 overs has been the length. I think that they've been either too short or mostly too full, and too many full tosses cashed in. You've got top order batters, they're not going to miss out on those opportunities. But, you know, we've seen momentum shifts, and we know that overseas have some pretty good players themselves. They'll feel this is an opportunity to get into the middle order. Still got the dangerous Stanislaus there, hasn't quite had a lot of the strike, hasn't hit his straps yet, but we know that he's a dangerous player. He's been joined by Nitin Babu. Now, he's also a very experienced player for the Knights. But yeah, warm welcome to everyone, and hopefully you enjoy your Saturday with us here on the European Cricket Network as we get ready for another over. So 61 at the halfway mark. Remember the power play, they were 30. That becomes relevant because we've got the Crickathon question coming up in a couple of overs for the day. And today it does concern the power play. I won't give too much away just yet. But now we are ready, and it's going to be Jörg Hershey. Now the reason he has Babes on his shirt, it's his nickname, and it's because his wife, Carmen, said to him in front of the whole team some time ago, "Come on, Babes." And it's stuck. So, gotta say the overseas looking pretty cool in their new kits, and the Knights have a new kit as well. So they're looking fantastic.
Yeah, team's looking very good. And certainly, I think this contest and the other contest that we got today means that this Saturday is going to be a super Saturday. There's going to be plenty of good cricket being played. Hershey once more.
He's not afraid to toss it up, is he, Jörg?
This played out by Babu in the get sent back. No run there.
So I've noticed with Hershey, he's got this dangerous delivery that pretty much slides on. It's not a regulation leg spinner. It's kind of a ball that comes out of the front of the hand. It looks a bit like a leg spinner, but it doesn't really turn at all. It just slides on. More like the orthodox leg spinner that time. But he's got a few variations, and I suppose with Jörg, it's always about accuracy. Can he be accurate? Because I think he's got the tools to bother most batters. And I like it. He doesn't try and bowl too fast. He really tempts the batters into those attacking strokes. That's the one I'm talking about, that kind of comes out the front of the hand like a back spinner. So yeah, it's just on you a little bit quicker than you think.
Yeah, Stanislaus, he doesn't want to get bogged down, does he, by Hershey, who's bowled a very good line. So you can see he's trying to be aggressive. He's trying to get runs from him, get a boundary from him. Not being able to, just hasn't been able to get to the pitch of it. So now it's Babu's turn. And, he wants to be a little bit cautious. He doesn't fancy coming down the pitch and taking on Hershey so far, so he's waiting for the ball to come onto him.
That's really well bowled, actually. You can see. So saying, "Oh, hey, come out and get me if you want." Babu said, "No, not yet, not ready for it."
Take the single here. This is played out to the man at point, wearing that, we're going to call it the dunce cap.
Yeah, I think it does have a slightly different name that it is being called, but we'll stick with the dunce cap here on television. Anyway, it is the end of the sixth over, and the score 65 for 2. So really bringing it back into the zone of possibility now. You've got it down below 11 and over. So from overseas point of view, if they could keep it to, say, 8s from here, 32 to the score be 97, they could still be chasing something under 100. I think the Knights, though, with 8 wickets in hand and the fact that they've got fairly long batting order compared to some other teams in this series, I think they'll want something more like 2 a ball from here, which would get them up to 113. So that's kind of the bounds of where I'm expecting this score to be. Probably 95 to 115. Here's Lorenz coming back to 2 wickets in his first over. And once again, the value of just bowling at the stumps, and they don't even get a run here.
Yeah, you can see there Stanislaus wants to try and get to the other end, but Babu sort of stuck inside his crease. But again, it's just bowling at the stumps. It's wicket to wicket bowling. Nice one. Gets a little bit of movement. Nice to see, marking that from the umpire. Well, look at this. Bit of umpire movement, getting himself in position early. Lee Tuck goes for it. And will he get lucky? I think he will. Get stopped. Take the single.
That's good fielding out there to keep it to 1. He just got around there quickly, and even though it wasn't a great throw, it was a quick throw. Sometimes a quick throw is better than a good throw. That's Ritzkowski out there. Skated around the boundary, got rid of it quickly, preventing the batters from taking on that second run.
Well, this is not a good ball. He lets himself down, doesn't he? He's bowled a pretty decent line up until then, and this one, where you can see he just goes down the leg side route, is full. He goes for the Yorker, I think he gets it wrong. And this is just easy pickings for Stanislaus.
Yeah.
And he needed that one, I think, just to get him back into the groove of playing some shots and hitting the ball out in the middle of his bat.
Yeah, that's twice that Pete's just served up full toss, and twice he's been hit to the boundary. And so disappointing, because he has bowled a lot of good deliveries. And that's a good one for Stanislaus. He's got to get going. You know, I think he's been there the whole time. Yes, he hasn't faced a lot of the deliveries, but I mean, he's a key to getting that score up above the 100 and beyond. got a question in the chat I'm going to come to after this ball from Lorenz. This was a low full toss, so just played with a straight bat for a single. Very correct shot by Samuel Stanislas that time. So, question was from Vinny Fangirl. Hello to you. Nice to have you back in the chat. Saying the ground looks beautiful. And asks how I'm doing. I'm doing very well, thank you. I had a bit of time off, but I've been back now. I think this is my 4th day back on the job. And she's got a question about what happens if the batter runs into the wickets while running. What will happen? I'll tell you in a second. And first, we're going to have a drop catch and a potential run out, and it'll be neither. So this was just dragged pretty much straight to Michael Hart. And yeah, he gets 2 hands to it and puts it down.
Yeah, it's an opportunity, isn't it? It's low, but I think Michael knows himself he needs to be catching this one. It was there in the slot, but unfortunately, maybe the momentum of him with the dive, the catch goes down. Now, does that mean they've got to change caps now? Then?
Yeah, I would think he would have to wear the cap. Good point.
It's not a run on there. He's running nowhere. It's Stanislas. Maybe now they'll get the run. So maybe there's a little bit of a dummy. He plays the dummy to the wicketkeeper.
Oh no, we might get another one if they're paying attention. Wow, this is chaos.
Look at Babu here. Everybody's saying your end, your end. And Babu is saying, is it coming? Is it coming? He's protecting his head. And Babu, if you're that worried, wear a helmet, son.
Firstly, he went the wrong end, and neither end was on. He threw it to nobody in particular. And then when the ball came back...
Keep an eye on Babu
here. I love that everyone is then running after the ball. Look, there's 3 people all running after the ball. No one takes the stump. They could have easily gotten another run there. Anyway, it's the end of 7 overs. I'm going to come back to Vinny Fangirl's question in a minute. But first, I want to talk Crickathon. And the question of the day is pretty simple. Will any team score 50-plus runs in the power play today? Yes or no? 50-50. All right, so the power play in the first innings was just 30. We haven't really seen too many power plays that high, if any, I think, in Group A. But that's the question. So it's a simple one. You can go to crickathon.com to participate no matter where you're watching from around the world. And big well done to Meyer Patel, who was yesterday's winner from the UK. So Meyer, they're a regular watcher of European cricket. So well done for getting that right. And yesterday the question was which of the modes of dismissals were the most. And yeah, the answer was bowled out of those.
Out of the options, bowled was, yeah.
Yeah, out of the options. So here's the funny thing. Yesterday there were only 3 types of dismissal.
Yeah.
Out of the whole day. So there were 20 caught, 8 bowled and 4 run out.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I was searching afterwards when I saw that thing. Surely there must have been one LBW.
There's no LBW, there's no stumped. That's pretty rare. Now, this is one of the wider throws that you'll see. Firstly, it came back pretty quickly at Ritzkowski, who's come on to bowl the 8th over. Got a hand to it. This would have been a remarkable catch. These either stick or they don't. It was almost past him before he got the hand up there. This game is going so quickly. I'm going to come back to that question about what happens if the batter hits the stumps when they're running. But I'll wait for one more ball from Ritzkowski. See what happens here. Wow, he hits it, and he hits it high. Now, this is probably going to fall into space. It does. If they push for 2, they probably would have gotten it there, but they'll settle for 1. So, short answer is nothing. It's not out if the batter hits the stumps when they're running. Now, they will be out for hitting their own wickets if it's in the execution of their shot or immediately after, or setting off for their first run. So they're the circumstances where it will be out. So I actually wondered about this when I was younger. I was like, well, shouldn't it be out? But then I realised sometimes they hit the stumps because they're trying to avoid the bowler or they're trying to avoid an obstacle.
Yeah, it's a good example of that is when a batter's running in and having to dive to get into his crease. And having dived, as he slides in, he does knock the stumps over. Yeah, not out.
So it's not out. Did make me think, if you're really clever, this is just the devious side of my mind.
I know where you're coming from here now.
Okay, but let's just say, what if you just knock the runs over when you're turning for your second run to make it more difficult for the fielding team? Because now they have to knock a stump out or pull a stump out. But then I think that would probably fall under unfair play.
Unfair play, yeah.
Probably unfair play if you're doing that deliberately. But again, that's probably just showing how my mind works. Always looking for some way to exploit the rules. Good question though.
Yeah, good question. Good start. Full toss. This might be a no ball. I think it will get called. It has been a little bit too high. It gets absolutely walloped. So it goes all the way. 6 runs. Boom. Shakalugya. Well, that's how you get 7.
Yeah, and here's the thing. It was kind of the commentator's curse just by me thinking about it. I was about to say it's been a pretty good over from Ritzkowski. And then he serves up a 7 from heaven for the batting team. and a free hit to come. So this over, it was going for only 6. Now it's gone for 13 plus this. And it will be a single to finish. So at least he avoids more punishment off the free hit, although you almost have another overthrow. I still want to be curious about how the cap isn't being worn by Michael Hart for dropping that catch.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll come back to that.
Find out. Should we try and get a question for who's that? That's Mark's there. I'm going to try and find out.
Yeah, you should ask. So 87 for 2 after 8 overs. So 2 to come. It's that huge, that magical over. 9th over coming up. It all happens in the 9th. Enrico's yelling, trying to get an answer about why the dunce cap hasn't been moved.
I think they've all forgotten, and I think Marksy there is trying to say, hey, yeah, hang on a minute, yeah, that's true. He's waving his cap around everywhere.
Because it's really on the person that's wearing it right now.
I want to see when it happens. I want a bit of a ceremony. I want a bit of a drum roll or something for it to happen.
They've got 7.5 minutes to bowl this over, so you can take a bit of time with it. And there's Ishan Khan as well, saying it's a bit like a kabaddi game. I think that was the one where everyone started running after the ball and chasing the batter as well, it looked like. All right, here we go with over number 9. It's going to be Eldon Pillay to bowl it. 87. In a good position to get that 100 plus now.
So we're going to miss. Nice take also from Clive Palmer behind the stumps. Pillay.
Yeah. Neil in the chat, good morning to you. Saying I'm showing how my mind works with my deliberate knocking over of the stumps by batters running. You have to run an extra metre. I think it's probably worth it. Like, you could do it once and pretend it was an accident, and you'd save it up, I think, and sell it as an accident towards the end of a one-day game or something like that.
Stanislaus, big swing. This is, I mean, right at the beginning of this match, I did say the difference between Stanislaus and Basil. Basil is a hitter, a genuine big hitter. Stanislaus is not. Stanislaus is what you can see there. He's trying his best. I mean, he's giving it everything, but he's gritting his teeth. He's throwing everything at. There's all the white goods, including kitchen sink, but he can't make contact. Yeah. He's more of a stroke player.
His shot is to go over cover there instead of going over mid-wicket. He's more of a straight bat player.
Yeah,
he needs to extend his drives.
Go back to what he does best. This time he hits this pretty well, and will he get stopped? No. Well, that's a bit of an error there for David Marks. Does that mean that the cap will now go over to him? Maybe he should wear the cap now for that. So. Marksy, you're wearing the cap, mate. You're wearing the cap.
I think it's for drop catch. If I said it would be drop catches only. But the thing is here, he almost blocks it. It's an awkward hop. He's just hoping it doesn't spin back over the line, but he's got bad news. Well, the marksman, well, he was under fire that time, wasn't he? And he couldn't deal with it.
Well, what happens here? I reckon Hardy said, no, I don't get the cap. But I passed it on, but he hasn't worn it yet. Maybe it's going to be a quick shuffle of the cap in the air. And, we're talking about caps. That's the cap ejection.
When we had the dunce hat, we had an English import overseas player, and he just refused to wear it. he just refused to wear it.
So what happens then? Does it get picked?
No, well, yeah, we made him go hatless. I said, well, if you're not going to wear it, then you can't wear your normal hat. Cause,
in the sun?
But, let's just say, he quite fancied himself. And he was like, well, you shouldn't have dropped a catch then if you're that good. Anyway, this will just be a single. Neil's asking, how did we enjoy our nights last night? Well, I've got to say, it was Sam's birthday, and there was a few celebrations that were had, and the 2-for-1 cocktail place. Well, I was there for 1 hour the 2 nights ago. I was there for 2 hours last night, and let's just say I won't be going back tonight. I think I've tasted the whole menu now, and it got a little bit out of hand, but I was still in bed pretty early.
Early struck, work to be done by the fielder. Does very well, really good bit of fielding.
Well, now we're going to have a run out, surely.
Yeah, it's got to be gone. And look at the bat. The bat tells you the story. It doesn't get past the line. We'll leave it there. That's the evidence. Let the umpires have a look. Thank you very much. He knows it. He's making his way. Great bit of fielding, though, that was absolutely brilliant from Lawrence.
He just makes up his mind straight away he wants to. And, yeah, I think you can see there. The bat, I don't know if it ever makes it in.
No, don't look.
Just beats him. He's out there.
There's the evidence.
Yeah, but even then, you see that it plugs on the line or just short of the line. So that was all about the early throw. It wasn't a particularly powerful throw, but it was it was a quick throw. And I was saying that sometimes is the key. And I think that Bubba just made up his mind. He wanted the strike because it was the last ball of the over. He wanted to face up at the start of the 10th, so he was always going for 2. In the end, he doesn't make it, so a run and a run out.
Well, you rather like this. He was saying a bit of kabaddi. Yeah, this is it. Here we go. Kabaddi, kabaddi, kabaddi. Watch the bowler here. Kabaddi, kabaddi. That's a proper kabaddi fall it is. Anyway, the bat plugs, doesn't get through. That's a run out. But I think it's well, I was going to say it's the right thing to try and do, but it would have been if it was still the same over, because it's the batter who was trying so much to get back on strike. Stanislav, he has to go to the other end, so maybe that wasn't the best option at that point.
I'm going to say that's Neil has a question saying that in the Big Bash they have the golden cap for the best batter. I know they have something similar in the IPL as well. Come back to that in a second. Here's Marks back for over number 10.
Oh, this is up in the air. Big opportunity. And oh, what a catch. What a catch that is from Pillay.
Wow.
And that is sensational, because I think that's Lawrence gets right in the way, and I'm thinking, oh no, these two are going to clash. But to take that from where the other fielder, Lawrence, is in his way, that is a sensational catch from Pillay.
I had a sick feeling in my stomach here because I wasn't sure they knew where each other were, and they were both going for it. As the last minute, Lawrence bails out, and that had kapow written all over it, didn't it? But the fact that Pillay was able to hold it, as he says, well done for getting out the way. I think that's my lip reading. That could have been a disaster. Yeah, it was just a really good catch. I think he's more concerned about not colliding when he realises that Lorenzo's right there. And so, yeah, pretty well struck, but didn't make it all the way to the boundary. So, consecutive balls bring wickets, and this is going to be a first ball up for Bose Paul.
Yeah, Bose Paul for him. But look, he's coming in at that point where you've got to go for it. But that's a sensational catch, as we see that again. So looking to get to the 100, but got 5 balls now to try and do it in. They need 6 more runs. And ideally, I think if they can get to a 105, 110 to the score, they'll be happier.
Yeah, I mean, still, if you can pull something out here, Marks, you can still keep them under 100. This is hit well, and this is the difference between this field and some other fields around Europe. This bounces once and slows the ball down a lot. And in Italy, that probably bounces over his head for 4. So, nice fielding though. So as far as that leading run scorer cap, yeah, I mean, we haven't been able to do things like that in the past because of COVID and things like that. You know, sharing caps and stuff like that wasn't really the done thing, but certainly something we could look into.
Look for 2 here, I think you've got to, and they will get there.
I think directed would have been gone, but it's worth taking on at this stage. So this is Nias Pulariel.
Pulariel, he was trying to pull himself to stay standing up. He was falling all over the place.
Would have been something to see.
And they've tried 2 again here. I don't think they will. Good clean pickup, early release. So just a single.
Yeah, so they've done pretty well to keep it under control. Remember, the 50 came up in pretty quick time in this innings. Overseas, they're their own worst enemy at times, I think, with some of the full tosses they were dishing up. But Mark's doing well, and this is gone. Yep, see you later. And that's about as plumb as it gets. So, yeah, still a chance to keep it under the 100. And you've got to say Marks has come back. And the marksman, he's right on target this time.
Yeah, well, there we go. We had no LBWs yesterday. Well, we've got one here today. Well, now he's going to take evasive action. But, yeah, good delivery in the block hole. That's where you need to be, bowling at the death. And that is plumb.
It is. But, yeah, the marksman, once again, I mean, he fires a shot, but then he's under fire as well because the ball came back and he had to duck. Anyway, now, David Marks, perhaps we'll see him batting with the mongoose again. We saw it last time, which is basically a bat with a longer handle, so it's lighter and can hit the ball further. I heard that he has had one custom made because I don't think they even make them anymore. We'll have to see what happens in the second innings with this one. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. That is absolutely plumb.
Yeah, easy decision to be given by Amar. The new batter comes in, and whatever happens, they're going to have to run hard. They will be running, so either way, they will either get to 100, or I think the 100 will probably be the target here. But I think the batter who comes in with all the 6s on his back, I think this is Gigan George. Going to be looking to fend off a Yorker type of delivery here for Marks. There it is, and they run 1. They will be looking to turn and go again. A good throw. Should have him in trouble. It's not a good throw. And they will get the 2, and the score will get to the 100.
Well, there's no one at the stumps, and then you'd go to probably the keeper's end, because you could have chosen here. But instead, it's like no one was expecting him to throw it. He was always going to throw it. But yeah, they will get the even 100, setting 101 for overseas. And yeah, it'll be a testing chase. We haven't seen too many ton-plus chases. I think we only saw 2 of them in Group A. But they've done well maybe to keep it down to something reasonable. And yeah, I'll be looking forward to seeing exactly what transpires when the second innings gets underway. But as far as Group B, well, it started with a boom, boom. And Basil, well, he was in good form early. Quick 40 odd. That set up this total of 100.
Yeah, Boom Boom was in the house, and he was hitting well, wasn't he? And, well, he made light work of all the bowlers, really. He smashed the ball pretty well, was in good mood. But then, well, they needed Lawrence to come in and go back to basics, bowl at the stumps, wicket-to-wicket bowling, and that was it. Peter Lawrence, what a great wicket that was. And they needed that because they were flying. Remember, the 50 came up in the 4th over, and it was 61 at the halfway point for 2 because that was the second wicket to go. Beautiful delivery. He gets another one. That's Lawrence getting Dilip out there as well. So 61 in the first 5, only 39 in the second 5. It goes to show just how well the overseas did when they came back. But a lot of it had to do with the bowling of Peter Lawrence. It's absolutely on the money. The well bowled, getting the dangerous Basil George, and then also getting the wicket there of Dilip as well. So good bowling from him. I like the bowling from Marks as well. But they just put the squeeze on Stanislaus while he was there. I mean, he didn't bat badly, but he showed once again that he's not quite the aggressor. He can play the ball around nicely. He made 33 of 27 and batted all the way through the innings, didn't he? But he'd be a little bit disappointed that he wasn't able to get the acceleration. Well, this was a great bit of fielding, and it involved in the run-out. What a great stop that was from Lawrence, starting in, but also gets the throw in, and the bowler Pillay just finishing off the job. This was Marksy, and when that's hit, Marksy's thinking, oh no, this is going to the boundary. He did not expect Pillay to take that catch. That's a sensational catch, because not only, well, it wasn't easy in normal circumstances when you're running from a long way to try and catch it, but with another fielder coming your way, it makes it even more difficult. And then right there towards the end, that was Nias LBW to Marks, getting the ball in the right area. And was 2 run off the very last delivery. That does get the 100 on the board. Stanislaus, the not-out batter. That's all the way through. And let's see, have a look at the scorecard. You can see, yeah, Samuel Stanislaus, he sort of does what you know he's going to. Sort of bats, stays there. He can occupy the crease pretty well. But again, he just wasn't able to get too many of the big shots in. Just 2 4s and 1 6 to his innings, compared to somebody like Basil George, 43 of 16. 2 4s and 5 6s in that knock from him. But once he was gone, things did slow down, and you can see that it's reflected in the scorecard. None of the other batters able to get going. So really, Stanislaus, he's 33. It was pretty important, really. If he went, you just got the feeling where those extra runs were going to come from. The overseas, I think they bowled really well. Fielded well as well. Just really that one drop catch, and that was from Hart. So it'll be interesting to see if Hart does wear the D cap the next time that we see them. But there's the bowling figures. Marks bowled really well. I think did the classic, didn't he? Opens the bowling, gets a nice good tidy over, and then finishes off well as well, taking 2 wickets there right at the end. 2 for 13 for him. I think he was exceptional. And then also, I think the likes of Peter Lawrence, 2 for 12. And that was a key time for him to come on to bowl, because you need to remove the danger man, Basil George. So 100 is exactly on the board. So 101 will be required for victory in the first match of Group B, match number 21. Join me, Rika Full, and Mr. Maximo Vinisandu as we return for the conclusion of this match. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello and welcome back, cricket lovers, to the Malta International Cricket Ground as we get ready for the completion of the first match of this Group B Saturday. Yeah, the chance to see 4 new teams. We saw the conclusion of Group A yesterday, and now's the time for Group B. And 2 teams that have played a big part in cricket in Malta, overseas, and also the Knights. Knights, they've had a knock. They get to 100 on the board exactly. So 101 is required for victory. As the teams come back out, led out by the umpires, Amar and Lee. And you see there the 2 teams loving their kits, I have to say. 2 different shades of blue. And both teams got new kits there. The Knights got the darker blue. So liking the detail on the backs there, names and numbers clear. I mean, it's a big thing, as us commentators and scorers will always say to all teams around Europe. When you're getting those new kits, make sure we can see those numbers. Make them nice and big like these are. You see the batter marking his guard. That's going to be Kivian Johnson. Going to be the opener. Looks like bowler is marking up his run-up as well. It looks like Matthew. So Matthew starting. Busy, making sure he gets his field in the right place. He's still directing players around. Got us starting off with, I would say, a slip. So it looks like you've got a slip in place and then quite a wide third man that's backing him up. Only 2 men on the leg side. So we've seen a 6-3 field before, but not a 7-2. So only 2 on the leg side, so he's got to make sure he gets it right straight away. That's Matthew. Bowling to Johnson. Here we go. First ball of the reply. 101 required. Good delivery, good movement. He's a busy little character, isn't he? Bowls that one and a little hop as he goes back to his mark. Beating Johnson. That'll tidy off. This one may be too wide, and it is. And Avinash Dilip having to launch to take that one. Well, Slip thought, I think he thought his ankles were in trouble for a moment. Also going down. Looks like he's doing a bit of a stretch there, isn't he? Welcome back to all of our viewers around the world, and also to everybody on the chat. Kai Bai and Hawk Moon. Keeping the conversation going there. I hope everybody's having a lovely Saturday. Matthew once more. And this one may also be called a wide. It does. And Matthew bowls it a little, really? And then thinks, nah, I better just get on with it. Yeah, you can see this one is clearly taken a fair chunk of that line. And getting good movement is one thing that we were saying yesterday, that we've certainly seen that all the bowlers getting this ball to move around plenty. That's better. Starts with the ball sort of angled in around about the middle stick, and then it's that movement away. That'll encourage you, because sometimes it's interesting. I mean, nobody really knows the reason for the ball swinging, but it's interesting that when bowlers, you see, for example, Matthew's getting a lot of swing, but if sometimes bowlers go straighter and that swing goes, but he's still got it. And there you go again. That's beautifully bowled. Those runs, 2 of them, all courtesy of extra so far. Nothing off the bat. Goes Fuller here, and I just get the feeling here Johnson just needs to get to the pitch of that earlier. That one he should have been really looking to play for the covers. It was full. This one will be another wide. A good take once again from Avinash Dilip. Got a bit of pace about him as well. Does Jais Matthew. And that's pretty quick and nicely taken. And the slip is probably thinking, He's standing there thinking, I hope one doesn't come to me, because it's going pretty quick. Without coming off the bat, we've got another slip in place now. 2 slips. Oh, that's an absolute jaffer. Absolute jaffer. Peach of a delivery. Yeah, so 7-2 field with 2 slips in place. Really well bowled. Matthew. Again. Edge and gone. And that's why the slips are in place. Well, I was saying a moment ago, he's probably thinking, I hope one doesn't come my way with these balls coming through so quick. But Samuel Stanislaus makes no mistake, taking this one above his head. I've got to say, you know, we don't see too many catches taken in the slip area in this format of the game. We don't see slips deployed that often. But when you've got a bowler that's going to be bowling these big away swingers, you've got to have some protection to have. And Matthew, he's absolutely pumped. And gets the wicket. A good catch from Stanislaus. So Johnson, he has to go for a 4-ball duck. So Gideon Johnson for him. As we're going to see Babes coming in. And I'm waiting for the time when we see the 2 Babes. We see Babes out there and Baby. I'm waiting for seeing Baby bowling to Babes, or Babes bowling to Baby. And of course we had a Bristow Baby playing yesterday. But at the moment, Johnson is the one that has to go. Well, Johnson and Johnson's, they do a bit of baby products as well, don't they? But, Johnson has to go, and Hershey comes out. A fine time to welcome back into our commentary tent. It's Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu.
Good to be back. Wow, how about that for some swing bowling, and there's still a ball to go for Jace Matthew. How about the slips catch, though? Stanislaus, he showed a very good pair of hands there. There's one thing to have slips, but you need to get the depth right. In this form of the game, often you need to be a little bit deeper than you would be normally. And then, yeah, you've got to have guys that can actually hold it. So here's Babes. He's really gotten the ball to swing around that first over. And it's the end of the first over, 3 for 1. And now this is something that's we're going to mention in a second. We have gotten close to during this series, but we haven't actually had a golden ball yet. And this is ticking. And hey, from memory, I think it was last time the France-Belgium golden ball that actually knocked out Malta from the ECC. That was after 117 matches without a golden ball. Yeah. So now we're at 116. We'll go past it today if we don't have one. But, I mean, even this score's kind of in that golden ball zone, isn't it? This score of an even 100 by the Knights. But yeah, overseas, they pretty much burned it over there. But that was all to do with the movement that Matthew was getting. Yeah, great movement. I mean, there was no runs off the bat at all. All of those runs, the 3 of those, were wides. So it was a very, very good effort. A great catch from Stanislaus as well. As a new bowler gets ready to come in, but it also will be Palmer's, the captain's first delivery. Yeah, Palmer again. He's a guy that he often looks good, but his top score in ECS is 35. They probably need him to be able to play a couple of big innings, I think, in this tournament. He's facing both Paul. Paul also shows that he's going to be getting a lot of swing as well. Hey, so, yeah, overseas last time we saw them, almost 12 months ago now, we mentioned they missed out in the finals by net run rate. There were 3 teams that were tied on 6 points. But I also remember their last 2 matches got washed out. Remember, we had this crazy weather. Yeah. It was flooding. There was everything here. That would have been a wide at mid-tops and nothing going right at the moment for overseas. But, yeah, so that's the reason they weren't really able to improve their run rate. They were looking to improve. They certainly had the capacity to do that, but they just didn't get on the park in the last 2 games. And so just with taking the point each, it ended up being... what's going on here? Missed out. I don't know. They've got a shoe issue. Got a pit stop. This has happened a few times. It's going to have a pit stop. He needs new thread. This isn't good for your socks though, because it's still pretty damp out there with the dew factor. So he's going to have wet socks. Yeah. Which can't be that comfortable. I'll be. Well, there we go. The new shoes are ready to go. I would have been getting someone else to run to the boundary. Yeah, that's not. Yeah, exactly. Wet socks. And he's saying, "I've got a towel if you need them." Where's his old shoes? Someone has to take them off. There they go. There we go. That's what's happened.
I was going to say, he runs off with...
So this actually reminds me of, there's a story. When I was pretty young and I thought I was a bit of a hot shot in indoor cricket, I bought these shoes that were made of like wetsuit material, and I bought them from the supermarket. And I said, these shoes are so light. I'm going to be dancing around. My footwork's going to be so quick and all this. I bowled an over, and 3 balls in, they blew apart. And everyone had been talking about it for the whole week, how these shoes, they're game changers. They're going to, I'm going to be so much quicker. They looked a bit like that.
I mean, yeah. I mean, look, they definitely came apart, those shoes. I was going to say, why didn't it just keep them on and run off and then change them? It would have kept his feet and his socks dry. But anyway, he's ready to go.
First ball for the new shoes. Let's see how they go for Bruce Paul. Still no runs off the bat.
And, well, they work beautifully. Well, there you go. Get a new pair of treads on your feet. And this is what you do. Gets it straight through Palmer. And Palmer, well, he goes. And it's another duck. It's disappointment. Palmer, the captain. It's going to be a 3-ball duck for him. Middle stump. Yeah. Thank you very much.
This one doesn't really hoop. He just plays down the wrong line, Palmer. And he's searching for it, and he knows. Hey, it's a good delivery. Not the kind of sideways we saw so far in this innings, but it was right on target. Both openers go without scoring. Still no runs off the bat halfway through the second over. It's 3 for 2.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant start this for the Knights. But what a good delivery that was. And he just, here we go. Boom. Chakde Bhatte. Thank you very much. Dande Chakde. That's a beautiful delivery. It really is. And he's saying, well, it doesn't matter. My feet might be wet, but now I've got these pumps on. I'm pumped up. I'm going to be knocking them over. So another batter comes in. Still no runs from the bat on the board. All the runs that you see on there were wide. And of course, don't forget that Clive Palmer, he played at 1. That would have been, it was a massive wide.
Yeah.
Gets the bat on it. So left-hander comes in now.
It's been a horror start, really. Yeah, no sign of the new shoes blues from Bruce Paul. Got 1 for none. Yeah, that big wide was spoilt off the end of the bat. And so this is going to be Christian Villian. Comes out in the number 4 slot. And he's Christian just mentioning that France-Belgium golden ball. I think it has to be the most memorable of all golden balls. The slog over mid-wicket. And myself and Corey going absolutely crazy. It will be a wide down the leg side. So not adjusting the left-hander. Yeah, that's the one where the sideways rain was coming in. We didn't have any rain. We weren't expecting any rain. We couldn't see the clouds because it was a night match. And I think there was just 1 drop. And they said, oh, it looks like... And, you couldn't have had a worse angle. Everything was getting soaked.
It was like you were being hosed by in the commentary box.
Crazy.
It was quite amazing. Uppish. And there could be a run out. And if he can get the throw right, but he can't. It's a terrible throw from the fielder. He panics. The fielder panics. The batter panics. There's panic all over the place. There's a helmet ejection as well. There's a bit of a bandana there on the floor, but no run. Look.
Doesn't look at his partner. Knows he's cooked here, but the throw's bad. And the keeper, he just has to hold that. If he does, he's got time to get back to the stumps, delete.
I thought for the butterfly that was minding its own business and then almost gets trampled, but it escapes, gets away.
And it's a close call. I hope he's all right here. I think that when he hits the ground, he bangs his mouth into the grill. See if you can get him banging his head here. Bang. Yeah, that hurts. I've done this as well. So the helmet actually becomes your worst enemy because it's so hard. And yeah, I just hope he's all right there, actually, Villian.
I think he's okay. He's just I think he's a bit of a shot. He may have just, in the impact, he may have just cut maybe the inside of his mouth. He may have bloodied his lip here. But he's eating some grass there. Well, I'll tell you what, when Tyrone was being bit, he's been bit last
he's pushed his teeth in with his grill. I hope he can continue. He's going to get some attention. And I don't know about our medic's dental experience, but...
Daniela will sort it out. Go on, Daniela, sort it out. But I was going to say, we saw something similar with Tyrone when Tyrone got bit. And it was Max By who's here, who got a load of grass and said grass will sort it out. Well, I tell you what, I think Willian, he doesn't need any grass. He's eaten plenty here.
Look at the impact. Yeah. Well, 10 points for commitment, but he might be having a visit to the Tooth Fairy after that. Is he going to continue or not? I mean, I think this is, you see the area that he's dealing with. I think if he's bleeding, he probably can't continue and will have to retire hurt. That looks like what's happening here. So he survives the run out. He doesn't survive the impact, and well, of course he can come back and bat on the fall of another wicket or the retirement of another batter, but at the moment they're going to have to send a new batter out there. And it looks like it's Peter Lorenz that's going to come out.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of carnage there. Everything happening. But really, at least he's lucky. I mean, all right, he might get a chance to come back. He's lucky he's still there, because if that was a better throw, he'd be gone.
There's a few suggestions in the chat. You just have to open your mouth and spray the magic spray inside. I don't think that's how it works. Open wide.
But look, he bangs this hard. Yeah. Watch this. I mean, that's... I've
actually done that. Probably not the teeth, though, that I hit, but I definitely have kind of cut my forehead on my helmet pretty much you dive on you try and hit the ground with your body, not your head. But sometimes when you're going very up to down, it's impossible to avoid kind of knocking your head slightly. So a new batter out there is Lorenz, as the previous batter, Villian, will be retired hurt.
He gets a good bit of bat on this, and it's a misfield, it's an error. And the first runs off the bat, and it comes from Lorenz hitting his first ball for 4, just going for that in-swinger, but just a little bit too far, too over-pitched, and the fielder there makes the mistakes, and it will go to the boundary.
Yeah, that's a handy one. They've got to get something going here. I mean, they're not miles behind in this game, but they're probably about 10 behind where they want to be. And that's a good start. Lorenz has had a good game, actually. Chipped in with a couple of wickets. Took a bit of a risk there, hitting across that. So, Bose Paul, again, hunting the stump, saying that's smart. I mean, if you go bang-bang here, you've still got Villian questionable. I think you go a long way to winning the game in the power play. Last ball of second over coming up.
Going to be another wide, so it'll have to be bowled again. So, Bose Paul, similarly to Matthew, he's getting the ball to swing a lot, but sometimes controlling it and keeping it in the right place is the issue. I suppose he doesn't want to go too full again, in the way that Lorenz was able to play the last one. But I'd still go for it. I'd still go for that Yorker. All right, you didn't quite get it right first time. But don't shy away from it. And, well, that was not where to bowl, but it's straight to the fielder who gets a good throw in.
It's well fielded this time. The other one blasted past him, but he's able to keep it to 1. So at the end of 2 overs, it's 10 for 2. And we finally had some runs off the bat that over with the boundary and then the single to Peter Lorenz. Have a look at the skyline today. It's a little bit cloudier, but nothing too concerning. It's just very pleasant, actually. These are the teams we'll see in Group B. We'll get to see the top 4 of those today. And you can see Edex Knights and Overseas right now. Mudda Day and the Crusaders will play this afternoon. And Sweet United, well, they're waiting in the wings. And they will join Group B on Monday. Each team will play 8 matches during the course of this. So they play their opponents twice. A double-header format. And the top 4 will survive to quarterfinals Friday, which is in just under a week's time.
And looking forward to seeing Sweetie United as well. They're a team that, again, I think similarly to Gozo, when they first appeared on the scene, they needed to find their way, find their rhythm. They're also a team made up a lot of tape ball players. I'm expecting them to be stronger and better this time as well. And Babu comes into the attack. That's been firmly hit down the ground. They take the run on.
I'm pretty surprised they've changed the bowling. I mean, Babu's a very good bowler, but you just saw the way that Jace Matthew was getting the ball to talk. And I would have certainly kept him on.
Yeah, definitely. Because don't forget, that swing could change.
Yeah,
later on, the ball gets a bit older, he won't be getting that swing, and that was what his lethal weapon was.
Their game will have moved on by the time he comes back. So Babu is kind of rolling his fingers on that first one, not really looking for any swing.
So nicely played away. Work to be done by the third man. Well, third men, I should say. 2 of them coming together. I think the man from backward point, just making sure there's no errors, backing him up.
I think sometimes you also think about what would the batters like least, and I think they would have liked least for Matthew to come back and bowl again. But taking nothing away from Nitin Babu, who is a very solid contributor, and he has been for a while for the Knights. Still got that slip in place. Lorenz has been good though.
Gets this Ooh, tight call this time,
That
I
is a
think,
tight
from
one.
Lee Tuck. I thought he may have just squeezed this one in, but Lee Tuck, he believes that some of the line has been taken there.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure.
Remember, we've got a slightly different angle as well. The umpire, who's closer to the action. If anything, we might have a better view because we're further back. But the umpire felt that grabbed a little bit of the line on the way past. Lorenz trying to get them back on track. They want to be about 30 after this over, so you can see they're a fair way behind at the moment.
Swing and a miss. Lawrence, from what I've seen, very briefly, looks like he's pretty strong on anything on the legs. That's where he's played most of his shots away. But, outside the off, he's been beaten a couple of times at the moment.
Yeah, I just think sometimes there's lack of foot movement there, and the Knights will be pretty disciplined normally, trying to keep the ball away from that off stump, trying to force the batters to chase it. So you've got to get a bit closer to it, get your eyes closer to it, get your feet closer to it. Same kind of a ball, and at the moment they don't really have the answers to it.
Yeah, Lawrence just allowing this one to go through, which is not the play really. I mean, a bit of bat onto it. Just even if you just start guiding it down to the man at third.
Well, people are going to say, why does he leave that? He leaves it for a couple of reasons. He's not confident he's going to hit it, and he's hoping it'll be a wide. So he has a quick moment to have a look and goes, okay, I'm not going to try and spoil this one. I'm going to hope it's a wide. It wasn't. It was pretty clear from the replay. But yeah, you only have a split second to make up your mind when you're batting. You've got to remember that.
Short, and doesn't quite time it. Goes to the fielder at mid-wicket. Will get the throw in. So once again, anything that's at him, sort of down the leg, he's pretty confident playing at it, but outside the off is where the issues that Lawrence are having. Hershey goes on strike. He's played some very good innings for overseas. He's a tremendous hitter of the ball. Good timer. He's got good power. Let's see if he can get going. Goes for the cut shot, and he as well gets beaten outside the off. That will also be the end of the over. So not a bad one there at all from Babu. Just 4 from it. And the score is 14 for 2.
Yeah, 14. Not power play that overseas were looking for. They probably want to double that. But I've got to say, it's been pretty disciplined bowling. Yes, there's been the odd wide from the Knights, but yeah, you just haven't seen too much down the leg side at all. There's one ball that was flicked away for 4, but it was probably off the stumps by Lorenz. There's the end of the power play. It's another power play that does not pass the 50 mark. Remember, that was the question today on the Crickathon. Will there be a 50-plus power play? We haven't seen it yet. It's a simple yes, no. It's just going to be Gig and George who is going to bowl over number 4. And really, overseas need to get moving soon, otherwise this game's going to drift away. Here's the 6-6-6.
Good start. Wicket bowling from Gig and George. Just gets respected from Lawrence.
Yeah, okay, you can understand just having a look at him. You've seen one now, but now you've got to attack him. You've already got the issue with the boundaries being better protected because there's 5 outfielders allowed from this point in the match. So you've got to be getting the 2 boundaries and over to stay in touch. Haven't had a boundary at the moment for 8 deliveries.
This is picked up well. It's a bit of a risky shot, in fairness, but like you say, Vinny, he's got to go for it. This is not a bad delivery at all. But Lawrence backs himself to play it, and he does. He manages to get enough under it. And once again, plays it to his preferred onside, and gets 4 runs for it. But not a bad delivery at all. And this is where I think the bowler has just got to say, well, okay, it didn't work this time. Change the field, and maybe just play about with the pace a bit. Just to remind you, the question of the day, will any team score 50 runs
My
or
instinct
more in
is
the power play?
no, but if a team's going to do it, I feel like it's probably going to be the Knights with Basil George going crazy.
In the air, chance. Fielder gets under it and, well, makes a little minor adjustment, but takes the catch. And that's nicely done. And no issues at all Matthew.
Yeah, that might have been
post
Paul, I think, that takes it. Yeah. But I tell you what, I can see, because the camera went out of focus at the critical moment here. That's how high it went. We couldn't even get it. There we go. That's like the lens that makes me look good on a Saturday morning, I think, that they're using there.
Especially after the cocktails you had last night.
That's how I was seeing it. Anyway, no, it almost got away from Bruce Paul. Slight ice cream cone, but yeah, again, gets the elevation, doesn't get the power. And so Michael Hart's going to come in. So still no sign of Christian Viljoen, who took that knock to the mouth when he was diving for his ground on the first ball he faced, actually. So Keegan George with a wicket. And Bruce Paul with the catch, and it's 18 for 3 overseas. Not in a great position at the moment. Can they turn it around? And who's going to turn it around for overseas? Could it be Hershey? He's 1 off 3. Needs to get on a heater. But I think you're seeing the discipline of the Knights bowling attack maybe compared to what overseas were dishing up. They delivered a few more boundary balls, I think, in the first half. Once again, he's zeroing in on the offside. The Hart gets off the mark with a single. That's good stuff.
Yeah, it's good bowling also, I think, from Keegan George, because even though he was hit for that one away, like I said, he didn't need to shy away from it. It was a, it was a risky shot. He got away with it on that occasion, but you just got to back yourself as a bowler and say, well, okay, he's not always going to get away with it. It's going to be ones that he misses or miscues, and I get me wicket, and that's what George did. He comes again now to Hershey. Hershey, well, he lashes out at this, and the fielder, well, he gets done by the spin. Well, he's not the first. It is Justin to be done by that one, and he won't be the last. Justin Sharju, just watch this. You know it's going to spin. He thinks he's in the right place, but he doesn't account for the spin. Watch this. He thinks, yeah, I've got it, and there it goes. And he says, look at this, he gestures to everybody, said, what am I supposed to do?
It's not like it's spun an unexpected way, and they always spin that way. Justin, he's an inexperienced player. He probably should have known better. Anyway, he got done.
Good reply from the bowler. Doesn't give any whip this time. That will be the end of the over. 23 at the end of 4 overs. So right at the moment, it's all about the Knights. They've got this game sort of more or less in the bag. That rate is just creeping up to around about the 13 mark. So really, I think this is the point where the overseas have to take a few risks. Somebody like Hershey and Michael Hart, who's joined him out there, they've got to play some shots. They've got to try and make sure that rate doesn't go over where it is now for the remainder or the duration of his innings if they have a chance to knock these runs off in the last over. Well, another change. Going through all the bowlers is Basil George. It's a slimline version of Basil George, I'd say. Starts with a Gundy ball. That's a big wide.
Yeah, he's looking good. I always like to see that. It does make a big difference how you're feeling physically. And got a good team, don't they, the Knights? I mean, for me, I'd probably have them ahead of Marsa, I think, in favouritism just before the tournament started.
It's a beauty. The only thing I would say I see where you're coming from, but I still do think that Marsa just have a little bit more depth in their batting. I mean, looking at the Knights and looking at what we saw in this match, I mean, Basil George and Stanislaus were the men that scored the runs, but nobody else did. So that would always be the concern with the Knights, that if one of those top two, if this hits the pads, it's plump. Yeah, this is an absolute beauty. Look at the swing on this. And the key thing here is that the ball, it hits him on the full. It doesn't pitch and come back in. If it pitches, I think it's pitching outside leg. This is a full delivery. It gets the swing. Michael Hart has no answer to this at all. Well, this is when Michael Hart, unfortunately, your least favourite fruit is plum. That is an absolute beaut. That's missing nothing. Hits him right on the toe.
Yeah. No, it's definitely out. I mean, there's no doubt about it. So, yeah, Hart, unfortunately, he's going to have to walk. And that was nice ball. Just straightened the shape down the line, didn't it? It was going stump to stump. And that was a very easy decision, I think, for the umpire. Still give credit to him. He gets it right. 24 for 4. He's had some injury news, and I see that Christian Viljoen, he originally was selected in the next match. He's been withdrawn, and Michael Hart will actually replace him. And so that's probably a sign that he probably won't bat again, you'd imagine. And it's just one of those things, if you've got a tooth loose or something like that, you want to sort it out as soon as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. So. And I think the medic, the Daniela, probably would have also recommended that. Because, I mean, it's also a head injury.
Yeah.
Would have recommended that, just go and get it checked out. So it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, but it's one of those situations where if he wasn't wearing a helmet, it probably wouldn't have been as bad. But, I mean, I think, obviously, helmets are very, very important. They do a lot more good than bad. Anyway, here is the marksman. See if he can move the needle at all.
So are you detecting a bit of a mongoose there? I don't
No mongoose
so.
yet.
No mongoose there. It's the two, the fielder and the bowler getting into each other's way.
Yeah, so certainly sending Christian Villian our best, and hopefully it's not too serious. Here's Basil.
Firmly struck, and this will be 4 runs. Hits this on the up, through the gap. Cuatro carreras, and a bit of a fan club for the overseas here. And certainly they enjoyed this one. Sounded good as well, doesn't he? Hits it round. It's a powerful hit of the ball.
I like this from Marks. I think he goes through the line of the ball. Don't try and hack across the line here because the movement is certainly away. Beautiful Saturday to watch some cricket, isn't it? And yeah, the grandstand looks fantastic. I'll have to get my green suit on and see if I blend into it.
This one, he's on his toe. Oh, he's feeling it. He's feeling it.
Yeah.
Walking it off, but that's a stinger.
The marksman cops the ball at that time, and he just gets himself in a muddle here. If he gets across, this will be a wide, but see how he takes a little step back? That's another toe buster.
Yep.
Hasn't been a great game for shoes, has it? We have had them blown apart in the first innings, and then there's been a couple of sand shoe crushes here.
That's a black toe. Sorry, Marksy. That's a black one. That's all George. Looking to finish these over well. 5 from it so far. Short, and well, he follows Marks there. You can see that Marks is saying, well, you hit me toe, I'm going to hit you out of here. Tries to give himself room. But what? This is clever bowling from George. He sees what he's doing and bangs it in short at him. Nicely bowled. Good bit of cricket.
Yeah. Whether that was reactive or not sure, but it was effective, wasn't it? Marks was looking for the hook. He won't get it. So after 5 overs, the score is 28 for 4. I want to say a big hello to everyone, wherever you're watching from around the world. It's great to have your company. Once again, Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network. I'm here with Rico Full, looking very pretty in purple today. And a big hello to all of our viewers around the world that maybe are just getting into their weekend. Maybe you can let us know what you're getting up to this weekend, apart from watching ECN cricket, in the chat.
Yeah, we'd love to know. Get in touch with us, whatever you're doing on this Saturday. And, well, it's been a beautiful start to that. I always look forward to seeing the teams return. In Group B, I mean, these two teams we know very, very well. Let's talk a little bit about the Knights. The Knights have been quite unlucky in these European Cricket Series. I think on 2 occasions they've made it through to the final. I think in 2020, then also in the encore.
They were undefeated in 2020.
Yeah, on both occasions, it's a Malta that have been able to do them. So they're looking to get one over Malta. Malta, of course, looking to make it a hat-trick of victories. And yeah, like you say, certainly in the bowling department, looking very strong. The only thing is, though, I think there's still one from the team they've got today. There's still one batter short.
Yeah, you're probably right. Hey, give us your opinion on our social media at Mr. Maximo or at Rico Full on Instagram, or you can also text in to at European Cricket. And we always love your contributions in the chat as well. Keep them coming. Yeah, it's nice to see some of the overseas supporters. I know I mentioned Ethan Zwarab's mum, Paula, who does a lot of work behind the scenes. And yeah, it's just a beautiful day to watch cricket. It couldn't be better weather, really. It's not as hot as I think it was at the start of the week. 24-degree maximum currently. What are we up to? Probably around about 22 or so. 23. So yeah, partly cloudy, but they're not threatening clouds. They're just kind of blocking some of that direct sunlight. So it's very pleasant out there. But at the moment overseas, 28 in the first half. Need to get a wriggle on.
Yeah, using their 6th bowler now. Justin Sharjah who's going to come onto bowl. So showing their depth with certainly the bowling. And he will start with a wide as well. So all the bowlers have been targeting that. Look, I don't mind that. I don't mind it because, all right, I think we've only seen one wide that was down the leg side, which you think, okay, that you can control. These are bowlers. They've got a plan. And the plan is to bowl outside the off. So if you're going to get it wrong now and again, it's not a biggie.
Justin Sharjah and a good ECC with the ball. This is probably going to be a wide as well, straight over the line.
Yeah, but again, it's all about, and we saw that from Matthew. He took 2 deliveries before he got it right. His first over, no runs at the bat. The 3 that came off the first over were all wides. We saw a bit from Boss Paul. Again, start with a couple of wides. So just trying to get there, used to the amount of swing they're going to get. But once they get it right, they've got it right. Let's see if Sharjah can do the same. Gets this one better. No swing on that one as he goes straight to to the stance. But that's interesting. One thing I touched on where bowlers, they're getting a lot of swing and think, well, all I've got to do is just get it a bit straighter. When you do, there's no swing.
Yeah.
There's no answer to it, is there?
Yeah, well, the thing is, what I was taught when I was bowling swing in high school was, don't try and aim differently. Change the angle of your run-up approach, and that way all your mechanics stay the same. You should still get the swing, but you should... So, for example, if you want to bowl a bit more at the stumps, you need to start a bit wider.
In the air, this is a chance, and it probably should be taken, and it will be taken. No mistakes there from Nias. So they've been pretty clinical, haven't they, with the bowling and with the fielding. Certainly looking the part in the field are the Knights.
Yeah, Mark's played one nice shot through the offside this time. Doesn't remove the feet. His weight was going away to the leg side, so he doesn't get a lot on this. Doesn't even get out of the infield, and Pulariel does the rest. They've also caught pretty well, haven't they? When you look at what set up this defence for the Edex Knights, I think that they've bowled well, but they've also backed it up in the field. So that's 5 out now, 31 for 5. If you think that Vilyun probably won't bat, it's kind of 6 out, isn't it? So things aren't looking great for overseas early on.
No, they're not. As the new batter comes in. I want to know what he's got written on the back of his shirt. Did it say the pole?
The pole, yeah. Well, Peter Ridzkowski, I think that's his heritage. I assume that's what that means. Anyway, here we go with Justin Sharjah, who has his first wicket of the series. Ridzkowski can't get any bat in the first one. Let's look at the time factor here. And we did have that injury. Would assume they would factor that in. But they still need to bowl 3.5 overs in 11 minutes. Probably pushing it. They will get a minute added on for every wicket from this point, though.
Ridzkowski, what can he do? Well, he can do pretty well. That's a nicely played shot. And, it's right into his body, into the hip zone. And he gets a bit of the MJ swivel on this. Oh, as he plays it away to the boundary. Nice shot. Very nicely done by the pole. 4 runs.
Yeah, that'll do. And yeah, they've got plenty of guys that can hit boundaries. I just think probably searching for a bit of time in the middle. And also trying to deal with some pretty good bowlers here. Disciplined bowlers from the Knights.
Wide ball. Goes for that Yorker length delivery, but once again, gets it wrong. Gets a bit of late movement as well.
It is late, isn't it?
Late.
Yes, very late. And yeah, they'll take 1 to the total. But I think, people that are experienced in this format, bowlers that are experienced in this format, they know, the odd wide out there, it's not a disaster. It's better than bowling a Gundy ball down the leg side and getting whacked for 4 or 6.
Does this catch a bit of the line as well when the umpire decides this is okay?
I reckon this is a classic case of he's bowled plenty out there, and he doesn't normally get away with this one because it's not as bad. Look, straight over the line.
Yeah, that
has to be a wide, but because the umpire's got wide fatigue here, because he's had to call a couple, and then he said, "Okay, look, I'll give you that one." But really, on the dispassionate viewing, it should have been a wide.
The slower delivery, just darted towards the legs, will be a leg bye. Yep, leg bye to finish the over. So 9 come with that one. The score moves to 37 at the 6 over stage. So they've got so much to do here. That rate is just climbing all the time. It's around about the 16 required per over now. So if they don't, if nothing starts in this over, Vinny, you got to say that this is full conclusion. I wonder if we're going to see another bowler.
Have a look at that. 6 bowlers, but none of them have gone double digits. So it shows you that they've all done their bit, because they need 10 and over from the get-go here. Not one single over has gone for 10 yet. So it's going to be Gig and George to bowl, and he did have an over already. Took 1 for 9. It was the most expensive over, but still not too bad. So that last over, we saw a lot of balls going on the line. So this is what's being considered right now as a kind of solution to the batter moving around the crease, is to give the line back to the bowler. So as long as the ball gets any of that line, then it won't be a wide. So the opposite of what it is right now. But then that line would be solid, a bit like the leg stump. So that's something that's being talked about. I'm going to speak to some of the referees and stuff about what we can do. Just, again, takes a bit of pressure off the umpire, because that's a tough call when we see batters moving around a lot. But there's actually, my point being, you say, okay, they're only getting that much. Okay, probably what's that, like 3 inches? But there's actually a lot of balls that go over that line that then would be fine. So we'd probably see less wides. It's an interesting debate. The other thing is we might just leave it alone.
Oh, this is another one on the lid. Is it another one on the lid?
I think it's taken him
on the chest?
in the core.
Let's see where this gets him.
Doesn't go upstairs, I think.
Doesn't go as high. But where does it go? Just in the body.
It's in the old polar plexus. Right in the middle, but he shakes it off. Ritzkowski's a pretty tough nut.
A bit of a wild swing here, so not able to get that one away as well. So good variations being bowled here by King George. Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be a date for it. I think you know my view in it. I just think that would just encourage good batters who will learn to play in a particular way, and maybe, I mean, we saw one or two batters were playing that way in the. Well, I'm not sure what the poll is complaining about here. He can't hit it, and he seems to be gesturing to the umpire, saying, "Surely that's got to be a wide."
I think he might just be saying that bounced more than I thought. But
look, he turns around and he has a little bit of a comment there. But yeah, someone like Dan Lincoln, for example, he's a good example.
Yeah, but
I mean, he's stepping
a
long way.
I'm going to use that example, right?
Yeah. This is going to be 4 runs, so he's going to get some luck finally. That's it, Rizkowski, as this one will go to the boundary. Yeah, I mean, going back to, so, I mean, I can understand the line. So basically what the batter is now thinking is, right, well, he can go as far wide as he can, and the bowler has to then keep the ball within that channel.
Yeah,
but so if he's taking a big step out, then the bowler can't say, well, you've moved that much, I'll bowl this much wider. I just think batters will learn to master the art of batting from that position, knowing that the bowlers can't bowl any wider.
We'll come back to that in a second. First, let's have a look at this lineup card for match 22. Michael Hart comes in as a late change. That's because of that injury to Christian Viljoen. So hopefully he's all right. And you can see that's got Julian Erasmus coming into the lineup as well, and Kirstine and Barrett also coming in. Vinu Viswanath comes in for the EDX Knights. The overseas team have won the toss. They'll be batting first, so hopefully they can get something going. Because at the moment, the bats haven't really been on song.
Chance, but doesn't quite carry.
So the count, what you're saying is a fair point, and that's why I'd actually like to see it trialled. And the reason is, I don't think it's that easy to do what you're saying. So, well, there's the reverse coming out, and we'll get at least one. It's a nice shot. As Ritzkowski will grab a single. Yeah, so the thing is, Lincoln batted that way. It didn't really work from that well, because you've always got the option of bowling at the stumps, is what I'm saying. And I think I prefer bowlers doing that, because the reason there's a lot of balls then, if you're going to bat all the way outside off stump, that there's a lot of balls that go past your legs that you miss, and that's why leg side wides are wides. So I just think it would force bowlers to consider bowling at the stumps. You don't have to bowl at the guy's body, right?
Yeah.
You can bowl behind him.
I'm with you.
I think it'll be an interesting trial. Yeah. Because, again, you got to realise the umpires, they're looking at both feet, then they're looking up, and even saying something like, it's easy for us, because we say, oh, well, look, he moved, but the umpire is only watching the batter at the instant that they look up. So it's also about taking some pressure off umpires, I think.
But I think what you're doing there as the bowler, I agree with you, but then what you're asking, what you're saying to the bowlers, okay, bowl at the stumps. But what these guys are doing when they're bowling, when they're moving that far out the off stump, they know that the bowler is going to aim at the stump. But unless it's a perfectly executed Yorker, they're going to get what they want. So you're basically expecting the bowler to be able to bowl a Yorker length delivery like that, which
that's pretty much what they practice all the time, though, isn't it?
But we don't see it all the time. As this one's up in the air, quarter bowl opportunity for Stanislaus, and he takes the wicket. So they use another bowl. I think that's 7 bowlers that they've used. Stanislaus comes on the bowl and gets a wicket and gets it at the end, the very last ball that he bowls. So it's another one that goes down. It's going to be 43 now for 5. The overseas just haven't got going here. Yeah,
he spots that pretty early and says, I'll take it. And Samuel getting a bowl. Done a bit of everything, hasn't he? He took a catch early in the slip position. 43 for 6. It's all over bar the shouting. Now it's just a case of trying to minimise the damage. Effectively, I think they're 43 for 7. Yeah. So I don't think we'll see Viljoen batting. Probably no point in this situation either. So it'll be the end of the over. So it will be the pole to face up. Peter Ritzkowski. He's been joined out there by, I think, his Zwereb coming out to bat. It is Ethan Zwerab. So here we go with the 9th, and they're going to go back to Jace Matthew, who bowled the first over.
Right in at the batter this time. Be interesting to see if Matthew gets the swing again here. I suspect he will, because all the bowlers have managed to get swing, and that ball, in fairness, hasn't probably had too much damage done to it. It's not been too many boundaries, has there? I seem to remember David Marks hitting one. There was a couple from Lorenz.
Well, have a look at this. This is quite a remarkable shot. He goes across, wants to ramp it, but I think it's the very end of the bat. Look, it's the very, very end of the bat. Look at this.
Oh, wow.
Could do that if you tried, but he's lucky he hit something. Otherwise, that was going to be curtains.
Sit down, no run. So yeah, no, hasn't got as much movement as before. I mean, that one last time round would have been swinging big, unless he's holding it slightly across the seam.
They're really missing someone like a Heinrich Gericke here.
Yeah.
Overseas. I know he's got a bit of an injury concern. He picked up playing international cricket.
Nice. I like it. Get funky. Doesn't get full rewards for it. But a little bit of the scoop there.
Where's he fielding? I mean, he's pretty much a genuine backstop there. He's a very, very fine third man, but I think as soon as he sees the batter shaping to play this, he starts running to his left and he ends up keeping it to a single.
It's not a bad shot, is it, from the pole?
Look where he ends up.
He's expecting it to go to the boundary, but then finds he has to run. So Zwerab down strike. And he goes down the ground. This is an opportunity and a fine catch taken. Once again, good adjustment from Boss. He's taken a couple of good catches there, and this is another one not easy. He has to pick it early. He has to backpedal to get into position, and taking it over his head. Really, really good catch. The fielding has been sensational.
Yeah, and he's caught well, hasn't he, Bose Paul? It was unfortunate for Zwerab, who actually gets a fair piece of this. If the mid-on wasn't alert to that, then probably might even get over for 4, but instead he gets caught and gets caught well. So another wicket has fallen, and the score is 44 for 7. Yeah, we wondered why Jace Matthew didn't get brought back straight away, but I suppose they just have so many options that they were confident in using the Knights that they decided to mix it up, and he's finally brought back here in the 9th.
Yeah, good catch. We've seen that catch once more. Nicely done from Boss Paul.
This is Gerald Sant. There's the big G on the back of his shirt. Well, it reminds me a little bit of the big D that we see playing in Austria and for Austria, Daniel Eckstein. Let's see if the big G can pull out a big shot. Last ball of the 9th.
Good stop for the keeper. Nicely done from Avinash Dilip. Not the best of deliveries to a new batter.
It was a slippery one down the leg side. Did well to get down there and block it. Would have been heading to the boundary, no doubt.
I like the way there that Gerald Sant is saying, we'll wait there, and the pole saying, I'm not coming. It's all right. I'm just here. Let's see. There is Eddie. Yeah, he backs up pretty well. This one's never going to be out. It's another delivery which I think a higher up batter is going to put you away. It's down the leg side. You can get away with it with the tail enders, maybe, Matthew. But he's looking for that Yorker, isn't he? Looking to get that Yorker in to knock the stumps over, but on 2 occasions he's failed. He's gone too much down the leg side. As we see, lovely view of this ground. Doesn't it look pretty?
It is such a wonderful place. Have a look at the buildings in the background as well. You can see some of them. It's just the kind of architecture here. It's got that island feel, doesn't it? It's hard to describe it. You know it when you see it. It's a beautiful place to wake up every morning. Even if you are feeling the effects of the 2-for-1 cocktail offer.
Did you actually eat?
Yes.
Oh, you can't remember.
Do you know what I ate?
Oh, no, not carbonara. But this is played out.
It wasn't even a question, actually, when the happy hour finished at 8 o'clock, that Stefan Gooch, tour referee, just picked me up and said, all right, let's go. Carbonara time. And then straight to bed. So it was an effective night. Stanislas gets the last.
Well, it's missed out. It was probably the right shot to play. But Guzkowski couldn't get to it. So it's going to be another dot. This one's in the air. How much of this has he got? Not enough. Is it going to be the 3rd catch for Boss Paul? Yes, it is. No mistakes this time. And, well, he's been pretty clinical. One of the things that I've noticed here, I mean, going into this, the 6th day in Malta, is the catch is straight. I mean, they've certainly got some really good catches of the ball, because all the guys that have been into this sort of position, long on and long off, have taken some brilliant catches.
Yeah, they have. And yet, unfortunately for the pole, couldn't quite get the length required to get it over the fielder. No Maximos in this innings. Yeah, that hurts you in this form of the game. Not one able to clear the rope so far. It's 45 for 8 now. I think this is the last man coming in. Certainly coming at number 11. It's Eldon Pillay, but with that injury to Villiers, I think if they do pick up one more wicket, it could be it.
Yeah, Pillay, big tall man, comes out with a smile on his face. That's what I like. He's probably saying, hello, didn't expect to see you here. Come on, why don't we just have a little bit of fun? Why not indeed?
Can they get to the 50 maybe? They got 3 balls. Can they get to the 50?
Well, I want to see a maximum. I don't like to see innings with no maximums. And he has a go. He's not going to get one. He's going to go. Hey, he just has a laugh back at the non-striker. They probably come out there, and Pillay probably said to Gerald Sands, you know what, me and you, let's see out these 3 deliveries. Nothing silly.
Nothing silly.
And
Famous
then
last words.
Watch what he turns. Oh, we don't quite get it camera. I wonder if we can see a different angle. He turns around, looks at the non-striker, has a look back and just smiles, says, I know, don't tell me.
The last word that he heard was silly.
Yeah.
So this will be the end of the game, because we won't see Villiers come back. So 45 all out effectively in the end. So 100 to 45. Bit of a thumping. The overseas team will be batting first in the next game. So yeah, hopefully they can get something going. Again, the top order, they were outdone by some really good swing bowling early. I think they didn't have too many bad balls, and the good ones tended to knock them over. Both openers going for 0. And then when Villiers was forced to retire hurt, you could see that their innings had just gone off the rails. They never really got back on track. I mean, they only scored, how many was that? 6 fours in the innings and no 6s. So they're just not able to go at the rate required. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. And early on, well, not often you see the regulation slips catch, but Stanislaus held on. It was Chase Matthews swinging at round corners early in this second innings.
Yeah, that was a sensational start. Like I say, it's not often we see it, but Stanislaus doing what overseas couldn't do really maybe, and that is just to create the problems, create the chances, and also take them. And that's what the Knights did. Anything that came their way, they took the chances. And they were on fire out in the field. In fact, I can't think of one blip apart from the shoe that came apart there. That's quite incredible. And this is another one. And this time it was Boss Paul. And what a good day that he had. Took 3 catches. He bowled pretty well as well. This was an absolute beauty. That shoe actually reminds me the first time after probably about 12 years that I went to England to play cricket. And of course, you were playing turf cricket. So I took my spikes with me that were in my coffin. Coffin is a cricket bag, for those of you that don't know. Went to England, I took them out, they looked good, I wore them, they lasted 2 balls and it just fell apart.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, I feel like there were some teeth that might have been falling apart there for Villiers, as he had an unwanted visit to the Tooth Fairy, perhaps. But look, hopefully it's not too serious. We didn't see him again. We won't see him taking the field in the second game. Justin Sharju needed to take a left turn at Albuquerque and didn't. And this was a swinging delivery, which was kind of symptomatic of what happened in this innings. As we saw, Marks,
he said, you naughty bat, you will perform today. If you don't, you're going to get some of this. Well,
it worked all right here.
It did perform to start off with, didn't it?
Yeah,
it obeyed, but not for this one.
I just think it was probably the most disciplined 10 overs of bowling that we've seen so far in this entire series.
Yeah.
They had plenty of options. I think they used 7 bowlers, right? And all of them came on. They didn't bowl too much down the leg side. I think even when the runs were scored, I mean, that wasn't particularly convincing. I think they hunted that offside channel. They did it very, very well, and it forced overseas to go after balls that they would rather not. And that was Hershey, the end of a fairly long innings for him as he watched a few partners come and go. And then a bit unlucky for Zwerab, who plays one of the better shots, but just didn't have quite enough to get it over Boast Paul, who caught very well. Well, the Big G made an appearance, and we just watched as the last couple of batters came and went pretty quickly. And how about Stanislaus? He finishes with 3 for 2. Not bad figures. It's a classic nothing silly, followed by something silly. And the captain, Avinash Dilip, made light work of that chance. So the final score, pretty one-sided in the end. It's 100 to 45. And in the end, overseas not quite batting out their 10 overs because they had the 9 wickets plus the plus the retired hurt situation. So because of that, Michael Hart, who was originally not in the 11, he comes in to the side for Christian Villian in match 22. Overseas batting first. Look, a good opportunity for them to bat without any target pressure, but they're going to have to bat well because the Knights, they certainly bowled very, very effectively in that 10 overs.
Yeah, it won't get any easy for them, and I think that's a coin toss that the Knights will be pretty happy about. I think their captain will be saying, you know what, we've just put in a top-class, polished performance in the field, and it's not often that you see that in the team playing the first match. I mean, that was a top draw from them, and I think they're saying, all right, boys, let's go and do it all over again. And I would suspect they'll probably do the same thing again. I think they'll use maybe 5, maybe 6 bowlers, all new bowlers first up, and then the captain will decide who he wants to bowl the remainder of the overs. But really well done, yeah, and well bowled, and a good game there from Stanislaus. He made some runs, didn't he? And they're 33 very important runs. And then, of course, he took that catch, a slip catch, and then also picked up 3 wickets as well. So absolutely fantastic as we have a look at the scorecard. Didn't start well for overseas. I mean, it was a bit of carnage there early on. They just couldn't play the ball moving away from them, and that's where the likes of Matthew and also Boss Paul really did sort of tear into them. And you see there, it's a number of ducks in that innings. I think 5 ducks in total that I count. And all because of the bowling of these guys. I think Matthew, loving the way that he's getting that ball to move around. 2 for 5. He takes a wicket there from Boss Paul as well. Gigan George, he bowled pretty well as well. 1 for 13. Basil George just got the one over in. Picked up a wicket as well for 5 runs. Justin Charju decided he'd have a go as well. But, well, I guess the pick of the bowlers. And also, well, my player of the match has to be Samuel Stanislaus. Picks up 3. And only concedes just 2 runs. As we leave you with the summary of that match, it's a good return back for the Knights. The Knights are a team that have been in 2 finals before, but they want to win one this time. Will this be their year when they win that one quite comfortably by 55 runs? But the same 2 teams do it all over again. Join us in around about 10 minutes' time when the Knights take on the overseas 4. Well, the second header between those 2 teams, match number 22, coming right up in 10 minutes' time.
Hello and welcome back. I'm in the middle of the Malta International Cricket Ground and we are going to head into the second match now. The second match of the doubleheader is match 22 between Overseas Cricket Club and the Edex Knights. Let's go over to Stefan Gooch, the tournament referee. He's with two captains for the coin toss.
Overseas to call. Heads. Heads to call. His heads. All the back. Thank you.
So it is Overseas that have won the toss and they have elected to bat first. I like that. We saw them having to chase in the first game, but we also saw when they were bowling first, probably a little bit loose at some times. I suppose they did well in the end to keep it to only 100. But anyway, it's a new chapter between these two teams. I do think that Overseas will benefit from getting first use of the pitch and setting the target, trying to put the Knights under some pressure. And we know that these two teams, they both have certainly some stars to their batting lineup. It's just a matter of who fires and who fires best, I think, in this match coming up. Let's go over to the commentary box where Rico Full is waiting. The news from the toss in match 22. Overseas have won the toss. They're going to have a hit. It's over to you. Let's get it started.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maxwell. Yeah, the Overseas, well, they're hoping to, well, get their campaign started as well. Losing that first match by a big margin of 55 runs. They just couldn't get their batting to click. Well, can they do it here now when they're batting first? Of course, the news is that Michael Hart is in. And as a result of the injury to Villion, well, hope Christian Villion, hope you're going to be okay. I hope it's just a routine checkout at the hospital, and that we'll see you again pretty soon. But keep us updated, and keep us updated on the chat if you can. This is what the bat versus ball wall is saying about this one, that the Knights 95 to 91 to go over and win this. And interesting in the batting lineup. There you go. He came in at number 11. He faced one ball, came down, got a stump. And the captain thought, you look good. I think you can open the batting in the next match. So he says, okay, Skip, I'll do it for you. So Pillay is opening the batting, and he's out there with Johnson, who is the non-striker. I think this is just, with the Villion not playing, I think it's an opportunity to say, look, we need somebody to open up. We need somebody who can maybe get us quick runs in the power play. Impile put his hand up, said, I'll have another go. And the captain, Clyde Palmer, said, okay, buddy, you've got your pads on already. Just keep them on. So here we go. It's going to be Matthew to bowl the first. Will he get the same amount of movement? He's got the first and second slip in place. And he does get the amount of movement, the first one. Well bowled. He's a busy little character, isn't he, Matthew? Just one of those that just gets the ball and jots in, delivers, and then quickly turns around and goes back to his mark. There you go. He just doesn't stop running, does he? Does the bowls it, keeps going all in one motion as he goes back to his mark. This one does too much and goes back to his mark. Wide ball signalled. Gets a big bit of swing. So that field, similar field from the Knights as they had in the first match, just the two men on the leg side, both of them inside the circle. Everybody else out in the off, including two slips. So good delivery, and Pillay just deciding to leave this one as it whizzes past him, gets a good bit of pace, good carry through as well. There's one thing that I was talking about this pitch early on, was that when I was out there at the start of the week, I'm just saying that I do believe that the quick bowlers are going to get something from this. And Matthew's not the quickest, but he's certainly getting the ball to move around. Big chunk of bat on this one as it bounces a couple of times before it goes to the man at third. And that's well fielded there. So that's Amal Babu who does the fielding. So runs off the bat, something that they weren't able to do against Matthew in his first over last time round. Johnson against Matthew. So this one just keeps its line and will be signalled leg by as it is going down the leg. And nice to see that Matthew's obviously somebody's played a fair bit of cricket, because he's not even bothering to waste his breath appealing for that. You'll see a lot of other players and teams all going up, but they're well disciplined side. They know when it's out and when it's not. Too much movement again this time. That's it. It's been signalled for another wide. Welcome to to umpire Joy, who's out there with umpire Mark. And Joy, there he is. He's the smaller of the two at the bowler's end at the moment. Pillay looks to go for it and thinks maybe it's going to be a wide and leaves it, but this one just sneaks in. He gets the dot ball in, Matthew. Last ball off the first over. Will he go for the Yorker again? Will he just quick stick to the away swing? No, he goes for the away swing once more. Pillay does come down to try and greet him and hit him straight down the ground. Is not able to, as we have a look at the run rates by day and a good time to welcome back into the commentary box Vinny Sandu. Vinny.
Yeah, it's good to be back. Yeah, so yesterday 8 and over. It was a bit more regular. The day before was 9.5. So all up in Group A, we saw 8.3 as the average run rate. So yeah, scores in the 80s seem to be fairly effective here. Quite defendable. We saw some remarkable defences of 70 and 65 by Gozo. But it just means if you do get that 100, and I think it's partly to do with the depth, I think, in the batting here in Malta. And we see start of a new over, will be another wide, but tell you what, these Knights bowlers, their seam position is so good. They are getting so much swing. Have a look at this go from Bose Paul. It just goes late, second half of its journey. Curves a lot, but loses the battle with a wide line that time. This is Kivian Johnson. He's not wearing the dunce cap now because he's got his helmet on. And yeah, this away movement is creating problems for these opening batters, no doubt about it. And it's hard to score when you can't hit the ball.
Yeah, I mean, better areas this time from Boss Paul. And you can see there, that's the concern for the batters, because this one, even though it's a bit closer to the stumps, it's starting just outside off, but still moving away. So encouragement for the bowler, though.
Well, this is probably going to be out. It's off the gloves, and well, it's another slips catch for Stanislaus. This one's a little bit more unusual, as it's an attempted hook gone wrong. And I'm kind of happy in a way that it hit the hands. Otherwise, it could have been heading for the helmet. Have a look here. Yeah, I mean, that one hit him between the eyes, but in the end, well, the slip is in the right spot at the right time, and a wicket for Bose Paul. It goes upstairs effectively, and Stanislaus again shows a safe pair of hands. So overseas in some early trouble once again. It's 5 for 1 in the second over.
Yeah, and once again, how often do you see that? The first wicket to fall is a slip taking the catch once more, and it's almost very much a repeat of the last match. But this time, a different bowler, but the same catch as Stanislaus, and an easier catch this time. So Johnson, he has to depart. In
a way, that's unlucky for Johnson as well, because that could have gone absolutely anywhere. Probably more often than not, that goes for 4. Probably goes over the keeper and over everyone else. Just happened to be a slip there, or you know, it goes down the leg side off the glove and will still go to the boundary. So Palmer is in, and he saw him opening last time. Oh, gets an absolute peach. Now, I'm not so sure he hits his.
Touches.
I feel he hits his pad with his bat. That might have created a noise, but that was an absolute seed from Bose Paul. How are you meant to play this?
This is an absolute jaffa. That is the ball of this series so far.
Yeah, and as usual, doesn't take a wicket. So, yeah, brilliant delivery.
Absolute peach, that one.
And when you're coming out to bat, it's not a great feeling, because you feel like you're just worried there might be another one with your name on it. So playing a miss again. So yeah, Palmer probably thinking already more about surviving this over from Paul. But yeah, I mean, we saw the Knights bowling 6 different bowlers in the first 6 overs. I'd just be so tempted to bowl these guys out again with the kind of movement they're getting. You can then worry about who's going to bowl later, because you've got heaps of options. This is a very, very good display of swing bowling, though, from the Edex Knights. And goes after it this time, and we'll get some bat on it. It'll be a run. So this is what you need to do. You need to play for the swing. And that's probably not what I've seen so far. You've got to basically anticipate. And when I face bowling like this, I face some quite good bowlers that were moving the ball around. You'd almost have to play a ball outside what you're seeing. Yeah. So you play the ball, it's not there. You're playing a ball that's so slightly away from your body further, and give yourself the best chance of at least getting some bat on ball. Last ball coming up from Bruce Paul. There he goes, the bouncer. You know, this might be a no ball because the one that, wow, I was going to say, because the one that he got caught off was above his shoulder, wasn't it? I mean, maybe it wasn't called that way.
It wasn't called that way.
Because it would have hit him in the face.
Yeah, it should have been the one for the over as well. So
but obviously that wasn't the one in the over, so he had another one to spend. And so when it gets to the end of the over, it's 6 for 1. Yeah, maybe they... Well, we had the benefit of the replay on that dismissal, and I think that was above the shoulder with the batter standing at the crease. But if the umpires didn't think so, then he's within his rights to bowl another one. He does. 1 for 2 off that over from Bruce Paul. 6 for 1 after 2 overs.
Yeah, it's very much the same, isn't it? But can overseas get somebody? I mean, maybe the captain, Palmer. They need a bit of a partnership. Get a partnership going. Get a little bit of confidence out there in the middle and confidence in the team.
There's Babu. And he's going to go for a single first ball. It's might have been close, you know. Yeah, see, the thing is, the way Babu bowls, he's not really a seam-up bowler. He rolls his fingers. He has a natural cut-off cutter kind of action, so he's kind of ruining the ball. That one I think would have been just out if it had hit.
Yeah.
But that's why, yeah, I just would have been so tempted to go back to Jace Matthew. But I mean, Babu's a good option as well. They're sport for options, like I said, the EDX Knights. This one doesn't swing too much. And yeah, Pillay, he's lasted 7 times as long as last time when he came out at 11 and got stumped first ball. He's frustrated. He's out there to try and move the game along. But yeah, just not able to get bat on ball at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, these are shots he's obviously playing and he can execute them. I mean, he's a big lad, isn't he? If he hits it, it's going to stay hit. And that car that we keep seeing in the background is in danger. This is better. Rather than just trying to hit with anger, he actually places this away. And like I say, it's partnerships. That's what these two have to be thinking. Get a partnership going. They'll feel better in the middle. The next batter who's coming out will come out and he knows there's a bit of a score on the board, so we'll feel a bit more confident and a bit more relaxed. It's very important that they get this partnership going there and trying to get to a reasonable score.
Yeah, Palmer, he's got to take the reins now, the captain. Racing up to Babu. Short and pulled away nicely. And this is going to be their first one of the season. Maximo! And, well, Clyde gets something short he likes, and he sends that one halfway to the tennis court.
Cracking shot, it really is. He has the time, he waits for it patiently, and he executes it beautifully. A really, really nice shot, and that goes all the way. Shaba, shaba. Balle, balle, balle. And well, I'm fearing for some of the youngsters who are playing the early morning tennis there in the tennis courts, because they could find that one or two of these white kookaburras could be ending up in their direction pretty soon.
I mentioned Palmer, a high score of 35 in ECN cricket. I think he needs to be putting together a big innings if overseas is going to be competitive here. Goes after this one. And you can see that he's probably a bit more equipped to deal with the moving ball probably than someone like Pillay. But yeah, they've bowled some very good balls at Palmer so far. Yeah, Pillay, one more ball left in this power play. Remember that Crickathon question today? Will there be a 50-plus power play? Well, it won't be this one, if it is. All right, Babu. Again, gets one through. Pillay is 2 off 9, and he's not having a great time out there at the moment. At the end of 3, it's 15 for 1.
Yeah, he's had the highlight of the boundary, a Maximo, a 6. Remember, they couldn't get any Maximo in their first match, so that's the first one that they've hit in this series as well. And once again, you see the Knights, they've got the points on the board, and the other teams, Malta Day, Southern Crusaders, Weehue United are going to be seen later. We're going to see Malta Day taking on the Crusaders. Weehue United, we'll see them on Monday as we take a day off tomorrow, so looking forward to seeing Malta Day and the Southern Crusaders, two teams that have provided us with some fantastic matches here in the Malta International ground over the years. They'll do battle the last 2 matches of the week.
Here's Bose, and he gets an outswinging ripper past the bat of Palmer this time. Yeah, I often say in a cricket match that either the batter's in charge or the bowler's in charge, and there's no doubt who's in charge at the moment. These guys bowling have this ball on a string, and yeah, it's causing a lot of trouble for the batters out there. This one is a bit straighter. Palmer Should get a single and does. Again, Palmer's doing his best to play it late, to watch it late. He's played one good pull shot for 6 already. He needs a bit of help from Pillay, who he needs to hit out or get out now, really.
And they do make a change, though, don't they, in terms of their strategy. The Knights, they go back to a bowler and early, and Boss Paul is that bowler, and maybe that's all about just wanting to see if they can remove Palmer early. Takes a single. Nicely done. So a little bit of a change of strategy from Pillay as well, rather than just trying to blast every ball to the boundary. He's probably decided, or maybe that's a lot to do with Clyde Palmer talking to him, and he's probably better off just playing ball on merit. When he gets one to send out the ground, he will. Otherwise, bat on ball, take the single, keep this partnership going.
Yeah, Palmer. This is where the rubber hits the road for me. He Yorks himself here, but I like the intent to go for this run. Not hesitating, going straight away, taking on the field. He was already on the march, wasn't he? So he gets a single.
Yeah, gets a single. Good bit of fielding though as well. And you can see that the bowler says, come on, I want it here. And that's where the fielder provides it as well. So nicely done by Matthew. Slightly shorter, and take another single. So tiki-taka, just the one boundary in the inning so far, which was the big 6 played by Palmer. Off the bowling off Babu.
Yeah, you see that one hits Pillay. He's able to run away for a leg by. Palmer on strike. Nice shot. Nice shot. Test the fielder. And he fumbles it over the line. That's Basil George out there. He was on the move. So this was struck really sweetly from Palmer. And I like that he goes with the movement. I really think he times that very well. And George, he's normally a pretty solid fielder, and he fumbles it, and it costs him a boundary.
Yeah, not good from Basil George. I mean, he knows he sets high standards. That's why he does play for the national team. So he be disappointed with that bit of fielding from him. And so will, of course, the bowler, Boss Paul, be. But not the overseas guys, because they get another boundary. Only the second of the innings as the score moves on to 23 now. 1 wicket down at the end of 4 overs. So it's slightly better. And they are at least getting this partnership together. Partnership is so important.
Justin Sharju, the new bowler. He bowled very well, didn't he, for Malta in the ECC recently. He was a standout performer at Malta. Ended up finishing 5th in the group, missing out in the finals. But they did play some good cricket along the way, but finishing with 2 wins. But the fact that they lost twice to France, who didn't have any other wins except for the wins against Malta. Yeah. They missed out by, I think it was 0.05 on net run rate. It was a tiny margin. Anyway, here's Sharju. First one. But pretty much let's hit him. This is one that swings in. So after seeing all these outswingers, Pillay was kind of just locked up like a deer in the headlights there. Didn't have the answer.
Yeah, I think if they had run here, I think the umpires would have called him back, because he doesn't really play a shot either.
Yeah. Notice that Boss Paul's just gone off the field. It's obviously a slight injury. Nias Pluriel, 12th man coming on. So yeah, hopefully it's nothing too serious for Boss. Another swing and a miss. And yeah, Pillay, he's not short of any shots. I mean, he's trying to attack, trying to play some shots. But I mean, if it doesn't happen for him, then you'd probably have to consider maybe yanking him at some point for someone else.
Yeah, he seems to always play along the wrong line. Several times he's missed out on that one. I think he needs to just take that step across.
Remember, you've still got kind of Marks, Hershey, Lorenz, to name a couple. So at least this time it gets out the way and gets a single. So it's over to Palmer. You can see, yeah, not quite hitting this runner ball pace. And that was the issue in the first game as well. Just not able to go at the pace required. They finished with 45 getting bowled out in the last over. So about 4.5 and over. 4.5 to 5 and over. Not really enough to win your cricket matches in this form of the game. A little bit short and cut away. This fielder's been busy. Basil George. And Palmer's been on strike at least. Just a single.
Plays that shot really well. But this time there's no mistakes from Basil George. Keeps it to the single.
So Justin Jarju is lining up a big in-swinger to take out the stumps here of Pillay, I think. And Pillay good enough to get a little bit about on this. And we'll get away with a single.
There won't be, I mean, in terms of the Knights, they're not going to be too disappointed that Pillay's out there. You look at the strike rate, that's 15 deliveries, just 5 runs. They'll be thinking, you know what, to let him get himself out if he wants to get out.
Depends how greedy you want to be for the stat as a bowler, whether you go at the stumps or whether you just keep channeling outside the off stump and hoping that he can't get it away. Palmer goes back and pulls, but he's going to find trouble, and he's gone. So we saw him play this shot effectively before. This wasn't as short, and he wasn't able to get it over the fielder. It's a nice catch that is taken in that position. And when it comes down to it, it is Basil George. It's another George, Gigan George, that takes the catch. And you see Palmer knew straight away that he didn't get the middle of the bat on that. It doesn't escape the infield. Solid catch taken by Gigan. And it's the second wicket to fall. And it's also the halfway point of the innings. It's 26 for 2. Let's have a look at the ECL next year. And now we are welcoming Estonia for the first time into the competition. We had the European Cricket Series there in 2020. It's just they're so busy. It's difficult as well with the amount of teams they've got for us to do a 2-week series there. But we know that the Talon Stallions will be flying the flag for Estonia. And welcoming them to Group A. Let's look at that Group A then. We've got Hornchurch, the English representatives. Yeah. Now, they were big underdogs. They ended up winning the Vitality T20. They had a series of upsets that they were able to pull off. So I think that they thoroughly deserve their chance, and it'll be interesting to see how they go. Now, Guernsey are represented by Independents this time. We had Griffins there last time, but they're a new side to the ECL, as are Darmstadt CC. This isn't the Darmstadt team that we saw that were selected before to play ECL, but then they didn't actually because of the pandemic. And then Talon Stallions, we mentioned them, and they won a competitive season in Estonia. And then the Greek team has not been determined yet, but they will make up the numbers in Group A. So they will play on the 27th and 28th of February. Each team will play 2 matches per day, so 4 matches, playing all of the opponents in the group, and then Wednesday becomes finals day. So it's a really exciting format, isn't it, in the ECL in 2023, because we have finals basically every 3rd day, not every 5th day.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be, it's also going to be a lot of cricket being crammed into sort of a short period of time, isn't it? But a lot of it, like you say, a lot of excitement. And what it does mean is that teams probably not going to get too many opportunities, aren't they? I mean, if you get it wrong, if you don't perform, well, you're going to find yourself out. So competition is going to be stiff and it's going to be tough.
Yeah, for sure. And Packer Care, they get the free pass through to Championship Week, so that will be 5 days. And the thing about Championship Week, there'll be 7 teams in it. So we're going to go into the last week with the 6 group winners and Packer Care, and so that's going to be wide open there. It's going to be a really, really good opportunity to see some quality cricket. And in the Championship Week, the teams will all play each other. So there's 21 matches, which are basically the round robin stage. So each team will play all other teams. So you'll play your 6 opponents, then there'll be a finals Friday. All right, here we go. And Gigan's going to hold on to the ball. And he's going to bowl over number 6. It starts with a single. It's Pillay who gets it away. This brings Jörg Hershey on strike, Babes, who didn't quite find his timing in the first game. Well, let's see if he can whack a few around. I want to say a big hello to his wife, Carmen. I'm sure she'll be watching as well. I heard that she's on a girls' trip at the moment, so I don't know if she's back yet. But girls' trips, let's just say they only get out of hand sometimes. Anyway, he's got a lovely family, Jörg. It's really nice to see him again. At the moment, he gets off the mark off the first delivery.
Nicely played away. He certainly is somebody that can make things happen, but of course, somebody who's got to make things happen now is Pillay at the other end. I think if he doesn't get going here now, I think the captain, Palmer's got to be thinking about calling him back in.
It's close-ish, but I think it's just going down the leg side. But yeah, I would have been swallowing my tongue, not really yelling very loud in the appeal. They'll just be saying, hey, it's all right. He's not really hurting us at the moment.
Yeah.
Hey, so Keanu is watching in the innings break of the T20 World Cup. He's actually at the ground at the SCG.
Is he really?
He is.
Hey,
So he's
Keanu.
watching New Zealand versus Sri Lanka. In the air, and this is going to get over the infield. Be an interesting chase, this. Does well to pull it back.
Yeah,
They should get back for 2, and they will.
Yeah, a bit of team relay fielding, so not back in for Vishwanath to get the throw back in. Yeah, they're still sticking with. I'm liking this field really. Once again, I think the captaining here has been really good from Avinash Dilip. He's not pushing the men back unnecessarily. He's keeping them in, saying let them go over you first a few times before we start getting too defensive.
Good question from Shrug in the chat asking, were the groups selected randomly or seeded? So a bit of both, Shrug. So basically 3 pots, and so the 30 teams in the group stage, there was basically a 1 to 6 pot. There was then the middle 12, 7 to 18, and there's the bottom 12 based on rankings and a few other criteria. And so each group will contain one kind of the top ranked teams, 2 of the middle and 2 of the bottom ranked teams. So they're fairly even groups, or designed to be fairly even. But of course, there's always going to be some natural variation in there. But it's not easy to pinpoint which one's the group of death if you want to talk in those kind of terms. 32 for 2 after 6. Yeah, so you look at all the groups and you could say that's the group of death. That's the thing. You look at all of them and you say, okay, there's no group you'd say is a particularly easy group. I mean, you look at groups that don't have one of the kind of British Isles or Irish teams, and so you look at, for example, Group E, but that's not an easy one either, because you've got Italy, Spain, Romania in there that'll all kind of stake claims for favouritism. Croatia and Luxembourg maybe not so much, but Luxembourg improved a lot during the tournament last year. RCC. We'll have Dancing Harpal there, I'm sure. See, there's no real group that you'd say is easier or harder than another.
I'm looking forward to the other one, of course, is Awaris. I mean, they're playing, and they've really picked up some good players as well. And then they're up against the team from Cyprus as well. And
the Irish team in there as well.
Lions are there, the Irish team.
Yeah.
That's going to be a really exciting group. And remember last year, I think we thought that the Lions, they came so close, didn't they? Especially in that rain-affected match against Spain.
Yeah,
I mean, they could have quite easily been their year.
Almost pulled it off.
Yeah, so look out for them as well.
And yeah, so there's some uncertainty about the criteria last year. It was kind of done on a case-by-case basis in a lot of cases. Because, I mean, sometimes you might have team members that can't travel for one reason or other, for work reasons or other commitments. So it's been kind of cleared up a little bit this year that to play for a club in ECL 23, you need to have represented that club in at least one match in 2022 season, which is the season right now, so during the calendar year. Now, if you haven't, but you do have scope to have 2 kind of wildcard players that don't fulfill the criteria. So they could literally be anyone. It could be someone from another club in your country. It could be someone from another country. It doesn't matter. So we're trying to bring that in just to offer a bit of flexibility, but then it's also even for the teams. They all have the ability to call on 2 players that don't meet the criteria, because often, remember, they're probably going to travel with squads of 13 to 15.
Yeah.
You might kind of have 11 that you normally go with during the season, and then it's a matter of whether all those people are available. So, but your wildcard player could be anybody. You could go and get, I don't know, AB de Villiers.
Yeah.
Call him up.
Why not? If they're available, get them in.
If he wants to. So, yeah, I'm not expecting too many phone calls of people wanting me to be their wildcard player. I think I couldn't quite get a game in the Czech Republic when I was there recently. It's pretty well bowled by Sharju up in the block hole. So Hershey will get 1.
So wildcard players can be anyone. So they're not stating it can be anyone, but as long as they're from Europe.
No.
Anybody.
Anybody.
Okay, there you go.
Don't make rules unless you have to.
Start making some calls is what I would say to some of those teams.
I mean, the thing is, typically it's an unpaid position, so I don't know what AB de Villiers is charging to play a game, but it's probably based on personal connections. It's not impossible.
But you say unpaid. Look, if some of these if teams do get some big guns coming in, of course they come in with the old sponsorship from those guys as well. So it could work out being a. I mean, don't forget. I mean that it's going to be on the big stage. It's going to be showed all over the world.
That's true.
So you can certainly get some sponsorship done there as well.
36 for 2 after 7 overs. As far as season 2022 goes, well, there is some cricket left. You're watching right now. The ECS from Malta. And then we'll go to Spain for 5 weeks. And yeah, looking forward to that. And there'll be 16 teams in Barcelona. Basically, each group will have 8 teams. And
Right, if Pile's next legal delivery is not hit to the boundary, then I'm going to yell from here, pull him off.
well,
I don't want to be unkind. I know he's a big guy and he
Yep.
can flatter me, but he's not doing his team any favours.
He'd
There's
have to
only
catch you
2 wickets
first.
down. He's got to go.
yeah, you've got someone like Marks to come in.
Yeah, Marks.
Lorenz to come in.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
If there's no
Certainly-
boundary here, he's got to pull him off. All right, off you go. Go on, Jal Bard.
start of an over.
Pull him back. Pull him back in.
Look at
He's
the
had
bench, they're on
20
their feet.
deliveries for 8. He's got to come back. Pull him off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seeing it.
Normally when I
How
do
many
this,
people would it take to pull him off?
how
That's
many
probably-
people will it stop?
That's the question.
How many people will it take to stop him coming this way? But look, yeah, I'm not being unkind, but when it's not working for you, it's not working. And I think it's time he's got to go. Get just another single there. So he's not helping his cause at all, is he?
Yeah, so question from Shrug. When is Rico commentating Barcelona? Rico will be doing Group B. So that starts in the 3rd week on Thursday. So the second half of the tournament. And just on the Barcelona tournament, there will be a final Sunday that is actually the top 4 teams playing off on the Sunday. It's in the air, and it's catching opportunity. Bose doesn't drop too many catches, and he's not going to drop this. And he almost limbos himself over the line. Good to see Bose Paul back on the field. And, well, finally, we see a shot in anger, and it's Hershey gets 99% of the way there, but Bose Paul was guarding that boundary. Not a bad shot at all by Jörg, but unfortunately, he becomes the 3rd wicket to fall. It's 38 for 3.
Yeah, nice catch again. I mean, look, it's all about balance and it's all about awareness. And right, you can see that Bose Paul, he's played some good cricket in his time. You can tell that. He bowled beautifully, and now taking a great catch there as well.
He's caught very well, hasn't he, Bose Paul, today? I think it's his 4th catch of the morning.
Yeah, 4 catches, 3 in the first match. And there's another one there. Well, this guy, Lawrence, I like what he did when he came out last time. He was the first batter to score any runs in this series for overseas. They were in all sorts of trouble when he came in. Let's see if he can do the same here. That was where his issues were with the ball that was outside the off stump, especially when it's short and into him. He's pretty good on the legs at his body. So he leaves that one. Again, a good carry through from Keegan George. Well, this has been launched at, but how far does he get it? Is it going to plug? It does plug a little, so it allows the fielders to get the throw in, and they're only, despite it being a wild throw, get the one. This is where also now, at this stage in the match, it's so deep, you've got so many wickets in hand. That's 2. Whether
Yeah.
you make it or not, you go for 2.
That's a plugger. So, Keanu saying that, yeah, Corey will be doing Group A in Spain. That's true.
Edge.
Yeah, this is going to be 4. So look at a boundary from somewhere. Pillay will drag himself into double figures. And will also end the over. It's 43 for 3 after 8 overs.
A bit of luck going overseas way here. Hay poquito de suerte. Esa es una herba at Pillay. He's been there far too long, but maybe he's going to start. Now he's found a boundary. Maybe he's going to go from strength to strength. That was the first boundary that he's hit.
It looks like a few tall towers, but you've got to realise the scale there is 10. So we haven't had a double-digit over yet. In fact, I don't think they had one this morning in the game 1 either. I was going to check that innings. No, they didn't. So 9 has been their best over in both games. Hey, so Shrug, tell me what happened with Corey. I think he's saying he might skip the first half and come back when you come back. But I wasn't on the air, but I heard
What
that
happened?
things got a bit heated. I heard in the chat. But, you know, Corey's a bit fiery sometimes. But you got to take the good with the bad with him. I think I don't really understand it because I'll tell you why. Because Shrug, I think, was just trying to say that he thought that Spain were favourites for finals week, for championship week. And Corey was saying that, no, they're not. How dare you say that? I don't know if Corey's language was a little bit over the top. And Shrug, I hope you haven't taken offence too much. Why don't you give us a chance, and maybe I can get Corey to apologise to you. I wouldn't be holding my breath knowing him, but hopefully you stay with us, Shrug, because there's going to be some really good cricket in Barcelona. And that facility, the Montjuic facility, it's been completely redone.
It's been redone, yeah. I mean, it is up there in Mount Juic, and played a big part of the Olympics. 92, wasn't it? The 92
Olympics, that's right.
There. So it's a great setup, and this one is going to be another catch. Yes, it is. Easily taken, no mistakes at all. And this time it's Gigan George, who after bowling a fine spell himself, takes 1 for 12 and then takes another catch. Their catching has been superb.
Yeah, and look, Viswanath comes on now. He gets a wicket, and you got to feel for someone like Lorenz, who comes and gets a fair piece of this, but he picks one of the longer pockets of the ground. And yeah, the catching's been top class from the Edex Knights. And so, unfortunately, overseas, just cannot fire a shot now. And what? Here's the mongoose. We've got a mongoose alert. Let's see if Marks can use it. And so, yeah, he's coming out with an over and a half to go. It's got a long handle.
Explain I was going to say, explain the mongoose.
So the mongoose is a type of bat which has a long handle, which makes it lighter. So because of that, you can get more back speed and hit it further. But the negative is you've got less bat. So let's see how we go here. Now, he gets some bat on it. Don't think it's the middle, and he's going to get dropped. Well, I think for all you mongoose lovers out there, I'm happy that one goes down. I think it's the first catch they've dropped, and it's Stanislaus who gets fingers to it but can't hold on.
Well, Stanislaus can only take him in the slips, and the mongoose, well, we thought he was going to get mongoosed here, but at least the mongoose brings Marks a bit of luck. He gets off the mark with a single, but really, Stanislaus should have taken that catch.
If you use the leading edge of the bat, doesn't matter how mongoosed it is. It's not going to go that far. And there we go, Pillay. There we go. It's 23rd time lucky for the opener as he goes large maximal time. And that brings up the 50 for overseas.
Well, finally, he gets lucky with the 4 that he's got to his name. There's no luck with this one. It wasn't the best of deliveries, but it's pumped out of there. He gets back on the ball. And this one goes into the zone off the tennis courts. So well done to Pillay. 23 deliveries, 19. Let's see if he can get up to a runner ball. And he leans on his bat. And he's just leaning on his bat like he's like batted all the way through the innings and he's like on 60 or 70 runs. He's not, but hey, he's got 19. It was quite amazing. I've never seen anything like it as Viswanath comes in to finish his over. Going to get this one to pitch. He does, but it's a wide, so it's going to be another one. I've never seen a batter come in at number 11, come down the track, swing it, miss it, get stumped, gets out for a golden, and then the next match he's opening.
Yeah,
never seen it. And
try
I suppose he's eaten up a lot of deliveries.
Can he get back to run a ball or better?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's his challenge. It's going to be another wide, and Viswanath, he started well. Ever since he's taken that wicket, he's gone downhill.
Has to be probably one of the most different innings ever as far as time spent at the crease.
Yeah.
Going from just the one ball to almost 9 overs now.
And he misses this one, so he's back to normal. Hey, listen, that would be a first. That's definitely our first. If we have a number 11, who was out first ball, and then he's back all the way through.
Well, he seems golden out there. He just can't get out no matter what he tries. Even that man's over the stumps. And tell that to someone like Lorenzo comes out and smacks it and it picks out the fielder. Anyway, it's 52 for 4 after 9. Overseas, just losing their battle with that runner ball pace. 8 would get them up to 60. You've got Jason Matthew to come back. He's bowled so well today. I'll be interested to see how much he can swing this older ball now.
Well, let's see how this goes. Yes. It's Matthew who's coming back.
All right, so Matthew, pretty much unhittable so far. He's going to take on the mongoose. And he bowls a big, filthy no ball.
No ball is called, and probably Marks would have hoped to have stayed there. Probably didn't want to take the run. But I think here, I mean, he backs away from it. I'd still have a swing at it.
I think he just tries to deflect it away.
And you know what this is? This
Doesn't have enough bat.
Exactly, because it's a mongoose. The top half of the bat is missing. So
Well, that's actually one genuine reason it never took off is because, yeah, when you're playing horizontal bat shots, I think it's difficult because a lot of those balls actually hit higher up on the bat. Yeah. Anyway, Pelé, sound the horn. It's a free hit time. Yeah, he does hit it, and he smacks it into the field. He fields it with his shoulder. Sharju cops it.
That's a really good stop, and sometimes you got to take it for your team.
That bounced so far off him. Look how much it bounces back.
Oh, that's been smashed.
Wow.
Look at that. Well, that is definitely going to be a bruise. So Pillay is still not out. We go back to Marks now.
Come on. I want to see a mongoose Maximo. It's such a throwback. I think it was late 2000s. They tried this in professional cricket. Didn't really take off. No bat on that. Can't blame the mongoose. It still is as wide as a normal bat. That's the thing. But yeah, I remember, I think it was Matthew Hayden was using it in the IPL when it first started. When you do hit it out of the middle, this thing goes miles, right? Marks hasn't found the middle just yet. He's going walkabout. There we go. This is up and it's over and it's a mongoose Maximo. Well, there you go. That extra bat speed coming good. And so overseas, they do get up in the 60s. And what a shot this is from Marks.
Yeah, it's a mongoose as it goes high up into the sky, over the boundary rope, and hits the ball to the side of us here. To stop it going any further. So they're in the 60s here. Got into the 50s in the last one. So things looking up here for the overseas. I mean, still well short of what we'd call it's a pass score. But Marks, what else can he do here? Oh, he goes for another one. It was a little bit quicker, this one, for Matthews. And you can see Matthews, when that one goes through, he says, didn't hit that one, did you?
Pelé's looking good to bat through this innings at the moment as well. Just sitting pretty at the other end.
Well,
On his 20 not out now. Marks.
He wants to get to the other end there, doesn't he, Pelé?
Doesn't really keep his eye on that one. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. I mean, Matthew, they could have bowled him in the third. I would have bowled him out.
Yeah.
Now he cops a bit. This is edged and gone, little inside edge. And so, the mongoose did its job. Came through with one Maximo, and Marks, he just nicks this, and it's well held behind the stumps by Avinash Delete. Little inside edge. And so overseas lose a fifth wicket, and with one ball remaining, 61 for 5.
Yeah, David Marks hits a big mongoose 6, and then finds the edge of that bat. Well, maybe they should make it a little bit skinnier as well, because then he wouldn't have got the edge on this. But not to be. Nice catch taken again there by the captain, Avinash Delete. He's had a very good morning so far. I liked him behind the stumps. I like the way that he's used his bowlers and set his fields. And in general, apart from that one blip, which was Stanislaus putting down Marks on his first ball, I think I've got to say the Knights, they've been spot on here. A few now, ball to go.
Yep. All right, here's Erasmus getting a ball. Can't hit it. Can't run. So 61 will be the final score. And Pelé carries his bat for 20 in this 10 overs. And yeah, so it looks a bit thin on the ground, although we have seen some scores in the 60s defended here in Malta. But you'd say it's a bit of a tall order. And I think the Knights, they'll want to make a statement, I think, and get these runs as quick as possible.
Well, there you go. There you see him. He was a number 11 batter. And then 10 minutes later, he's an opener. And he bats all the way through the innings, scores 20 not out of 25 deliveries. And, well, he'll go back and telling everyone, did you see that? I'm an opener now as we Stanislaus. First wicket again is a catch at slip taken by him, but he had an opportunity to get out David Marks a bit later, but he didn't take it. Marks, though, only managed to add 7 runs more from that on. This was a cracking shot of the day so far, and that came from the captain of the overseas, Clive Palmer. It was the first 6 that they've hit as well. That was then followed up by a big one from Palmer, one of the 2 boundaries that he hit. From Pelé, I should say, one of the 2 boundaries that he hit. One of them was a genuine edge, and then the big 6. And this one was well hit, but unfortunately, you have to try and get past that man there, Boz Paul, who has been in fantastic form with his fielding. That's the 4th catch that he's taken. And it just seemed that, there we go, that was the first boundary from Pelé. It was a bit of an edgy one. This one, again, unlucky, absolutely smashes it, but finds the fielder. And this time it was Giggin George that made no mistakes. So their catching really was great. Like I say, there was only that one blip that came out in it. And that was, I think this one that you're seeing here was Stanislaus just gets it completely wrong. And that did sort of cost him. Not this 6, that was blasted from Pillay. That went into the zone of the tennis courts. But it was David Marks, and he came out and he hit this one, which sailed over. That was the old Mongoose 6, using the Mongoose bat. But unfortunately for him, when he went for another, he just ends up getting a little snick behind. And Matthew, who was the one who was able to come back with a perfect reply after being hit for 6. And they certainly enjoyed that moment. And then after that, not a lot more happened. The new batter came in and swung and missed. And 61 on the board. So they haven't really been able to get going with the bat here today. I mean, just the combined 2 knocks that they've had, they've only just managed to get the 100 in 2 knocks. So things not going their way, but they were able to get a bit of acceleration in there. At least they were able to get past the 50 and into the 60s. And you see there, Pillay 20 of 25. And Clyde Palmer 16 of the 12 deliveries that he faced. And with the bowling, once again, I think you'd have to say from the Knights, his job done. They just were, well, very economical with bowlers. The only bowler not getting a wicket was Babu, but everybody else was right up there. And once again, Matthew and Bosball was very impressed with their bowling. Sharju was very good as well. And, well, Vishwanath, a little bit unlucky. He could have had a few more wickets himself. 61 for 5 it is, as we leave you with the mid-match summary. So 62 required for the Knights to make a perfect start to their campaign. Can they make it 2 out of 2 and be sitting pretty at the top of Group B? Join us in 10 minutes' time for the conclusion of match number 22. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hasta pronto. Hello and welcome back to the middle here at the Malta International Cricket Ground. The overseas, they've had a bat, but once again they had the issues. We saw them in the first match between them and the Knights. They struggled to get to 101, 45 they finished. And, all out, and this time round they're batting first. 61 they've managed to put on the board thanks to that man there, Pillay, who, well, he's certainly getting his match fees worth today. Opening the batting and batted all the way through the innings and scored 20 runs of 25 deliveries, and now he's been given the ball, so maybe we can see a player of the match performance from Pillay. This one's been worked away, it's up in the air, chases on, but the fielder is not going to get there. Kafi's cautious get there, but Lagia Choka just helps us along. It's been directed a little bit down onto the leg side. Welcome back to everybody. To everybody that's on the chat. Nice to have you with us. Plenty of conversation happening. Shrug, welcome back to you as well as Keanu. And nice to see that people are flicking through the cricket happening in the World Cup and here as well. Hope you're enjoying your Saturday. Binge Watcher is on there as well. Kai Bai as well. Lovely to have you guys with us on this, well, very beautiful sunny afternoon in Malta. Better delivery from Pillay. Yorker length right in the slot. Bit more of a breeze here today. Slightly cooler. I mean, you'd expect the temperatures to start to cool down a little bit, but still around about 24 degrees and pretty hot out there in the middle, as you can see from Pillay. Starting to feel the heat under the collar. Oh, this one quite easily could have gone back onto the stumps. Stanislaus. He's made a good positive start with that one boundary. Overseas, they need to get some wickets quickly. Good firm shot, well fielded once again by Lawrence. He's been very good. We saw him in good form, sliding and getting involved in a run out earlier. A slight change in the field as Basil George gets set to face his first delivery. Good start, Yorker length delivery right in the block hole. It's a nice one, well dug out. Change into field once more. Hart is coming inside the circle, so they're basically tempting Basil to go for that straight hit. Pillay looking to finish the over well. That's not the easiest to bowl to Basil. Basil George. Will settle for the wide, but I think that's where he would go for the big hit. And misses it completely wide. Signalled by the umpire Shubas. Shot, takes him on and he gets it. And this one goes all the way to the boundary. Kinasona Shaka Lagia. Eso es muy guay, muy grande. Loving the footwork there on Basil. Gets to the pitch of it and smashes it over the top. And as he does that. Pillay looks like he's a bit of an issue with his calf. Matches without a goal on the board now, 117. As that over comes to an end, and 12 from it, so the perfect start in response from the Knights. Now, one thing that the Knights will know from what happened in that Group A, as this one's a bit firmly races past, or whizzes past, I should say, the ear of the fielder that's in close. Get stopped, gets a single, so the field has to move quite dramatically again, and that's again is the advantage of the left-right combination. This keeps the field moving all the time. Fielders have to be right on the money, and Marksy is right on the money there as well. Good delivery from him. Gets blocked out. David Marks, we've seen him at times also skippering the overseas side. He's certainly been a key player for them over the years as he comes in once more. George winds up, he's hit hard and too quick and too spicy for the man who's trying to stop this one. Really rocket shot, and that races to the boundary for run. Just look how quickly this goes, and though the fielder does try and make the stop, there's nothing they can do about it. So, cracking shot, and I think it was Eldon Pillay who's doing the diving to try and stop it. They're not able to do so. And this one will be whacked away as well. That is right in the hitting zone of Basil George. And well, there's some of the Malta Day guys are here. And, says, well, hang on, let's get a feel of this ball earlier. And it's a nice shot, a couple of bounces, goes to the field, and there we go. Nice work there. George looking hungry, looking dangerous. Oh, and he plays an awful shot. He can't believe he's done it. He cannot believe he's done this. He's filthy with himself. And David Mark says, yeah, I know how you're feeling, buddy. Oh, he stops himself playing the shot. That's George, and just chomps it onto his stumps. Have a look at this. Stops himself and then plays it back onto the stump. And watch, he's filthy angry with himself. You know, I've been there. He wants to hit something. He wants to smack the bat on the floor. Then he thinks, no, I don't want to break my bat. He wants to hit the stumps and thinks, no, they've been knocked over already. What can I hit? Well, he just grimaces. And, well, Marks, he's happy. And then eventually he goes up to Basil and says, sorry, pal, but you got to go. And it will be 21 for 1. There's still a ball to go in the over. Yeah, I'm not sure about the story of this hat. Maybe Vinny will come back and tell us more, because it still looks like it hasn't changed owners. So, well, maybe Vinny Sandu can tell us more, because he is back now. Well, Vinny, welcome back.
I actually noticed that Marks was wearing it in this innings, but at the moment he's bowling, so it's on Pillay, who batted through the innings for 20. So I think that Marks,
that misfield, maybe.
Yeah, potentially. This one sneaks through, and it'll be the end of the over. So 21 for 1. Yeah, boom, boom. Basil was on, wasn't he? But just caught between two shots, really, to go for it or to not go for it. In the end, he just kind of tamely deflected the ball back onto his own stumps. Let's have a look at the table. Early days, but the Knights topping the table after their first win. And overseas searching for their first points. It's hard to see them pulling this off after barely scraping into the 60s. This afternoon, we'll see Malta Day and Southern Crusaders, and then Sweetie United. They'll join on Monday, each team playing 8 matches. And the bottom team eliminated after match 40. The top 4 teams will play the top 4 teams in the other group. The higher you finish, the lower ranked opponent you'll receive in the quarterfinals. Here's Pillay, who's back. And he's ditched the Duds cap. This is going to run away, just stop inside the line. He almost slides into the boundary there, but I think he does make the stop in the end. You can see here, so the ball's almost stopped. Have a look, almost touches the line, but I think he doesn't quite. But yeah, he's leaving it pretty tight. But it'll just be 2 runs. Yeah, Pillay, yeah, you mentioned, I think, he's certainly got his money's worth today, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got his money's worth, but can he get another breakthrough? Marks has got the wicket of Basil George, and just get the feeling that if you can get 3 or 4 of these nice batters out early, you stand a chance. That's ill-directed, that's not where you need to be bowling. And that's been whipped away. And Stanislaus, well, like I say, he's a classy batter, Stanislaus. Anything, you know, orthodox, normal shots like that, that's a meat and drink for him. Puts it away.
Yeah, this is the thing. The Knights had a very definite plan of where they wanted to bowl, and they stuck to it. And they executed it pretty well. They weren't bowling too many of these kind of deliveries outside the kind of front hip. You can just turn on. You can just open up that leg side. Maria Pillay needs to sort it out. Stanislaus, bit of a quicker start from him this time around. Now he goes, he elevates, and he gets 6. Maximo! Well, this is a really good shot. This is what I'm talking about. I think that he can still play orthodox cricket shots, but just extend them. This is just a normal off drive, and he doesn't try and hit it that hard. That's a really good shot, and Stanislaus, he certainly flexes his muscles with that shot.
Yeah, you're spot on. And basically, he doesn't have to try and get the aggression into the shots. He's got the shots. He can play all around the ground, and he can execute them like that as well. That's a beautiful shot. And it just goes to show you can play this normal, if you call it normal, mode of play in this format and still be successful and still be able to compete with the big boys. You don't have to go smash, bang, boom with every ball. You can play shots on merit, and that's exactly what Stanislaus is doing here. Pillay looks like a man who's struggling, and he's realising that being an opener is hard work.
Shoulder a pretty heavy load, hasn't he?
Batted all the way through the innings, and now he's having to work hard here with the ball. He's gone for 25 without any joy at the moment. 2 more balls in his spell. See, lumbers in, fires this one down the leg side as well, and Nitin Babu gets lucky, and I suppose Pillay gets lucky as well, because that's the delivery that if he's bowling that to Stanislaus, Stanislaus is clipping it away to the boundary. He's hardly getting to his mark. Oh, look, he's huffing and puffing. Somebody help him out. He's going to need some oxygen. Daniela, where are you? Take something out for him. Oh, he's struggling. Look at him. He can hardly get back to his bowling mark. He gets there now. He sucks in some more air. A wicket will revive him. Can he get one? No, he can't. He's going to get hit for 4 more. And he's going to finish with 0 of 30 off his 2 overs. Another cracking shot from Stanislaus. Absolutely beautiful. Holds his pose, holds his shape, and sends this one to the boundary. 4 carreras más. And that is also the end of the over. And they're moving along swiftly. 39 for 1 after 3. Good power play, but doesn't quite get to the 50 though.
Not quite the 50, but they certainly have set up. Looks like a very easy chase. Again, like that from Stanislaus. Holds his shape. I think also he's got the confidence with the field up in the power play that he doesn't have to try and hit the ball over the boundary. He just has to hit it over the infield. And it's amazing how often when you do that, even you saw that 6 a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
You know, he's just trying to get that over the infield. And then, because your timing's so much better, you're not trying to overswing, you're not trying to hit the ball too hard. It's amazing how far you can hit it. And you just get that timing right. Here's the marksman, Matt, for over number 4. How long can this game last? Pretty good ball first up. Pushed by Babu with some hesitation. They declined the run in the end.
Yeah, it was a nice little shot from Babu. It wasn't a bad delivery as well. Respected it, but you should have got a run from it. The batters need to go straight up, but you can see Nitin Babu, he's turning down his own runs, and then after we said, all right, then maybe we will, but by that time, Stanislaus is on his way back. And then now, he's at an end where he really shouldn't be. So if he goes here now, he'll be thinking, yeah, I should have taken that run, and I wouldn't have been in this position. Can the marksman get another? He's bowled well so far. Good delivery. Good areas after attacking the stumps of Babu. First 2 deliveries, he gets this one. Just teases him with one outside the off. And this is why I go back to what I said before. They are very reliant on 2 batters, are the Knights. We saw it was Basil George, who got a quick fire 40 in the first one. This is up in the air and just gets it over the man Pillay, who is, well, he's having a few struggles. And maybe that hat is there to stay. You never know. I don't know if he's wearing it by choice or whether he's wearing it for the marksman. But, well, it gets... I think he may have got fingertips to it. It was an opportunity, you know. I do think it was an opportunity. I wonder if he strayed off the line short. And this just gets played away. Doesn't want to play the hook shot. Doesn't want to take on the marksman. So get a single. That's Babu after hitting the 6, which opened his account. Stanislaus, will he change his approach? He's been quite aggressive. Yeah, just going back to what I was saying. Basil George 43 for 16. And Stanislaus was not at 33 of 27, which got them to the 100 mark last time. So they are reliant very heavily on the likes of Stanislaus and Basil George to get them runs. And that's what teams will be looking at. Try to work out to either get those two batters out early or try to contain them, find out their weaknesses. You saw that the overseas thought that with Basil George it was spin. It wasn't to be. He tore into the spinners in the first match, but he was bowled courtesy of a bit of luck by David Marks in this one. So he's out the equation. 47 at the end of 4 overs. And Stanislaus is the man who's standing tall at the moment. 24 of 11. And has played some very nice, handsome shots. Babu, he's had a little bit of luck. But sometimes you need that to get yourself going. So, big moment this, I think. The spin coming on of Hershey. And, let's see if he's able to get the breakthrough and put the brakes on here. Floats this up a long way, and that's not the best of starts. He's going to get in between the two fielders. And that's 4 runs, just over pitching it, does Hershey. This is what he does. I mean, he's always going to be, he's not going to shy away from this, I tell you that now. But this one, he just overcooks it slightly, the first one, and it gets smashed away in between the two fielders. 4 runs, nice clean hit there. Stanislaus just continuing. Doesn't want to not be the aggressor here, doesn't want the bowlers to get the upper hand. Not a good delivery. And Stanislaus doesn't even bother to try and play at this one, which sort of surprises me a little bit. There was nobody at all in that area of fine leg or the 45, so you don't want to be bowling there. Better outside the off, cut away, well fielded. They hesitate, but do take the single. Babu gets to the bowler's end, so this is an opportunity for overseas and also for Hershey now to attack. Babu hasn't been too confident while he's been there. And just pushes this out for the single. We'll get there. That's one thing overseas have to look at. I've just mentioned that my thinking is that Stanislaus and Basil are the key batters. When they are not on strike and one of them is out there, you've got to stop them being given the strike. Firmly struck, will be just a single. So like here now, with Babu going on strike, okay, there's still 2 balls to go. But I would now be bringing the fielders in closer. I would bring my point up. You've got a sweeper behind you anyway. Come right up. Stop that single. Maybe even bring the square leg up. Take the chance to not allow him to get the single. See here now, that's exactly what I'm talking about. He just guides that away, takes the single. Stanislaus now gets on strike. And at this point is where you would then say, right, okay, let's push back, because you know he wants to try the big shot on. Just stops his shot and take the single, so he'd give himself the strike back. So you've got to have some strategies in play. So Hershey, not the worst of overs. So this one gets played away. This is what we got next up. Malta Day. We'll welcome them back. Malta Day had a really good encore series when they finished top of the pack. Only lost 1 match in the group stages, and they played some really good cricket. They're up against the Southern Crusaders, and the bat versus ball haul here, 95 to 85 in favour of Malta Day. And the Malta Day, though, again, you can see there, they also were a team that were affected by the weather last time, with a couple of no results in their timeline, where Southern Crusaders, well, they look at that in their last 5 matches, just the one win. So they're a team looking to get back to winning ways and maybe more happier times. There's a new bowler, looks to come on. And this is Julian Arumus. Let's see if Julian can make any inroads here. 57 for 1 are the night, so even though that was a good over from Hershey, 10 still come off it, so 5 runs needed. So this match is more or less done. We're just waiting maybe for the umpires to get some communication through with the scorers here. There's Erasmus. Well, maybe he's hoping that he can finish the day with a bit of a personal highlight for him. Stanislaus, quite happy to just fend this off, guide it down to man at third. So here now, I'd bring everybody up. I mean, Babu probably will still go for the big shot. He's probably thinking, yeah, I can finish this with one shot, and he'll go for it.
Yeah, so Erasmus trying to keep this game alive. Well, this one drops out of the sky a little bit on Babu. Just keeps it out.
Yeah, just blocked it out. I think he's definitely looking for the one to launch into. It's Babu. I think Stanislaus, probably that's why he does just push the ball out to him.
Just a nice little bit of bowling though. Once again, well located by Erasmus. And yeah, Erasmus came into the side, didn't play in the earlier match. He was 12th man, so yeah, coming in. I like that he's just been pretty disciplined so far with what he's doing. He's not trying to bowl super quick. He's just trying to get it in the right spot. I think that's the key. And the Knights, of course, they can win it with a boundary. This time it does hang up in the air long enough to be a full toss, but it's only a single. I mean, this is a good over from Erasmus. If he can close this one out, then obviously his captain can turn to him in other situations. Yeah. So yeah, I think he's impressed me so far. Stanislaus though, he wants to finish it with a bang, I'm sure. He's back and punches off the back foot. And again, just a single. It's well bowled again. Good location.
Yeah, it's well bowled. I'm liking this. No pace on it, but more importantly, he's bowled the right length. Just the one delivery, I think, that one to the ball before the Babu, which was a bit of a full toss. But it's not been easy to get away. So certainly have liked this. Erasmus, can he finish it here? Babu will want to go after it, and it's going to be called a wide. So that ties the score. So 1 required for victory. Will this be the last ball of this contest? And it looks like the Knights, a team that have missed out on 2 occasions in the final, have made a perfect start. A bit like Malta did, the team that they'll be challenging. And decides not to take the single, so it will be the end of the over, and we will go into the 7th.
Yeah, we will. And of course, after a short break, we'll be back, and we're probably around about 40 minutes or so from a start in match 23, Malta Day versus Southern Crusaders. These are the 2 teams. You see Azim Sathi had a very good series last year. Cornelius Yunus, a really exciting left-hander as well. Sam Aquilina, he's a rock behind the stumps for Malta Day. And the Crusaders, well, they've got some good players to watch. I always like to watch Ryan Ricky Bastiats at the top of the order. Guna Tilaka, he is listed at the top of the order as well for them. Jojo Thomas, I see him as well. They're going to be missing Bilal Khan, no doubt about that. But, I mean, they do have a pretty competitive side. I think that'll be a really interesting finish to the afternoon. And like I said, it'll start in around about 40 minutes. So you can have time for a quick bite to eat, maybe a cup of coffee, then come right back here. This will be the end of the game. And I think it's actually just going to be no ball and finished. I don't think you're going to run for that. That's why it's so rough.
No.
Because
the no ball will be it. That's it.
The scores are tied. I think it's harsh if you're on 99 and that happened. And you don't get the run. But anyway, it will be done with 24 balls to spare. You can see that Jack Barrett came on. He will be the owner of an economy rate of infinity, unfortunately, because this ball was too high. And at the instant that was called, it is the end of the game. The Knights do it easily. And look, when you have so many matches on ECN, you're going to occasionally have some mismatches. That felt like one this morning, didn't it? I just think that overseas, the players they were relying on didn't really fire with the bat. And the Knights, well, for me, yes, they batted pretty well, but for me, it really was set up with a very disciplined bowling performance, and they also held their catches. So I think it's a pretty big statement, I think, to the rest of the competition that the Knights are here, and they want their first ECN trophy.
Yeah, they certainly do. They've went about it the right way. Well, 33 is the number for Stanislaus. 33 of 27 not out in the first, and he'll be 33 not out in this one as well, off less delivery, 17. And I think he knew that he had to just up it a little bit once Basil George went, and he was disappointed when he got himself out because he was hitting beautifully, played some lovely shots. I mean, this one was absolutely creamed, and David Marks had to get it right, as we saw a bit of fielding there. And this one was crunched as well, and that was Pillay, who couldn't get anywhere near it. But then he goes and does this, and he's absolutely gutty with himself, filthy with himself for playing onto that. He went for 14 of 6, but that's when Stanislaus came into his own, and he and Babu put the partnership on together to get them the victory. So I certainly do like in the batting of Stanislaus, batted beautifully as well. But again, I think this match was decided in the field. I think the fielding of the Knights was sensational. They bowled well, and they were backed up well by the fielders as well. And well, Pillay, he's glad it's over because I think he's ready to have a little bit of a lie down. He probably will need a massage tonight as well. He's had a big day.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And they had the biggest promotion in the game. And this is probably one of the shortest spells you'll ever see from Jack Barrett, who couldn't quite get the length right. And yeah, with the scores tied, that no ball ended the match. And yeah, the Knights off to the races, aren't they? They certainly look a well-balanced team. Yeah, I know what you're saying with the batting depth potentially, but I think comparably to other teams, I mean, they're just as good with the bat, I think. They've got just as many good batters. This will be a really interesting one. Malta Day, they're coming off a series where they were 5-1. They actually topped Group A last time we were here towards the end of 2021. And they're taking on the Southern Crusaders. Malta Day just had their final series kind of ruined by rain. Their quarterfinal was rained out. They did win it as the higher ranked team, but then they had to play a 3-over match against the Knights that they went down 39-13. So it'll be good to see them out there on the park against Southern Crusaders. Well, they're always around the mark, aren't they? And if their stars fire, I think we should have a pretty competitive afternoon of cricket right back here at the Master Cricket Ground. Join us in 40 minutes. We'll have the first ball of match 23. Let's have a look at the scorecard and Samuel Stanislaus. It's funny, sometimes he just finds his touch quicker than others, and this was one of those times that hit some really nice shots through the line of the ball. 33 off 18 for Samuel. Basil George made a very quick fire 14, then chopped on to David Marks, and Babu, he was there to see things through, and they do it very easily in the end. 62 for 1 off just 6 overs. So good net run rate booster as well for the Edex Knights. As far as the bowlers went, well, I think Marks was decent. He took 1 for 17 of his 2 overs. The other bowler I liked there was Julian Erasmus. I think that he showed he could bowl one side of the wicket. Wasn't particularly quick, but I don't think you have to be. And for Jack Barrett, well, he just got the one delivery. Unfortunately, it was not a legal one. And that sent us to our lunch break here at the Master Cricket Ground. Join us in around about 35 minutes. We'll be back to take you into the afternoon session. Malta Day, they've won the toss. They'll be batting first against the Southern Crusaders. So whatever you're doing, make sure you join us right back here for more ECN action on a sunny Saturday afternoon on the island nation of Malta. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. We'll see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Malta, and we're halfway through a super Saturday of action, and coming up next we have match 23 and two new teams to this series, though we have seen them before. It is going to be Malta Day taking on the Southern Crusaders in this afternoon's matches, starting with match 23. Let's go out to the middle where Stefan Gooch, the tournament referee, is with two captains for the coin toss.
Crusaders to call.
Tails.
Tails to call. Heads.
Back it.
Okay.
Right, guys.
All the best.
Good luck.
So it is Malta Day that have won the toss, and they've elected to bat first. Good confident move, I think, for them. And look, they really did impress me last time we saw them in the Encore series in November and December last year. They topped the table in Group A with a 5-1 record, and they've got some really good experienced players like Sam Aquilina, who made a big impact back then. And look, they had their finals campaign kind of ruined by rain. We saw them win the quarterfinal as the high-ranked team that was washed out halfway through the game against Royal Strikers, and then we saw them lose a 3-over shortened match to the Knights in the semis. So look, hopefully the weather is kind to them, and hopefully they play some good cricket once again. Looking forward to seeing them. And I know there's quite a few people watching at the Malta Day Hospital, so hello to you guys. I know that you're big fans of the European Cricket Network and the series here in Malta, and hopefully you're having a nice day at work if you are at work. Speaking of work, well, Southern Crusaders, they've got some work to do. They got knocked out just before the decider last time. They're normally there and thereabouts. Their captain, Michael Gunatilaka, well, I'm sure he won't mind chasing. He'll know exactly what he has to do in this game. No Bilal Khan for them, so that's a big loss, but let's see if they can paper over that and perhaps put a competitive game together in match 23. Over to Rico Full as we get ready for the start of the afternoon session in the first match of this doubleheader. It's Malta Day. They've won the toss. They're going to have a hit. It's over to you. Let's get it started.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo Vinisandu. Yes, indeed. Let's get it started. Certainly looking forward to this fine contest. It will be the umpire, Shubhas, and umpire Lee that will take the teams out. And as we have a look at the fantasy dashboard, have a look at Malta Day. I mean, remember last time round, the likes of Azim Sathi and Cornelius Yunus was so key to the start that Malta Day were having. And it's nice to see that their captain, Sam Aquilina, a really, really nice guy, and a gun behind the stumps as well. Watch out for his keeping. He really is sensational. Pintu Ghosh there with the ball as well. Over the other side, where Ryan Ricky Bastan's the left-hander. He can smash the ball big. Michael Guntaleka, well, it's nice to see Michael actually on the field of play. He's normally working hard as part of the European Cricket Network crew. So good luck to you, Michael, captaining the Southern Crusaders. Zishan Yusuf in that side as well. Adli Chandaram, he's going to be one to watch. And of course, Jojo Thomas as well. Some familiar names, as well as one or two new names as well. And in their traditional yellowy and blue outfits, we see that the Southern Crusaders are taking the field. And we'll see that the first two batters are on the way out as well. Have a quick look at the bat versus ball wall. 95 to 85 in favour of Malta Day in this one. We saw that a bit earlier. So Malta Day expecting to get to that around about the 95 score. And let's see how that works out for them here today. Today we haven't seen too many high scores. The Knights, when they batted first, they put 100 on the board. Overseas failed, only got to 45, and then overseas batting first got to 61, and the Knights knocked those off with 24 balls to go. So are we going to end the day with some high scoring contests? We'll have to wait and see how this one goes. As you see, Michael Guntalika is having a chat with his opening bowler, and it looks like it will be Zishan Yusuf who's going to start things off. Gives me an opportunity before we start to give a big shout out to everybody that's been on the YouTube chat here today and on a Saturday. What a fine Saturday it's been as well here in Malta. It's beautiful conditions for cricket. It's not too hot. Temperatures around about 24, 25 degrees, and also a nice breeze to give the players a little bit of a comfort as we get ready to go. We wait for our official time partner, therefore Frederica Constant, to give the umpires the thumbs up. It's going to be umpire Shubhas, who will say, let's get the proceedings started. The tuck is at square leg. Here we go, first ball of match 3 of Group B. It's short and wide, and missed out on by Sathi. Dot to start. This one is lashed onto. Well, he doesn't miss out on 2 in the spin. And once again, it's a little bit too wide, a little bit too short. And Sathi onto this one pretty quickly. And he puts it away. Really nice shot. It's a nice one to play in the power play as well, when you know that all the fielders, particularly on the offside, are inside the circle. Just a quick scan of the field here. Long on is back. And man on the third man boundary also is on it. Yusuf goes wide again and gets the same treatment. This time maybe not as clean as hit as the one before, but still he gets enough on it. He gets enough leverage on it to send it away. And he's not running for those. As Sathi hits it and stays put. 4 more. So got away with 1 that was wide outside the off, but the last 2 have been dispatched. Yusuf now making the change, but he needs to change his line as well. He can't set a field to bad bowling. Better, and gets respected. No run. Yeah, you see, I mean, a man has been put back now covering that offside boundary, so third man comes in. I just think that's a mistake. I mean, they've been wide deliveries. If he gets back to bowling this sort of length, you need the third man back. Just gets a little bit of something on this as the throw comes in. Let's see if there's anything from the umpire. Well, it is signalled as leg byes. Not too much of a shot really being played here, I suppose, but I guess the umpire decides he is trying to just get a little paddle on this, so allows it. The first time to see Cornelius Yunus, a hard-hitting left-hander, deep inside his crease. Opts to play this out. Aja says Sathi. A wild throw which needed to be backed up really well. And it was a captain himself, Marco Guntaleka, who does. Wild throw. The batter has to be ducking and diving for it. I think that actually went past his face in front of him. Here we are in Malta, coming to the end of our first week here. 1 more week here, and of course the next week will be, well, it will be finals day here next Saturday in Malta, and then after that we make our way to Spain to finish our season. 5 weeks in Barcelona. What a treat that will be. What a series that will be as well. And then after that we have our 7-week end of season break before we do it all over again. What a stellar year it has been. Been absolutely sensational. And next year promises to be bigger and better. This one is not a good delivery. It's very wide down the leg side. The keeper does well. Chandaram gets a hand to it, and that's enough to prevent the batters from taking more than just the 1 wide from that one. 10 did come off the first over from Zishan. This one is even wider, and this will go all the way down to the boundary. That is 5 wides. A Gandhi ball. You see Chandaram this time says, well, all right, I may have got the hand to the last one. But this one, I can't even get my foot to it. He needs to go with it with his hand, though. I mean, he did well last time around, Chandaram, but yeah, got to get yourself diving at these and trying to stop it. And that's 5 very, very valuable runs. Coming. Oh, wow. I mean, he's trying to stop the last one with his feet. This one could have broken his foot. This is not the way to be doing any fielding. Have a look at this from the wicketkeeper. Oh, wow. Oh, that is filthy. Got to use your gloves there. Oh, that could have been nasty. That could have been really nasty. He's going to have to go. No, he won't. Oh, this one gets put down. Well, I was thinking that Chandaram was going to have to make another stop down the leg side. And that one gets dropped down, and that's a Senabiranath not able to take the catch. I mean, it was motoring, just looking to help it along the way. It hit pretty quickly, comes to him really quickly. And Vinatha puts that one down. Opportunity goes down. I have to say, it would have been, the batter would have been filthy with himself to get out to that. Yunus. Sathi firmly struck 4 more runs. What a lovely shot this is. Just goes through the shot, gets it right, powerful hit, And always going wide of the man in the mid-off area. 4 runs. So Sathi looking pretty powerful as we got a nice group of people coming down to watch the cricket. Got a nice crowd here today. It's nice to see that some of the Maltese are opting to come down to this Malta International Cricket Ground on their day off to watch some of the cricket. Short, gets away with it, dot ball. Sathi just takes a moment to compose himself. It's been a very good start so far. Better delivery. The only thing here he's got to be careful with, and Lee Tuck has been very kind to the bowler so far, but there's no right to be running where he is here. I mean, once he bowls this, he cannot be going into that area, walking across the pitch. I mean, it's different if he's trying to field the ball, but he does the same thing again. And I'd like to see the umpire have a chat with the bowler about this. You can't be doing that. We've seen that some of the umpires have been pretty strict on it. Saw Tim Wheeler yesterday, but that's not the way to be doing it. Going right across the umpire. Firmly hit, and that's another reason he shouldn't be there, as that's 4 runs, because Lee Tuck had no idea where this ball was when it was struck. Firmly hit, lovely shot though, once again, right through the line. And that goes into the European Cricket Network banner alongside the Malta banner there. Playing cricket together, one sport, one game. As we have a look at the tables, the Knights, they put themselves right up the top in the driving seat with 2 very good victories, and you can see the net run rate is good there as well. Which one of these 2 teams, Malta Day or Southern Crusaders, can join them, or at least start to get points on the board? And one thing, of course, that's so important, and that I think the Knights have understood, that net run rate. Net run rate is going to be critical. Just have a look what happened in Group A. It goes out, the team losing out because of net run rate. New bowler marking up his run. The 2 overs down, 26 on the board, so a very good start. Certainly looking the way, liking the way Sathi is hitting the ball. In the air, chance. Oh, well, does he shy away from this? I get the feeling maybe he does. You know, I think you need to try and get a breakthrough. And the fielder, I don't think, maybe he doesn't start. He's sort of rooted to the ground, doesn't get going. I think if he's walking in there, there is an opportunity. So a bit of a let off there for the left-hander, Cornelius Eunice. Sathi though, he's looked dangerous as this one is firing down the leg side, just trying to move and put the bowler off. Here's Azim Sathi, and does enough to do it. Just see here, starts to get the movement in, and the bowler maybe gets thrown by that movement and tries to bowl slightly differently. In the air, nobody out there. Once again, another fine shot to be playing inside this power play with only the 2 men allowed outside. Nobody in that area at all. No long on deep or no mid wickets. Sathi is just backing himself to hit it in the right areas. Once again, not clean out the middle, but it doesn't need to be. It's a safe shot to play, a good shot to play in the power play. They're nice to see. The Knights, well, they're pretty happy with the work that they've done so far, enjoying some time watching a little bit of cricket. Full toss, swung it hard, goes to the fielder who makes the stop, and no runs there as well. And no ball being called here, so call of no ball. I'm assuming that's called for the height. Let's have a look if this was high. I didn't think it was that high initially, to be fair. Borderline. But Sathi won't mind, and he's going to capitalise on it. The fielder stretches out a hand, can't get the stop on. It's going to be 4 more runs. So it's not the start that Rashmika wanted. I think it's a tight call or the no ball. But what I will say about it, you know, I'd rather see them called than not. We do say waist and above. Maybe that one was slightly dipping, but I think when you've got a quick bowler bowling, the umpire's going to make that decision pretty quickly. Like I say, I'd rather them called than not being called. This is short. Sathi is happy to take the single and give the strike back to the left-hander, Cornelius Eunice. So the field now will have to be changed again. So Michael Guntaleka is moving his troops around. He'll come round the wicket to the left-hander. That's well bowled. I do believe that's probably off the face of the bat. Let's see what the umpire has to say about it. So definitely not OBW. Yeah, it was off the bat. So maybe just excited that he's got a good delivery in there. It was much better. Nicely played by Eunice. He didn't have too much of an idea where that went. Once again, a nice look at some of the backdrop here from this ground. Some of those buildings, very Antigua looking. Uppish. Stops the shot really here. That's Sathi, which is a bit unusual for him. Normally he would like to carry through the shot. I'm just wondering if he was just trying to work this away for a single to try and get back on strike. He's doing most of the damage at the moment. 38 without loss. Azim Sathi, 25 of those runs. 3 to Cornelius Eunice. So we see quite a productive power play. But once again, remember that the Cricketon question of the day from HCL Software. Will we see 50 scored, 50 or plus scored in the power play? Well, at the moment, no. So I think that's the second time we've got to a 38 score. And 39, in fact, was the highest score. And that was the Knights got it in their last match against Overseas. So we've got 3 more innings to see if that can be achieved. Oh, Gandhi ball. It's going to be 5 more, is it? And yes, it is. Despite the efforts of the fielder, Sachin Hussain comes across, but this is not good. And yeah, I mean, the ball is swinging around a fair bit, but just not getting the ball in the right areas. As Lakshita Senaviratna comes on to bowl. We've seen he was the one who put the catch down, which gave Eunice the earlier life. Now he goes from one side to another. It's another wide. So 6, the maximum of this over already, without a ball being bowled. It's not good as the score continues to go up. Better delivery. Just looking to hit the ball too hard. I think Cornelius Eunice here just needs to, I think he's wrong. I mean, if it's not happening for you, your role is to eliminate those dots and get the single, give Sathi the strike. Well, maybe he tries to do that. Misses out. A half-hearted appeal for 1 or 2 of the Crusaders. But that's nowhere near the bat. They're not going to fool Lee Tuck with that. Malta Day, very positive start from them. Again, another appeal, but nothing. But again, I don't like where these bowlers are ending up here. I mean, that just, I don't believe that the umpire there now. If I'm the umpire, I'm saying, hey, where are you standing? How am I supposed to give that? How am I supposed to even see it? I'd just like to see Lee Tuck just get a little bit more assertive with what the bowlers are doing here. This one is called another wide, so Senaviratna having all sorts of problems here with his line. Well, today, remember, they finished top of the table last time. Only lost the 1 match, finishing top. They played some really good cricket as well. Firmly struck, and work to be done by the fielder. He does really well. Gets there, keeps an eye on it. Watched out for the spin as well, as that one changed direction. So nice shake from Rashmika, and does, not surprisingly, looks like the batters just take the 1. So a couple of deliveries for Southie to face of Sinavarithna. These teams, they did play each other also in the encore. I'll give you how that worked out. Maybe give it to you now. Southie taking his time there. So in the first match, it was a 4-over match, if you remember, between these two. That's one's hit, and half a chance. Does really well, diving to his left. And that's the captain, Michael Guntalika. It would have been a great catch, but it just doesn't stick. Let's watch this again, firmly struck. And it's almost, I mean, that is almost past him as he's getting his hands to it. A great attempt, a great effort. Just not able to keep hold of it. Get the single. And this one beats the left-hander. End of the over. So 4 overs down now. 48-10 came off that one. Yeah, last time these two teams met in the encore was a 4-over match because, again, the weather. Southern Crusaders, they did okay. They got to 39. But Malta Day won that one by 10 wickets, getting to 45. And the second time round that they played was match number 18, where, again, it was Malta Day that batted first. Didn't really get loads of runs on the board. 79 for 2 they were, but they ended up winning by 11. Southern Crusaders 61 for 9. As we get ready for the start of the 5th over, they're going back to the Zishan. Launched. This is absolutely mega. That has come sweet out of the middle of that bat. That is sweeter than a bowl of gulab jambu. 6 runs, big hit. That sounded sweet, didn't it? And Southie, he's got that life, didn't he? When Michael Guntalika, the captain, wasn't able to keep hold of what would have been a fantastic catch, but now he's looking to hurt them. And slower delivery. He gets tucked up a little bit. He applauds the bowler for it. Yusuf gets one through him. Just get the feeling they need to try and get rid of Southie pretty quickly. He is hurting them here. Just guides this one away to the man at third. Get the single. It's a fine time to welcome back into our commentary position here. And what a position it is, right in the best place to see the action here at the Marseille International Cricket Ground. It's Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, it's nice to be back. Yeah, good to see these guys back out in the park again. Good start this for Malta Day, isn't it? But this has been the issue for me. Count them up. I think that is wide 16 now. Okay, sure. There are a couple that kind of got away for extra runs, not just the one, but still that is the 8th wide delivery we've seen.
Yep.
Make that 9.
They're going to have issues with the time, though, aren't they? I can't see how they're not going to not get proper time penalties here.
Yeah, and also, getting hit to the boundary often, that doesn't do wonders for your over rate either. So, yeah, Malta Day, they impressed me last year. 5-1 they were. Yeah, had their final series kind of interrupted with the rain.
Pushed out, so it just looked like that Cornelius. As I decided that, where's this ended up? Well, thankfully, once again, it's Michael Guntalika, the captain, that tidies things up.
Got to say, another team, Southern Crusaders, have revamped their wardrobe. They're looking really cool in those uniforms.
Good, huh?
Yellow numbers on the back, I like that now. I think you can see them a lot easier than the red ones they had. Little wicket-keeping tips. Big wicket-keeping tips even. Don't try and step on the ball. Oh, my word. Did you see that one?
Oh, did I see it?
That one made my eyes water. Anyway, I'm glad he's all right. That's Idli Chandaram back there. He's had his hands full because there's been a bit of wayward bowling. Yusuf, last ball of the 5th over coming up.
And this time's been worked away nicely. He gave a chance there earlier when he tried to smash it. This time he's decided he'll guide it. And he'll get 2. And that's also the end of the over. And time for the fielders. They'll take the opportunity, and the batters, of course, to take a little break. And time for us to welcome you.
Yeah, hello. And look, I've just popped my head into the chat a moment ago, and I saw there's quite a few good questions there. I think Rico Fangirl was asking, is there a chance we'll be going to Paris next year? Well, we are planning to go to France next year. It's on our draft calendar. We haven't got confirmation yet, but that would be an exciting new destination to go.
Certainly
And we
would
know
be.
some of those guys from Drua that we'll see again at the ECL, they really like to give it a thump, don't they?
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, hopefully we'll see some of the guys from Drua and also some of the guys that played for the French team in the ECC. I mean, there was some lovely guys.
Ramatul Mangal.
Lovely guys.
Yeah, I'd build a statue of that guy. He was incredible for France in the ECC. Other question from Keanu, is Dancing Papa playing for Malta Day? Well, he is 12th man for this game, so he is around. So I'm really looking forward to seeing Dancing Papa. If there's an injury, he'll be the first one out there, and he'll be ready to dance. And I'm sure we'll see plenty of him during
He's an amazing character. Yeah, we've got to see Dancing Papa, and I just want to see him bowl and take a wicket because, well, everything happens when he takes a wicket. All hell breaks loose. He's a lovely character, though. We're having a bit of chat with him, and nice to see that he's doing well, and he's here with his family, and they're expecting the first child as well. So, look, congratulations to Salman Khan, of course, the Dancing Papa, as we get ready to continue here. A good start, you've got to say, Malta Day. 60 on the board. Look, we haven't seen too many big scores, have we, in this series at all. It's been very much dominated by the bowlers. I'm just trying to think the highest score at the top of my head. I think it's been about 125. It comes to my mind. So
the highest score in this tournament?
In this one, or is it 105?
Yeah, well, I know that
107 chasing, right?
AUM chase 118.
Yeah.
That was back in match
day
number
4.
14.
Yeah, day 4.
Yeah. But yeah, I think 125. You're right. It was on the first day. It was Massa scoring 125 against AUM.
Yep.
So yeah, it's quite surprising.
So they're on course to beat that here. And with wickets in hand, I mean, with both the openers still there, Cornelius Yunus hasn't really got going yet. I reckon he's been told, all right, you've had your 5 overs, go with it now. He's probably saying, I only faced 11 balls, but still, I think he's been told, get going. He tries.
He's very capable though, isn't he?
Yeah.
As we see some left arm spin, Mahabub Rahman is bowling. A bit of an injury update as well. You know that Christian Villion had that issue where he kind of banged his face on his helmet driving for his crease first ball. He's just got a couple of stitches in his lip, I think. That was the update. So yeah, he got the attention that he needed, but he's up, he's around.
That's good.
He's okay.
That's good news.
But just
and I'm guessing that is him being sandwiched between the grass and the grill.
Yeah, he got grilled.
He got grilled. That's one way to put it.
But I mean, at least it's not his teeth, and that's what I was worried about. If you bang your teeth, that could be a real nasty one. If you chip your tooth or something like that, yeah, it's no good. But yeah, hopefully it's not so bad. Right, so we have David Cooper, the groundsman from Kartama, who unfortunately copped one in the mush in the HL Software VIP Experience game. Well, this is going to be gone, and it's going to be Yunus that's going to have to go. So a little bit short, and so simple catch taken, and looks like Ryan Bastians that takes it there. Takes it about shoulder high. Picked the wrong man to try and go over Rico, and that's the first wicket for the Crusaders in ECS 22 as the score is 62 for 1.
Yeah, well, of course it is. Comes after drinks. Normally something happens, so Yunus does go. But yeah, he's a big fella, isn't he? He's going to take some beating to get it past him.
He's an exciting guy to watch bat as well. Probably see him opening up in the second half of this game.
But I was saying, I think Yunus has probably been told, right, you got to get going. It's on the batters. We want to see other batters out there who made a good start. And he will depart for 8 off his, well, that was his 13th delivery, so another unlucky 13 for him. But I don't think they're going to be too disappointed as we see some more spectators finding their way to the ground and enjoying not just the sunshine, but some of the cricket.
Beautiful day to enjoy some cricket. I mean, sometimes it does get very hot, but it's very pleasant spectating conditions.
I've made this thing now. I'm never going to complain when it gets hot, because again, though Croatia, it wasn't freezing cold. It was cold.
Oh,
it was cold in the mornings. It was cold at night. I like the heat. Give me the heat any day.
I agree. And I know we came here in June last year. I'll make that in a second. Push back. It's a good over from Rahman at the moment. Yeah, I actually didn't mind when we came here. It was 40 degrees. And yes, it was really hot on the ground, but I just love jumping in the water at the end of the day.
Yeah.
There's so many places you can do it around
They've got
Malta.
a lovely pool here as well, of course.
Yeah, of course. You know I did that.
You were in the car wash. I seem to remember a few times.
Yeah, a couple of times in the car wash, getting water wherever I could. It's the end of the over. Good one from Rahman. He takes 1 for 2. This one, he actually bowls it with more of a leg spin action. You can see it's heading down the leg side, but it will be the end of the over. It's 62 for 1 after 6. Yeah, the other thing is there is the pool here, And let's just say we weren't told we could use it, but we weren't told we couldn't use it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when I brought the budgie smugglers, and I just snuck in a couple of times.
What, snuck into
Don't
the budgie
ask.
snugglers or snuck into the pool? Which one was it?
It's better to ask for forgiveness than permission sometimes.
Yeah,
But
I don't think you'd get into them now, actually.
Yeah, not well.
After your holiday, I think you might struggle a bit. There might be things hanging out, and I'm talking about your belly before anybody says you're not allowed
Hey,
to talk about
I've
those
had-
things in his family show.
I've had a good year on the tour. I'm not complaining. Well, don't miss this, and he doesn't. But he always gets caught, but he doesn't. And then this is almost a boundary, but it's not. And after all that, Sathi will get a single.
This is actually a very good bit of fielding. He does really, really well. I think that Curry Wasam out there, he does really well because he thinks about the catch, knows he's not on, then thinks, I better stop this. And he does. Well done to him.
Yeah, Kariawasam did very well to at least get something on that. And then he like kind of tracks to the boundary. Yeah, I like the way Jojo Thomas bowls. He really tosses it up, and you see it gets a bit of drop. So you think you can get on the full, but then you can't. New batter out there is Srijay Patel for Malta Day. A few new faces in this side as well, compared to the side we saw last time.
Thomas floats it up, and this is launch, and adios pelota. Here's a pelota nova. Here's a pelota va por a las 6. Una cita, una grande, una Ariana.
Yeah.
This is out of here.
Well, basically he challenges him and says, look, go after me if you think you can. And he says, well, I do think I can. And he was right. He's trying to induce a miss-hit there and a catching opportunity. But this is sweet out in the middle of the bat. And that'll be Chase Carreras. And Sathi moves along in his merry way to 42 now.
Similar delivery, and it goes for the similar shot. Is he going to get the similar result? Yes, he is. It may not go as far, but it goes as far as he needs to. That's 6 more. Manos arriba, Vitro. Porque eso es 6 más. Una cita.
Yeah, Malta Day continue to impress, don't they? And again, Thomas saying, all right, come on, have another go. This one doesn't get as well, but gets it well enough to get it over the fielder. 4 men protecting that boundary. And he charges, and he'll get 1. Moves to 49.
Yeah, I'm loving. You know what I'm loving here at the moment is every time that ball is in play, it's the shadow. You're seeing 2 balls. I've never quite noticed that before. Like this sun is obviously right dead on top of us. Watch the ball here. There's always a good shadow of it. Asking the question, probably drifting down the leg side, not out.
Yeah, probably just going down. Patel retained the strike with the leg by. Check it out on the replay. Yeah, I think it's a good call. I think it's just missing. Umpiring's been good, I've got to say.
Yep.
Worth an inquiry, though, from Jojo. But he goes for a couple of maximos in that over. And at the end of it, it's 78 for 1. Let's have a look at this ECL, which is going to be probably our second tournament of the year, starting on the 27th of February. Of course, we have the 7-week break, and then we'll be back with an ECS. And yeah, seeing Group C, getting a lot of questions about the Lathbury Lightning, and some people asking, is that an English team? No, that's actually the team from Gibraltar. And I believe Samir Nayak will be playing for them
Oh, will
in
he?
the ECL. Yeah,
excellent.
Lathbury Lightning, they're the Gibraltar champions. So yeah, Gibraltar basically were the new team. Earlier in the year, they replaced the Russian team, unable to take part. So yeah, Gibraltar, they stick around, and we have Estonia as the 30th country to be involved now. This is a leg spinner that just sneaks inside the line according to Lee Tuck.
I think that's a wide.
Yeah, I thought maybe it was.
I think this is definitely a wide. I mean,
Where is it where it passes the line? Yeah, probably grabs a bit of it. But yeah, he bowls a mixture of deliveries. This should be gone,
is
though.
an opportunity, and it's been taken nicely, well held. And they needed this breakthrough. They needed another wicket just to keep themselves in the game and just to stop these partnerships building. And it's Rashmika is very happy with himself taking that catch. Patel doesn't quite have the same sort of power as what Sathi does. And though it's a pretty decent hit, it's look, you can see it's a few meters short of where the boundary is. And a very good catch taken there by Rashmika.
He's trying to go inside out there, which I don't mind, but he's always fighting the angle. It's coming into him from the bowler. So, yeah, well caught by Vidusha Rashmika. He was pretty happy about it. So he should be. So the second wicket falls. It's 78 for 2.
And look at the bowling figures from Rahman. He's done it remarkably well. So once again, you see they were a little bit late taking the pace off the ball. But taking it off seems to be helping. They were at, remember, a 120 score at the halfway point with a score on 60. Now, well, they're falling a little bit behind that score. Rahman has been the main reason why this is put up in the air. Will just sort of drop into a safe zone where the fielders come and tidy things up, and that's Avishka gets the throw in. So a lot now. I think if they are going to get to that score past the 100, close to that 110, 120 mark, I think a lot depends on Sathi here. You see the predicted score between 102 and 112 now, depending at the rate they go at.
Yeah. Let's have a look at Sathi, how he takes on Rahman. Sathi on 49.
Maybe he's just thinking about the magical 50 at the moment.
See, that's the one. It's more of an orthodox left arm spin delivery, so it's like an off spinner. The way it comes out of the fingers, it'll spin right to left. But he's also got the one that he rolls his wrist on, so he's actually mixing up the type of spin he's bowling. He's a very clever bowler here, Rahman.
Shorter one, and it gets played away. And after 27 deliveries, Sathi does bring up his 50. Ball Badanya up there. Azim Sathi up the half century Puri Kali in the first match as well, and he wants to take the applause of not just his teammates but some of the spectators that are watching as well. Well batted.
Yeah, very well batted. I think he's played a good range of strokes. I think he hasn't backed away from a challenge. He's backed himself. He's backed his power. I just think that technically he's batted pretty well. It's been something that's been missing a little bit in this series at times. People getting carried away. But having said that, just have a look at the 2 overs from Mahbub Rahman. He finishes 2 for 4. Only 2 runs off each of his 2 overs. Just keeping things quiet enough. And today, despite the efforts of Sathi, they're just 10 and over. So I certainly haven't batted them out of the contest as yet. We're going to see Shantha Karyawasam to bowl over number 9. Now Sathi can really go for it. Yeah, he hasn't had a lot of help in this innings. That's the thing.
No, he hasn't.
Cornelius was a little bit off.
Oh, that's well bowled. He just sneaks that in. A good start.
Yeah, this is perfect delivery, really. Didn't really bounce, but it was a full delivery. Batter was never going to go after it. Was hoping it to be a wide, but it wasn't.
Karyawasama. This one sliced away, and that is a fine catch. Really well taken, and well done to Michael Guntaleka. We saw him almost taking a sensational one earlier, where the ball just didn't stick, but this time he gets it right. And well done to the captain. And of course, well done to Michael, because he spends a lot of time on the road with us as well. He's a great personality and a very hard worker as well. And you can see there, he works hard on the field of play as well, leading the Crusaders and leading by example as he takes a fine catch.
A really good catch. He just sliced that inside out, didn't he, Sathi? So that's a key wicket at this stage. I mean, could still keep it under 100 here. If you're the Southern Crusaders, you'd be really happy with that, considering how well Sathi did bat. But it was a good start to the tournament for Azim Sathi. He hits 3 maximos and 6 fours in his innings of exactly 50. But he does depart with 10 balls remaining, score 80 for 3. Great catch by Gunatilaka, who went to his left and just kind of planned his landing, didn't he? Protected the ball well. Zubair, the new batter, coming out at number 5.
Well, he wants to go for the big one straight away. Michael Guntaleka chases hard, gets there. The batters will come back for 2.
He got a couple, not a bad start. No real third man there, so Michael having to do the work all on his own. Yeah, this is Mohammad Zubair. He gets off the mark with a couple. Karyawasam doing a good job so far. This is the only over he'll get.
It's well hit. Sort of an inside-out shot once more, but straight to the fielder. Will just be the 1. Nicely fielded there by Sachin Hussain.
I want to say a quick hello to James Stewart, who's watching from Estonia. He said he's looking forward to the Estonian side. The Talon Stallions being involved in the ECL. It's no surprise. I'm more of a Talon Hippos man, but I'll certainly get behind the Stallions.
Firmly struck. The bowler, I don't think he quite fancied this, Vinny. I think it was hit pretty well. And Karyawasama probably thought, I could, but I won't. Let's have a look at this. He sort of, I think he...
I don't know if there was a half a fingernail on it. He just felt the wind go past his fingers. Last ball of the over.
He finishes with the dots. A very good over. Picks up a wicket. Only 4 runs from it. A nice catch taken by Michael Guntaleka. So they certainly have slowed things down. 60 it was at the halfway point. And you can see in the next, next 4 overs, they've only scored 24 runs. So
Yeah,
great
and
comeback.
16 of those came in 1 over from Thomas. Remember with the back-to-back Maximos. So if you look at how this over's gone, from the beginning 10, 16, 13, 9, 12, and that was 60 for no loss. But since then 2, 16, 2, 4. The 2 run overs were Mahbub Rahman, but he's bowled out now, so they're going to have to turn to somebody else in the 10th. Just want to say a quick hello to Mandrake, who is watching, and a big hello to you. Hope you're having a great day. And it's going to be Vidusha Rashmika to bowl over number 10. Let's see if he can keep it quiet. 84 on the board, last over to come.
Right across the line, this is out. Yeah, this is plump. Goes right across the line. Oh, well, bit of a celebration there as well from the bowler, Rashmika. Well, Rashmika was very happy when he took the cat, and now he's going to be happy he's taking the wicket here. So look where he's standing here, and that ball, yeah, sort of hits him the pad. So the ball going onto middle stump. So wait for the celebration. There we go. Thank you very much.
This is kind of my point about batters sneaking outside the off stump. I'm going to leave the dab right there. But this is kind of my point. It's not an easy thing to do. I don't know if it even is an advantage for batters to do this. We're talking about whether we move the wide line or not, or maybe change the interpretation on those. Because, yeah, this is exactly my point. You leave yourself exposed. You're basically having to play across the line to a ball that's on the stumps. And when you do that, occasionally you get the timing wrong, you're going to miss. And that's exactly what happens here. So Nazir becomes the first wicket for Rashmika in the European Cricket Series. And the score is 84 for 4. What a good comeback this is from the Crusaders. Just keeping this game within reach, I think. Sam Aquilina comes out to bat.
Yeah, Sam Aquilina, he runs. And now he's going to...
Oh, boy.
He should have been out here. Well, you can talk to me about Chandaram here, the wicketkeeper. Has he missed this?
Well, Aquilina, again, he doesn't look before he runs. And then he goes, uh-oh, I'm in big trouble. But guess what? It's your lucky day because Chandaram misses from point-blank range. How many mistakes can you have in one ball?
That is a miss and a half. But anyway, it's a dot.
What if he pumps the 6
It's a good
here?
dot. Plays it down to get off the mark, so
Well,
he gets
yeah.
off the mark. Zubair has only faced 3 balls for 3, but yeah, this comeback has been sensational.
It doesn't cost you a run, that miss, but it's an egg-on-your-face moment, isn't it? Really, I mean, if Aquilina just gets a single next ball, doesn't hurt him too much. Zubair now gets a chance. He's hit the ball pretty well in his 3 deliveries. Let's see if he can get one to the boundary or over.
He reaches for it. They're going to have to run. Well, I tell you what, Sam is running. Look, he's already at the other end before before Zubair even starts. He is. I remember this from me last time. He is quick. He's a big fella. He runs quick. He's like a giraffe running in between the wickets. But look out for him behind the stumps as well. He's a very talented player. I know he's played for the national team for a number of years. Only just recently relinquished that role behind the stumps. This is carved out, and will they go for 2 again? Ball is in the fielder's hand. They think about it, and this time it is Sam who says, nah, this is silly. You're not going to get there.
He must have wanted it because, yeah, the others, he was pretty keen to get back for a couple. But I think he's saying, yeah, hold on. You've had your go. It's my go. So can they get the boundary to take them up into the 90s? Rashmika's been excellent this last over. Last ball. Going to go for 2. In fact, you might even get 3 here if you rush, because who's going to take the keeper's end?
Sam's going to go. He's got to just turn and go. Yeah, look, go. Why not? And he's having all sorts of trouble. He gets it, I think, eventually. After not una, dos, but tres veces after the 3rd attempt. Have a look at this. He says, yeah, I can take the stumps. Oh, down he goes. He can't pick it up. He can't pick it up. Eventually, he just takes his eye off the ball, but is able to find it. He gets a run out. So Zubair.
There's a queue of kind of wicket-keeping wannabes that had formed an orderly line. And so yeah, they will get a couple off that. So they will get to 90. Look, I think it's probably marginally above par based on what we've seen. But this is just a case of one guy batting really well, but then no one else really hit their straps. And Sathi, his 50 dominates the scoreline. They'll finish 90 for 5 here. And so the Crusaders, well, it's an opportunity for them, I think, to put together a successful chase as the players walk off for the halftime break. But it was all about Azim Sathi. That half century really did set up a fairly solid total for Malta Day to open their group. But yeah, I've got to say, some of the bowling was wayward. 17 wides and a no ball. And I tell you what, Well, I know we saw some football trickery from Niraj Khanna, the master keeper, during the week, but I didn't really like Chandram going for it with the boots. In fact, it almost cost him a good ankle. But meanwhile, Sathi, he was banging him, and he batted really well in this innings.
Yeah, he batted really well. I mean, that 62 came for the first wicket partnership, and that was all to do with the way Sathi was batting, because Cornelius Younis, he only made 8 of those runs. It was quite amazing. There was a few glaring misfields as well, but early on, it was all about that man. He was smashing them big and hitting them out of the park. He was the one that they had to try and get rid of. And you saw Cornelius Yusuf straight after the drinks break deciding that he needed to get going. He was the first wicket to fall. It was 62 for the first, but then after that, well, it was the time for the Crusaders came back into attack. And interesting enough is when they brought the spin in. The first 2 weren't good ones. They went big. But look, after these 2 sixes, and there wasn't too many more boundaries for a long period of time, because they did get Sathi after he got to his 50. And there was a nice catch there being taken once again by Rumishka. He was a key player, and he took the catch there first of Patel. Patel going for the big one. And then this was the important one. Michael Guntalika taking the catch off Sathi.
That was something that really felt probably saved 10 or 20 runs. I just got some information that last ball, it actually was 1 short. So it will actually be 1 and run out, not 2 and run out. So in the end, the final target will be 90, not 91. But yeah, this is the first ball of the last, and I'm going to say Vidusha Rashmika, not sure about the dab celebration. That's very 2015, but still, I do like the way he executed it. And yeah, this is the one that, not sure which batter it was, but they didn't touch correctly on one of the runs, and so it will just be 1 and run out, setting up a target of 90. Nice even number there, 9 and over, but you can have to bat well. And let's see what Malta Day can do with the ball. They only dropped 1 match in the group stage last time, and for me, pretty much 50-50 contest, I think, at the halfway point.
Very much. I think 50-50. And for me also, that score around 90. I think any score between 90 and 100, for me, also gets the alarm bells ringing for golden ball. Maybe we are going to see that number reset. It's around about 118 matches now at the moment without a golden ball. So we need to reset it. Could this be the match we do it? And look at that scorecard dominated by Azim Sathi. Batted very, very well for his 50 of 29, but nobody else able to make any kind of contribution. That's all. In fact, the next highest score was the extras. Too many extras from the Crusaders, 20 in total, 17 of those in wides, and we know that 10 of them were just 2 wides as they went for 5 and 5. Bowling figures, I think courtesy of the wides, they look worse than what they were. I don't think they bowled particularly bad, but I like the introduction of the spin. The spin bowlers certainly did do the job. But pick of the bowlers there, I suppose you've got to go with Rahman, 2 for 4. And then also Kari Wasama, he came in and made a difference. Just that 1 over, but it was an important over. Only got the 1 run, and it was just a wicket there as well. We say it all happened in the 9th, but nothing happened in the 9th there. Just the 4 runs. And Ramishka, well, he played his part in that match. He took some good catches as well as picked up 1 wicket for 18. Evenly poised, Malta Day, where they're looking to make a winning return in the European Cricket Series, but they've got to come up, they've got to beat the Southern Crusaders. The Crusaders, remember, weren't able to beat Malta Day last year. Can they start with a win here and do what they couldn't do in 2 attempts last time round? Only one way to find out. Let's stay tuned. Rico Full of Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo. We'll be back in about 10 minutes time for the conclusion of match number 23. Volvemos in 10 minutos. Hola, muy buenas tardes and welcome back. Bienvenido. Es el campo de Malta International Cricket Ground. Hello and welcome back to this beautiful setting in Malta. We're at the Malta International Cricket Ground where Malta Day, the team named after the hospital here in Malta, have had a bat. We've got 89 on the board. And it looked like it was going to be a big score the way they started with 60 off the first 5 overs. But once Azim Sathi, who scored 50 off those 89 runs, once he departed, nothing really much happened. 60 was scored in the first 5, only 29 in the second 5. And off that 29, 16 of them came with 1 over. So it can just go to show just how slow the Malta Day did get there towards the end. And bearing in mind they only lost 5 wickets, I think that's something that they need to work on. But how will they go about this run chase, or run defence, I would say? And the run chase is the Southern Crusaders. They need 90 in 60 balls. And they've got the hard-hitting Ryan Bastians. He's opening up with the captain, Michael Gunteleka. And certainly wish them both well, especially Michael, part of the ECN crew as well, when he's not in Malta. And let's see if he can guide his team to victory at their first match. It will be Pintu Josh to bowl the first. Very good start to the left-hander, good delivery. Perfect ball to the lefty. Get it in the right area and just move it away. Nicely taken also by Sam Aquilina, the captain of Malta Day, behind the stumps. Gosh, once more in the air, and he's going to get lucky. It lands short of the man at third. He gets the throw in. So Ryan Bastians gets off the mark. Michael Gunteleka now takes his time. Gets ready. Change in the field. And he'll work this away for runs. It's not a good delivery. It's the perfect start for Gunteleka. It's not a good delivery. And when you're pretty nervous, you want something to have to get you off the mark, and that will do it perfectly well. Nice shot and 4 runs. That's going to stay hit. That's if Shirazi, there's no way that he's going to stop that. First boundary coming up as well in the over. Cuts this one. The fielder doesn't stop it cleanly, but the run was already completed. They don't get an extra. Pintu Gosh once more to Bastians. Oh, gets the edge, but it goes downwards, and there's going to be 4 more that gets past the diving fielder. Shirazi sort of dives at this after it goes past him. I think he just loses his balance. He's running so fast, but look, just gets chopped into the ground. Sam Aquilina can't stop it, and nor can Shirazi. The ball goes past him, and then Shirazi then, well, it's a break failure as he goes down and hits the deck. So 2 welcome boundaries. One of them a good shot, the other a bit of fortune. And, chasing a wide one once more. That will be the end of the first over. And it's, well, I suppose a perfect start. It's where you want to be. They've got 10 on the board. And 118 is the number on the board of matches without a golden ball. That number just continues to go up. We're pretty sure we will see one. We'll see one pretty soon. And that's what I was saying. I thought we'd see one in Group A. It never happened. Will Group B be the providers of the golden ball? And in Malta, we have seen, I mean, several things do happen in Malta. We see that beautiful side, lovely, loving the palm trees and loving the backdrop there as well, and some of those buildings and the architecture here. Of course, they used a lot of the sandstone they used in the constructions. good start, new bowler. And, well, he passes it away and they will take a single. That's unfortunate. You've got 2 men coming to field this, but the bowler, Arif, gets the thumb on it, I think, and deflects it away. And they will take the single in the end. So he's a bit unfortunate there, Sagar Arif. Well, this one will be a wide, and how many? We'll make it into 2 wides, and Sagar is not looking, so they might even make it another. They don't. They could have. It was possible. Well, when they asked, they probably asked Sagar, "What's the number? What number do you like?" He says, "I don't have one." "But what's your favourite number?" "I don't have one." So he's got all the zeros on his back. As the bowler, fine time to welcome back into the commentary position here to Mr. Maximo Vinisandu. Welcome back.
Thank you. It's good to be back. Yeah, 000. It's the emergency number in Australia where I grew up. I don't know if you call on or if only in emergencies. Yeah, I think the golden ball counter just went above what it went off at last time. Went off at 117. So we're up to 118 matches without a golden ball now. Yeah, the amount of cricket we play here, that's just about 4 weeks cricket.
Oh, maybe this is half a chance as this is hit back to Arif. Hit pretty quickly and pretty well by Marco Guntalika.
It's a pretty correct shot, actually. But yeah, gave the bowler a little bit of a look at it. Yeah, just grabs the end of his fingers. But it was hit pretty well from Michael. Yeah, nice looking shot. And Ryan Bastian's, he's a guy that can really smack it. So left-hand, right-hand combination at the top for the Crusaders. Yeah, we've seen this also cause problems for the bowlers with their control, not always making the adjustments. This one will be 2 wides down the leg side. And that's something that we saw the Crusaders struggling themselves with in the first half of this game. I think they bowled 17 wides and a no ball. So yeah, that's just, it's costly in a game that is kind of, I suppose, around about a par score, I think, of 89.
Short again and punished, and you can't be bowling that to Marco Guntalika. He's already shown you that anything short he's going to latch onto pretty well, and he does again. Not a good delivery. Short down the leg side. He just rocks back inside his crease and he plays that away. A nice looking shot, and the bowlers just not getting their line right here at the moment. And being capitalised on by Marco Guntalika. Well, this is a bit of a wild swing. It's a bit of a good shot from Michael.
Yeah, he's batted pretty well so far. He's played pretty straight, but he gets a bit carried away when he goes leg side here. It wasn't there for it. Yeah, so Malta Day, that comes from the name of the hospital where a lot of these guys work, and they're involved with that. That's a hospital which does a lot of good work. It has 1,243 beds. And well, this one is going to race away to the boundary. It's an uppercut. And a nice shot. I like this because there's nothing premeditated about this. He plays the ball that's bowled to him, and Guntalika gets 4 with a nice shot. Well timed.
Yeah, this is better. It's a similar ball that he's trying to hit on the onside, but this time he says, why am I doing that when I can play a shot like this? And it's a beautiful shot. I love the way he gets his wrist involved as well. It sort of carves this away. Hits this one on the up into the covers, and we'll get another single. So yeah, it's a nice start for Michael. Know that he's been here practicing. He's very keen to make a good start in this series, and it looks like he is. He's batting very well indeed. So the practice certainly has served him well. As the score is 25 after 2 overs, so that over from Arif came for 15. So yeah, basically sort of neck and neck, because it was 26 without loss for Malta Day after 2. So they're staying with it, but more importantly, remember Malta Day, they came to a standstill the second part of the innings. So they're well on top, you would say, the Crusaders here at the moment. They're just needing just over 8 and over from here.
Still plenty of cricket to go, though. For me, it's still in the balance. 2 overs doesn't maketh an innings. We saw 60 in the first half of the Malta Day innings. They only managed 89.
Edward Thomas comes into the attack, starts with the one that wraps the pads, but it's going down the leg side. It's a wild throw comes in from the fielder.
Probably just missing, not by much. Yeah, that hospital. You know how much it costs to build? 700 million euros.
Malta Day Hospital, yeah, I mean, it's
a lot. Right now, I like what I'm seeing from Edward Thomas. I mean, you have to adjust left hand, right hand, and yeah, try to dry up those extras. If you can keep it down to a handful, then that's fine, considering how many the Crusaders gave away.
Oh,
Right on cue.
snookered him. That's the commentator's curse, if ever. You liked him, and then he bowls this one way down the leg side.
I'm happy to see Aquilina now down the leg side going gloves first. I think that's why God gives you gloves as a wicket keeper. You can use them. Hey, he's got good reach. I don't think it's a bad thing being tall as a wicket keeper, because I still think you should be able to reach down low as well. Means you've got longer arms normally.
The answer is quite happy just to play a sort of steadying role. We know he's a very big hitter of the ball, but at the moment he's quite happy the way things are going. He's happy to take the singles and play the anchor role, going at run a ball and letting Michael Gunther be the aggressor. And well, big appeal this one. It goes right across. Once again, it's another unnecessary attempted shot for Michael. Keep an eye on this. I mean, what is this?
It's pretty close, you know. I mean,
I tell you what.
It's only height that's the question.
I reckon this is going to go, because he's low down. I know it hits him on the thigh pad.
For me, it's probably umpire's call on height. I don't think you can conclusively say it was going to hit the stumps.
Yeah, very, very close call. Yeah, definitely umpire's call. But yeah, you don't want to be playing that unnecessary shot.
I think that's half premeditated. He's looking for something to pull there, and it probably wasn't quite short enough to go for it. Last ball, the power play coming up.
Get a little bit of thigh pad on this. Very interesting field that's been set to the left-hander. We've got there 5 men on the leg side to him, and yet really he hasn't played any shot there as yet. He's just stroked the ball around on the off, so they're being very defensive already. Obviously, he's got a reputation. Everybody knows Ryan Bastance is a hard hitter of the ball, but he hasn't hit one yet, so you're almost setting a field, allowing the batters to get easy runs because you think what he's going to do. That over comes to an end. So much better over, just 5 runs from it. So Edward Thomas, good over from him. The score now 30, but they're going at 10, which is enough.
Yeah, they're cruising. I think wickets in hand is pretty important. What I mean by that is just, I think typically in Malta we don't see the kind of depth of boundary hitters that we see in some other countries. So I think that Malta Day won't be too disheartened so far. They'll feel if they can get these guys out and pick up 3 or 4 wickets that they still could have enough runs to defend.
Another poor delivery down the leg side from, go back to Gosh to bowl.
Having a bowl now. Yeah, Pintu Gosh. And he went for 10 in his first. Now he's coming back on in the 4th into the power play, so up to 5 outfielders can be used from this point in time.
Once again, it's down the leg side, and he gets lucky. He's got to get the line right here, otherwise, I mean, he's dormant at the moment. Ryan Bastians hasn't played a big shot as yet, but once he gets hold of one, he'll wake up, and then you're going to be in trouble. He's got to get this right.
Yeah, Bastians just cannot get going here.
He's whipped away, full of delivery. And will be a single, so Michael Gunther will go back on strike. And again, I think early on, Gosh, as well as Arif, was a little bit guilty of bowling too short to Michael Gunther. So let's see if he can get a fuller line. And I just get the feeling you get one right up there in the block hole, that Michael may feel the need to play it. He'll go across the line, and you might just get him, but you've got to get the ball right up there to him. Can't be bowling short.
Yeah, he's got an important role to play. Gunther.
Well bowled. So thereabout, and he gets respected. That's not a ball that you can go on the onside with, and Michael doesn't get tempted this time.
Yeah, no boundaries now for, what is that, 10 deliveries without a boundary. Didn't have one in the 3rd at all from Edward Thomas. He might come back. Now Gosh is keeping things tight.
Get up in the air, and there it is. That's the start that everybody's waiting to see from Ryan Bastians. Gets given the width, and he launches into this one. And like I said, he's been a little bit dormant, but now finally gets one in the area that he wants it, and he puts everything into it. Goes all the way, boom! Shaka-lagia, the first Maximo of the innings.
Yeah, and that's a really good shot. Can he double up?
Taking him on. Keeper's a shout for Zam Aquilina, and he has to get down on his hands and knees to stop this one.
Yeah, so like that from Bastians. I mean, he's actually been in more kind of struggles when the ball's been at him and he hasn't had width. Even balls you'd think he'd put away, like that one that was down the leg side. He got kind of tied up, cramped for room. But yeah, I'm sure the bowlers will be noting that. Gunatilicat has to do with one more ball from Gosh.
Ball Siggy Gandhi. And, well, that's not the way to do the fielding, is it? I mean, you've got to get down. Well, he's got but that's how many you're going to get for your fielding effort as well. The numbers on his back, all the zeros for that one. You've got to get a hand on this. You've got to dive. I mean, it's firmly hit. It's a full delivery. But, look, just trying to stop it with his foot here.
Yeah,
and, in fact, he's jumping over it.
It's such a beautiful ground to dive on as well. But you've got to plan your dive. And, yes, Sagara Riff on the back of his shirt. Looks like a very one-sided game of noughts and crosses, but as it is, it's 44 without loss after 4. Turns into a pretty productive over in the second half of it. So there were only 3 runs off the first half of the over. There were 11 off the second half of the over, including a 6 and a 4. And so both batters striking a boundary in that over as well. So they're certainly in a good position, Crusaders, but they're not there yet. And I do think that Malta Day, again, they're just a wicket or 2 away, a couple of good overs away from having the game back in the balance. Here comes Edward Thomas to bowl his second, as predicted.
Big hefty swing from Ryan Bastians, who looks completely different. Early on, he was just happy just to stroke this away, not trying to get any power in the shot. Now he's looking for the power hit. Now he's looking to get going. As we see some more spectators coming in around the ground, enjoying the cricket here. Marco Guntalika made a good start, 22, not out, 13 balls. Has a look round. There's a change in the field here happening. I think Edward Thomas, certainly the pick of the bowler so far. Let's see if he can carry on. And he can. Oh, what does this hit?
I think he edges this up into his body. Yeah, I was expecting to hear the death rattle as well. So this is another time that I think he just has made up his mind that he wants to go leg side.
Oh, he's so lucky.
Yeah.
So lucky indeed. I mean, you can see the bowler thinks he's going to do him as well, but it comes off the pad onto the helmet, and he'll get a run. Well, the helmet has been talking to town here today, isn't it? So he's had a few knocks on the helmets. He's had, this is the one. That's a beauty. Plays all the way around this. I think it gets bowled around his legs here. That's Bastians. I'd like to see it again.
I think it still goes the other side of his legs. I think it's just past the inside edge, but certainly late movement here. Edward Thomas, look here.
Yeah.
Just around his feet. And, yeah, Bastians has got to go. Edward Thomas really deserves that wicket. He's the only bowler so far that's been used that hasn't gone to the boundary, and he's bowled 9 deliveries already.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's an important wicket, I think, because you know that Bastians is a guy that can hurt you, but he has to go. The first wicket falls at 46 for 1.
Yeah, it's well bowled from Edward Thomas, and he wants it. He's appealing, and in the end, the umpire says, well, even though he's knocked the stumps over, okay, I will put the finger up just for you. Look, he's appealing, and the umpire says, all right, I'll give it.
You've got to love easy decisions as an umpire. I'm pro giving out bowls. Yeah, you're going to ask me, I'll tell you. I think it's out. So, new batter comes to the crease. Ishan Yusuf comes out in the 3 position.
Gets off the mark straight away, bangs it into the deck, out to the point area.
If they do defend this, remember this spell from Thomas. I just think he's done everything asked of him. He's just pulled the 1 wide, but I mean, he's been on the money. Now Gunatilicat, how's he going to go? His new partner with him.
This will be a wide.
Sam feels it might have taken some pads, so that's why there's an appeal, but I wasn't super convinced.
Yeah, I don't think this takes anything through.
Yeah,
It's just
it may have slightly flicked. It's very hard to tell, but that's why there was an appeal. But I'll have to re-bowl that one, just after I gave him a wrap as well. Bowls it wide, down the leg side.
short. Gets the pull shot in, but will only get the single, which gives another run on the board for Michael Gunteleka. He now becomes key here. Once again, he's just got to buckle down and see if he can do the same that he did with Ryan Bastian to get a bit of a partnership going. You see Yusuf pretty deep in his crease. It's a good delivery to bowl. The Yorker left, he digs it out pretty well.
That's a good misfield because it doesn't cost any runs. So loses his hat. He's got his sunglasses in the back of his trousers. A lot going on, but it is the 50 as well that comes up off the last ball of the 5th over. It's 50 for 1 after 5. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Rico full with me as well. You know what I realised? Since I've come back, I haven't done one of these. So I think now's the time we need to do it. There's some people that are watching. They can't really get in the chat all the time. So we would like for you to send us a message. So it's a lurker call out.
Lurker.
Ready?
Let's
you
do
ready?
it. Let's do it.
Come at us, 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 come at us.
Get on there. Get on there.
Get on there. Just let us know where you're watching from so we can give you a shout out and say thanks for watching European cricket. And I hope you're having a really good day. We're really enjoying bringing it to you. So yeah, lurker call out and let us know maybe what you like about the weekend, if you like. Let us know what you like about the weekend. There's a lot of things to like about the weekend. One thing that we like is bringing you cricket on the weekend. Of course, we've got Saturdays in the ECS. But next weekend, we'll actually have some more cricket coming your way as well as the ECS finals here in Malta. We'll have on Friday, Saturday and Sunday, we'll have the triangular series in Spain. The T20 International Series involving the hosts Spain as well as Germany and Italy. So that should be a really, really good weekend of cricket as well. So you can enjoy both of them. Charlie Hunt will be there at Desert Springs. Something a bit different.
I think that'd be really exciting. And we've got 3 very good teams that we know very well, talented players playing in a lovely super venue, and that'd be challenging. It'll be interesting to see how those results go.
And do you know that we've, including the 6 you're about to see, we'll actually have broadcast 37 T20 internationals this year on ECN as well. So that's a really nice way of also kind of having a look at those guys in a slightly different format that you normally see them on ECN. It's different, but obviously T20 international cricket, it's the highest standard of cricket, of 20 over cricket, and so it's great to be able to bring that to you as well.
Yeah, there you go. International cricket as well, or international T20 cricket, we should say. Of course, we brought you plenty of international cricket just recently, of course, the Dream 11 European Cricket Championships, the Euros of cricket, where, of course, the Netherlands were the victors. So congrats once again to Netherlands.
Yeah, it was a very exciting time, wasn't it? It's really nice to get out and about, get your boots on the ground and get around Europe again in the ECS. I do love that aspect of this job as well. Michael Nazir is going to bowl over number 6, and just 40 required. But remember, the wheels kind of fell off the Mater Dei innings in the second half. They could only put 29 on the board in the second half. It was despite the efforts of Santhi in his half century. And Nazir, that first one swings a lot actually. This one doesn't. It'll just be a single. So I still think it's game on here. You got to get 40, and I don't see too much blasting going on. I see a bit of graft.
Yeah.
Trying to get these, 8 and over required.
Yeah, they're working hard at it. Nazir coming on the bowl here now, seeing if he can get through the defences of Michael Gunteleka. And that's short. It gets cut away hard. But once again, doesn't go to the boundary. So though they are keeping the scoreboard ticking, as you see some youngsters coming in and also enjoying watching some of the cricket while playing the ball around as well.
It's a hive of activity, the Master Sports Club on the weekend, isn't it?
Oh, this one is going to be out. It's pretty straight, it's full, and if there's no bat on it, you've got to say that the umpire's got an easy decision to make.
I think it's close to missing off. Look, I got to admit, I'm not sure it's going to hit or not, but I'm not going to say it's a bad decision. It hits him on the inside of that leg.
Yeah, we'll see that again. And when the batter comes up, you could just see the pad of Sam. Have a look at this. Is that drifted in the air?
I just had my cricket instincts told me it might have been swinging past off stump, but it's a tough one for the umpire because he can't see the stumps because they're completely obscured. What I will say is it wasn't a very good shot. Going to try and go across the line of that ball, which is on, I suppose, on off stump, according to the umpire. So you leave yourself open to that kind of dismissal. So yeah, just the kind of the late swing that he seems to be getting, Nazir. I thought maybe it was doing a bit too much.
Yeah.
But when it comes down to it, the umpire, he's in the best position to make the decision. And Lee Tuck said, yeah, that's good enough for me.
I think it just hits him on the inside of his leg, which tells me it probably is going to go on and maybe just hit the leg stick. So, yeah, I think it's a fair call. Definitely umpire's call.
Yeah, well, umpire's call on that one. And like I say, it wasn't a good shot selection. So Avishka, the new batter, he certainly entertained us with some of his antics in the field at times. And so now he gets an opportunity with the bat. Delicate still there on 25.
Yeah, this is the wicket that they want to try and get. Michael Guntelica. The last ball that Nazir bowled to him was a short one. I don't know why he didn't go for a full pitch delivery. I think you've got to go full and it gets short again. He's not going to have too much trouble with the short ball. He can cut pretty well. He pulls well. You've got to be up there. I think with him, you've got to be saying, right, okay, let's see you drive one. Hit one straight. Let's see you strip one straight.
It wasn't a bad over, though. Only 5 come off it, so 55 for 2. I've got to say at the moment, Malta Day, ones are your friend. You're fine with ones because it keeps that gap consistent. So at the moment, 35 off 24. It's a plus 11, so 11 more runs required than balls. Now, the longer this game goes towards the end, if you can maintain that gap, then you're pretty happy. It's only kind of extras and boundaries that are going to get you into trouble if you're the fielding team here. Now, here's Guy. Asim Sathi certainly batted very well. He's the reason they have this kind of a score on the board in the first place. Now he's going to come on bowl over number 7. So huge over coming up.
Sathi starts with a bit of a full toss and it's been called no ball. Yeah, it was too high. The umpire's on this straight away. Good umpiring.
Yeah, I think it was too. Have a look at this. It wasn't really coming down. Waist higher above? Yep, for sure. So Guntelica will take the one, hand over the free hit responsibility to Avishka.
Pumps it pretty well, straight to the fielder. And throw comes in. Wasn't too keen getting down to the other one quickly.
See, that's one that, yeah, once he's going to have to try and dig it out, it'd be funny. Actually, you're probably better off missing that. It might hit the stumps and bounce away because the way it was bowled, he didn't really have a chance to get the middle on it.
Oh, whacked. And it's going to go all the way. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Balle, balle, balle. Lovely shot. Well, Michael Guntelica goes down on one knee and says, yep, it's been too long since we've had one of these, a boundary. So he smacks this away. Nice hit.
Yeah, really good shot. Takes Michael up into the 30s. And he's done really well. Just keeping this chase on target.
Oh, it's another full toss. It's going to be another free hit. But more importantly, it's going to be another boundary as well. So a few problems here for Sathi. And too high.
Yeah.
It gets punished.
Repeat offence. Whenever you see the batter pulling these kind of high balls behind square, it's a sign for me it's too high. And yes, Sathi, that'll be his second and final warning now. If he bowls another one of these, he won't be able to bowl anymore. But more of the issue that they're running out of runs to play with now. Now for the first time, the runs required goes under a run of ball.
Yeah, I mean, 2 bad deliveries result in this. This one will be a wide, so the free hit will stay intact. So he's having a few issues here now. There's Sathi. The umpire just reminding everyone that we're still on the free hit.
He's going to go around the wicket now, try something different. Yeah, still on a free hit. And he might as well go absolutely crazy at this one. I think he wants that leg side again.
A better delivery. And Michael just electing this time rather than try and go for the big hit. I mean, it was a free hit. I'm quite surprised at that shot, actually.
He just ran. He wanted something in particular, but then the ball wasn't there, and then he knew he was going to miss it if he went through with the big shot, so he's just happy just to take the one. Yeah, sometimes you can kind of set up for something, but he made a slight error of judgment in exactly what the ball was doing. Right, over to Avishka now.
Pushes this one through. The umpire.
That's fine, I think. Good keeping by Aquilina.
Yeah, he is good keeping. Does very well. Let's have a look. Yeah, nicely taken. And just saying, go on, go on. Lift that foot up. Lift it up for me. Oh, what a catch! That is a jalebi catch if you ever saw one from Sathi. It's absolutely smashed back to him. Well, he's had a few problems, hasn't he? Getting the ball in the right places. Well, he puts that one in the slot. The batter thinks, I'll have you. I'll have it. He smashes it back. Hit hard. Hit like a rocket. But the catch taken by Sathi. This is superb. There you go. How'd you like your jalebis? Just like that. Nice and sticky.
It was happened so quick. I don't think anyone realised what happened. Yeah, pretty close to the middle of the bat. Maybe slightly down the bottom. But yeah, Sathi stuck out the right hand. And we've seen a few of these not stick today. This one sticks like glue to his palm. So he throws it away. And again, he'll be a bit annoyed, I think, at how the first part of this over went. But he'll certainly enjoy that highlight. So that is 71 for 3 now. What a return catch this is.
Yeah, this is a really good catch. Brilliantly taken. And isn't he pumped as he throws it up in the air? Nicely done. It just keeps things interesting, doesn't it? But you can see there, Michael Gunter is the wicket they need to get. This is just floated up there. Chase on for the fielder. They should get 2. And they will.
Yeah, that's good running. I think they saw that fielder's on the back foot. Still kind of hadn't regained his momentum. So 7 overs down, 72 for 3. Exactly a runner ball required for the last 3 overs. Should be an exciting one and an exciting finish to the week as well. You can see these two teams, not much between them. And in the last match of the day, last match of the week, I suppose, match 24, it's Malta Day. Once again, they won the toss. They'll be batting first. Sathi batted really well. Cornelius Yunus didn't quite have his timing, but we know he's very capable. With the Southern Crusaders, I've got to say I really enjoyed the bowling of Mahabub Rahman. I thought that he was a really clever spin option. So that game is coming your way, starting in about 35 minutes. Right here, it's our last game of week 1, right here in the FanCode European Cricket Series Malta.
New bowler. Ready to bowl Nazir. Let's see what he can do. Nazir launches into this, and he's going to get it right again. So Michael Gunter, well, he's saying, I'm not messing around. I'm not going to try and do this tiki-taka. If it's there, I'm going for it. Lovely shot. Just backs himself, and he sends it smashing out of here. Nicely played. Boom. Shaka lagya. Shaka time for Michael Gunter. And now he goes to the other side, but he's going to give his wicket away. Yes, he is. So it's 6 down over cow corner. Then he goes, tries to do the same outside the off. Gives his wicket again. So it's going to be a tense finish here, you know. I can tell you that now because the set batter has gone. We haven't seen too much from anybody else. It's a little bit, I mean, Michael Gunter, his innings is a little bit like that of Azim Sethi. Both the openers have got runs on the board. But now, who is going to be the provider for them as Michael goes for 44? And he'll be disappointed, the captain there. He's done all the hard work. And now it's time really for him to bring the match home. And he's left his team with a little bit to do. And will this be the opportunity that Malta Day sees on? That's a new batter goes out there, and it is Rahman.
Yeah, so yeah, it just keeps it interesting, doesn't it?
So Rahman joins Chandiram out there. So big opportunity maybe to get back in this. 11 of 16, they should do it, but anything can happen. Just look at how the innings ended for Malta Day, how they struggled so much. So there's a left-hander who will cause just a few issues for the fielding side. Malta Day. Here's the first delivery to Rahman. Rahman just plays that defensively. So nerves now for Southern Crusaders. Michael Gunter, what a good innings it was from him, 44-23, but just has his wicket fallen at the wrong time. This one on the pads, he would have been better off just letting this go by. And just sense here that Malta Day are probably thinking, right, if we can get a bowler, or a couple of bowlers who can bowl a good line and length, good wicket-to-wicket bowling, they've got a chance. Hits out at this one, they'll get a single. It shouldn't be any more than a single. The fielder makes, oh, where's he running to? Running into trouble. He's going to be gone. Runs himself out. Oh, I don't know what is going on here. This is crazy. And that's Chandiram will have to go. I mean, they take the first, and they, all right, the fielder doesn't pick it up cleanly.
Look,
So
Chandiram goes.
Chandiram goes. You can
glances,
see
he
the
keeps-
new batter saying no, no, no.
Yeah.
And by the time Chandaram is looking to react. He knows he's a goner.
He spends way too much time looking at the ball and not enough looking at his partner. And that was why we had a communication breakdown. And I still think there's a bit going on in this game. I just think, yeah, new batter at the crease. And I think that this has been a bit of a low-scoring series in general, so no foregone conclusion at all. It's an interesting time. But what I will say is the end of that first innings becomes super important because remember, I think they only scored 11 runs off last 3 overs.
Yeah.
So that's the reason that this chase is just kind of 10 more and not probably 25 or 30 more. Yeah, spectators enjoying the day. Why not? Beautiful day for cricket.
New batter comes in. Is somebody going to be brave and just bang 2 out of the ground to win it? Well, at the moment, just defensively play. What a good over, a good spell that is from Michael Nazir. And only 12 coming off his 2 overs. Picked up those 2 wickets as well. And that one, well, super over. The score moves to 80.
Yeah, so what's that? 10 off the
wide.
last 2.
10 of 12 is the equation, but you just, I mean, this over, still thinking, get whoever your best bowler is here now. You don't save him till the last.
Yeah.
He bowls it now, and you're just saying to him, and that's exactly what I think Sam Aquilina, the wicketkeeper captain, is saying. I just want 6 full pitched up deliveries on the stumps, and it looks like Zubair is the man who's going to bowl it. Hasn't bowled one as yet, has Zubair.
Looks like a good player though.
So, well, they're going with him to bowl this one, and he's got to get it right. He's got to. Let's have a look at the field as well. I think they're too deep on the offside. Nobody in to try and stop the single. Well, that one is shaped in marvellously well. It's fielded. They'll take the single. Yeah, I think the field is too deep. Got to get players in to stop the singles, and especially up there. I mean, look, mid-wicket. Maybe get your mid-wicket in and keep your long on and quite a wide square leg. Offside seems fine. Zubair. Oh, this one just goes over the stumps. It's a wild
see
swing.
what I'm saying? There's a twist left in this. Yeah. Zubair's just got to be accurate here.
Sam. Batter. Oh, he misses another 2 and 2, and he's gone. It's a snick behind. So Zubair does get the wicket. It's a wild swing from Makari Wasam. He's thinking he's going to do it with a boundary to help his team's cause, but all he does is gets the finest of tickles on this. And you know he's guilty when he's looking around to see where this ball ends up. There it is. There's the little touch. There's the wicket. Drama here as Makari Wasam. He'll go for a duck. A new batter comes out. And, whoa. So similarly to Malta Day, these two teams, like we saw in Group A, showing that there's 1 or 2 key batters, and after that, there's not a lot to come. Maybe.
Yeah, this is what we always thought was a possibility. If they have the same kind of a finish that Malta Day did, they'll lose.
Well, he goes for the big shot, but it could be out. Could be 2 and 2. It will be 2 and 2, and it's a catch that's brilliantly taken on the boundary. And what a twist we're getting. Edward Thomas makes no mistake. And another batter comes and goes. And it's going to be a first ball golden duck for Jojo Thomas. And just like that, well, I know this game is in the balance, but we also have a bowler who's on a hat-trick.
Yeah, well, haven't had a hat-trick in Malta this week, have we? Oh, no, we had Devendra Negi. Of course we did.
Negi.
Had Negi, and that was the one that slipped under the
2
radar,
overs.
didn't it? But, yeah, looking for hat-trick taker number 37. Yeah, that was back in match 11, Blasters versus AUM.
Wow, what a finish this is. You know now, I mean, looking at the equation with runs, I think they need 9 of 8 balls now that goes down to.
Good over this. Got to say that Edward Thomas has been really very important in this defence. And Sathi was really important with the bat. I think that he's been really important with the ball, but also, I mean, that's a pressure catch. If you mess that up, if you tap that over the boundary or towards the boundary, completely changes the game.
Yeah, okay, can he finish this over well? Left-hander on strike, Rahman. And he's just happy to just stroke this out and take the single and go back on strike. So he fancies himself to finish things off here as we do go into the last. And how about this for golden ball? It's been a while, 118 matches since we've seen one. Is that going to come to an end here? Are we going to reset that clock to
I
0?
think we're on here. I've got a real strong tingle about this. Hello and welcome back to the Master Cricket Ground. Well, it's time for the last match of week 1. It's hard to believe we're already...
There's 2 of you. I can hear 2 of you. What's going on here? What are you doing?
If everyone could hear that.
It looks like we're ready here, I tell you.
Hey,
what's the equation? How many is it? 7
I
of 6?
honestly think we're on. Let me check.
7 of 6, yeah.
They need 6 off 6 for a golden ball. 6 singles. Average of 1 per ball. That sounds about right to me. And look, it's Sathi who's on his final warning as for high deliveries.
I mean, what are they thinking here? I'm calling it. There's no way.
Don't have another option.
There's no way Sathi is going to get... I mean, I did say you got to bowl the best bowler you got in the night.
Keeper back makes sense to me as well.
Yeah.
Because I just think it's a bit more
fielders
defensive.
are still moving. You can't bowl it yet.
You can stop some of those little deflections.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Oh, look at that shuffle. Isn't the Yardley shuffle to start off with? And is he going to get there? He does. Will he hit? And no, he won't. They'll get the single.
Yeah, he decides he doesn't want to throw at the bowler's end because he doesn't want to risk giving away an overthrow. And he thought he was more likely to get the run out. But the thing is, the non-striker was off straight away. So, yeah, even though when the ball goes to the keeper, they get home.
Yeah, Sathi was the hero with the bat. Can he also back it up with the ball? So, 6 off 5. And the new batter.
5 singles for a golden ball.
How about, what do you think of this field? I mean, wouldn't you not just have him in? Why?
Well, you don't want to concede a boundary.
It's an easy single down that leg side.
But you're saying you don't
mid-wicket closer, really.
You don't mind a single because you're just hoping you'll swing and miss here. You can't concede a boundary.
Well, he's bowled him. Sathi gets it on the money. And Rashmika has to go. He can't believe that he's missed it. And the equation now goes to 6 required of 4 deliveries. It's all happening out there in the middle. Wow.
It's a good game, isn't it? And I just noticed that they're 8 down here as well. So you've got number 10 coming out now, Rashmika. Well, he was full of a few dance moves in the field, wasn't he? He does a bit of a cat in a hot tin roof there. Gets on the tiptoes, tries to play it, comes back, and Sathi, well, come the hour, come the man. He bowled a shocker of an over really earlier. He's come back in the 10th and he's knocked over.
Hey, here's a question for you. It's a question for you. He
Yep.
had 2 high no balls, right?
Yep.
If he bowls another one, he's off, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's what I was saying.
So they'll have to use somebody who's never bowled.
Yep.
Oh, well.
Senaratne is
Here
going
we
to
go.
come in and he just needs to get at least 1 here.
Oh, the ball
Does
does
knock
hit
Bales
the
off.
stump, but the bails stay on. Well, look at that. I'm loving the shuffle from Sathi before he bowls.
This
one,
6
watch
runs is
this.
looking miles away. Look at this. And because it hits the stumps at the bottom.
Oh, there's a wobble, but they stay on.
Oh, geez. This 6 runs looks so far away, doesn't it? 6 off 3 now.
6 or 3. Hits
Shot.
as well. And they're going to run 2, are they? They turn, they think about it, they go for it, and Akolina has muffed it. Oh, my word.
Gets a bad bounce, to be fair, Sam, here. That's huge, isn't it?
Oh,
Everyone
my
is
word.
crucial. Would have been a 9th wicket as well. Would have put them on their last legs. Look at this last bounce. Oh, yeah, a little bit of a shocker.
Oh, dear. It should have been just 1, and it should have been a new
was a good
batter
shot.
coming on to strike.
4 off 2. Come on. Here we go. We're on here, I think.
Touch on this. It's going to be just a single.
2 for a golden ball now. And it's Rahman, who he bowled so well, Mahabub Rahman. And now you just got to concentrate, I think, on getting the ball into the outfield and running hard. You don't want to swing and miss. You swing and miss, you're gone. So you know that your partner, Senaratne, will be running hard for you. 2 for a golden ball. Can't see a 3 happening, but a boundary will win it.
Boundary to win. 2 for a golden ball.
I think I had a strong tingle. Saturday afternoon cricket from Malta, and the last ball coming up is Sathi to bowl it. 2 required for a golden ball.
It's short. It's a dot. There's going to be, it's going to be just a single. So a single it will be, and it's going to be Malta Day that hold on to an incredible victory.
I think he might be out here, actually.
This is an incredible victory, and the bat is in the air. He is out.
Yeah, just
he
out.
is out. I don't believe it. Well, you can see the Crusade. They were cruising They were absolutely cruising, but they did the same thing that Malta Day did. And this match was very much the same. Or this innings very much the same as when Malta Day batted. All it was to do with one batter, Azim Sathi. Nobody else did anything, and it's the same here with the Crusaders. It was only Marco Guntulika 44-22, but nobody else was able to get going. Malta Day have pulled off an incredible defence. They were staring at defeat, and somehow they've turned it around. And you're right, you know, it was that started all done by Edward Thomas. He bowled brilliantly, but then there was that excellent over, the 8th over from Nazir as well. Absolutely amazing stuff, and we see the end of this match. What a match it was. But once again, we get so close to our golden ball, but it doesn't quite happen. As we watch this again, and yeah, there's the bails coming off there. I mean, I think it's a question of whether it's out or not. It doesn't really matter. What matters is it was the last ball. And incredible scene. So 87 for 9. They fall short. It's quite crazy, quite amazing. And you know what, folks? The beauty of it is these teams, they do it all over again. It will be an absolute cliffhanger once more, I'm sure, as we have a look at the highlights. And you see at this point, with Michael Guntulika hitting the ball so well, and they just looked in no danger at all. But the worry was they needed to get, if he was out, who was going to keep things going for them, because nobody else was stepping up to the mark. Ryan Bastians, he was just playing the waiting game, and then he decided he's going to open up. He started with that one. That was a big 6, beautifully played. This was poor work from the fielder. I tell you what, if this game was lost by them by a matter of a couple of runs, they'll look back at that fielding. But, well, this was where it all was started. That was a really good bowling. Edward Thomas, he certainly was the star. He changed it round.
Yeah, it did. And I just always felt this was on the cards. You know, didn't quite put the game to bed, did they? This was another one. Yeah, it's a close call, but you can understand why that one's given. Hits him in front of off stump. And, yeah, the Crusaders, again, they just fall just short. They always seem to be just a little bit short of where they need to be. It was a good effort, but yeah, they couldn't quite chase down this 90.
Yeah, they couldn't. Look, they only needed, 10 runs off the last 2 overs. They couldn't get there. I mean, again, we're just seeing the highlights from Michael Guntulika. He was smashing the ball to all parts. But just, you see, after playing one big shot, he then, I mean, this was, what about that kind of catch? That was absolutely fantastic. And he loved it, didn't he? And that was Sathi. Remember that, Sathi? I mean, it was a nasty over, but he finished it well. And I'm just wondering if that gave him the confidence to bowl that last over. And certainly, got to admit, when he's coming on to bowl the last and trying to defend 7, I thought, uh-oh, because remember, I think he went for 7 or 1 ball in that first over. But this was the wicket. This was the one that mattered. That was the wicket of Michael Guntulika. And he just thought there, hang on, game on. I mean, they were all smiles. They thought he'd done enough to win the game for them, but it wasn't to be.
Always had this suspicion. There's just a couple of moments that were important, and this one was unnecessary run out. And they were losing wickets quickly, weren't they? And they ended up losing 9 of them during this innings. And yeah, that was a little nick behind. So when it came down to it, yeah, they went back to Sathi to bowl the last over, and yeah, they needed 7 to win, and in the end, they just weren't able to get there.
What about that catch?
Yeah, that was important as well. I mean, every run mattered, didn't it? Every run mattered, and yeah, I'd say that Edward had a very good game, and then that happened, and you could see that Rashmika couldn't believe it.
Look at that, 2 looks up to the air. One was for joy, one was for despair. That's what happens sometimes. But you know what? I think the Southern Crusaders, I mean, once you saw the wicket go there of Guntulika, they forgot that they could win this match with singles. They could easily have done it with singles. Every batter was coming out trying to hit big, and they were getting themselves into trouble. And that one there right at the end was probably a little bit irrelevant whether it was out or not. Yeah. The question was they weren't getting the runs that they needed. In, out, doesn't matter. The match was lost. Malta Day, they pull off a remarkable recovery. And, well, you've got to say that it's not the first time that we've seen the Southern Crusaders throw away what looked to be a certain victory.
Yeah, and so in the end, yeah, they just had to get something on that last ball, didn't they, to get to the outfield, at least push the game. They weren't able to make contact. This is what's coming up, and it's coming up in around about 15 minutes. And this is match number 650 in the European Cricket Series in 2022. But we're over 1,000 matches total, so make sure you join us for match 24. Malta Day, once again, they won the toss, elected to bat first, and I can understand why, because they did defend very well when it came to the crunch. The Crusaders will be disappointed with that and will want to get some points out of their first day of group action when we return in around about 15 minutes' time. It will be the last game of the week, in fact. Kunatilica with 44 engineered the chase, but didn't get a lot of help. 15 from Bastians, who fell just when it looked like he was getting going, and then nobody else could pass 4. And unfortunately, Rahman couldn't get bat on ball with the last ball when they needed 2 to tie. Couldn't force a golden ball. And look, a few less wides, with 9 in the innings and 2 no balls. And yeah, maybe that's the difference as well in the innings. Have a look at the bowling. Got to say, Edward Thomas was excellent. 1 for 9. He was very economical. 2 wickets apiece, though, to Nazir, Sathi and Zubair. Sathi recovered after a tough first over. Zubair came good in the 9th as well, took 2 for 3.
Yeah.
Very good game of cricket. I'm looking forward to seeing the sequel.
Yeah, great game. And well done to Zubair bowling that 9th over. All happened in the 9th, but once again, it didn't. It was all about the bowling of Zubair picking up those 2 wickets as well. What a sensational match that was. We thought its game went on both innings. We thought on 2 occasions that we were going to see, well, when it was Malta there batting, we thought we were going to see big scores. It looked like that way at the halfway point. It didn't end up being that way. And then we thought Southern Crusaders at the halfway point, they're going to win an easy match. It wasn't to be, because the second half, it was again the bowling side that were the stronger. And these 2 teams, they do it again. Looking forward to it already. That match is starting in just about 15 minutes time. So join us back then. It's going to be an absolute cracker. Rika Full here. And Vinny Sandhu of the European Cricket Network. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Malta. We'll be back in 15.
Hello and welcome back to the Master Cricket Ground. Well, it's time for the last match of week one. It's hard to believe we are already almost halfway through this FanCode European Cricket Series. So the action will continue with some Saturday night fever. It will be match 24. And once again, we are going to see Malta today. They are taking on the Southern Crusaders. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Stefan Gooch is with the two captains.
Heads the call. It's heads.
Batting.
Okay. Good luck, guys. All the best. There you go. All the best.
So it is Malta today. Once again, they've won the toss and once again, they want to have a bat. And I've got to say, I was really impressed with the batting of Azim Sarthi with his 50. Put a competitive score on the board in the first game for Malta today, who, remember, they only lost one game during the group stage last time around. But for me, again, the Southern Crusaders, I like the way that they use some of their spin options. I think that Rahman bowled really, really well. He's got a few tricks, and I think that he'll be testing the Malta Day batters in the first half of this one. So the toss result is the same. Rico full. We get ready for match 24. The toss result being that Malta Day, they've won the toss. They're going to have a hit again. First up, it's over to you, and let's get this match started. I'm ready. I hope you are too.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandhu, and welcome back to all of you, our global cricket family, as we come back for the last time today, or the last time this week, for the final match of the day. It's match number 4 of Group B, match 24 in total. Malta Day up against the Southern Crusaders one more time. And Malta Day, well, translates to Mother of God. Well, what an absolute match that was. It was insane, it really was. How that happened, well, maybe it's all to do with the Mother of God to make that result go their way, because Southern Crusaders looked on to finish the job on them. They only needed at one point just 10 runs off 12 deliveries, weren't able to do it. It went down to 7 off the last over, but well, it was Sarthi. Well, he was a bit of the villain with the ball in his first over. But remember that corner bowl he took? Well, that was the start of things to come. He bowls the second over. They win. They win by 2 runs Malta Day. They're looking to do it again. But, well, have a look at this Malta Day. Bat versus ball wall. Says Southern Crusaders 95 to 86. So it's the Southern Crusaders are being pipped to do this one. Malta Day, though, are having a bat first. Let's see if they can get a better finish to the innings. They started well last time, didn't they? And it was once again the batting of Azim Sathi, who was the player of the match in the last one, thanks to his 50 of 29 and then also 2 for 22. But can he do it again? So Zishan Yusuf is going to be the bowler. As the umpires out there for this one, going to be Joy and Subhash. Wait for our official time partner, Frederica Constant from Geneva, to give them the go-ahead for the start of this match. Interesting, I think, again, both these teams have shown us that they're pretty reliant on a couple of batters. And if they don't click, they could be in a bit of trouble. See here that one issue that Malta Day certainly will have is the depth in the batting. Trying something different, going for Patel to open up with the Cornelius Yunus, probably because Azim Sathi is saying, hey, I need a bit of a rest. They could also go to something like Marco Nazir. I seem to remember, top of my head, that he can be pretty useful out there. Early up, he can play a nice role. Oh, this is wild. This is going to be a no ball, and unfortunate for the keeper. I mean, this is such a cruel. This rule has to, of all the rules that I want to see changed in cricket, this has got to be one of them. I mean, there's no way that the bowler should, the wicket keeper, I should say, should be the one that has buys go down for this. This should just go down as something different. And once again, though, you see, oh, the wicketkeeper and the fielder trying to stop it with their feet. Somebody here is going to end up with a broken foot. I can tell you that here now. There's too many trying to field it with the feet. Yusuf gets the warning. And the free hit is followed up by a wide. So it will still be a free hit. So 5 becomes 6. No ball yet bowled. So not the start that the Crusaders want, certainly not the start that Yusuf wants. Hits this well, is a free hit, so it won't matter if he catches it. He's not going to catch it. It goes over him, 1 bounce, 4 runs. So that means that's how you get 10 off 1 delivery. That's right, 10 off 1 delivery, because the first 2 were not legal deliveries. So that's a 10. They're just getting that over the fielder, who is inside the 30-yard circle. Had to go a long way back. And, I'm not quite sure what Patel is doing. He's like he's playing tennis and waiting to receive a serve from somebody like Roger Federer. He's moving around all over the place. There he is. And then, well, he just half-heartedly plays his away. He doesn't even try to hit it. That gives Cornelius Yunus the strike now. He sort of guides this out onto the offside. It's the wicket keeper that will get there first. And Chandirama is behind the stumps. And Patel and Yunus looking to get off to a good start before the likes of Azim Sathi comes in. It's well bowled, well played as well there from Patel. And well, the throw is wild, and they will take 2. I think this one is a bit of an umpire killer, and hits the batter on the back of his pad that has now come off. I don't know if the straps are broken or what's happened there, but here's the oh, that could have been nasty. That really could be. Quick reactions from the wicketkeeper Chandrama, and then here, as the batters complete the second, there's a bit of that ball hits him on the back of the pad, and the pad ejects. It's like a self-eject system. I haven't seen those pads when you press a button and they come off. It'll be coming handy sometimes. Zishan Yusuf. Those figures say 10, but that's wrong. I mean, it should never be 10. You shouldn't be able to bowl a no ball like that, and four of them, the buys, go down as extras. It should be on him. Let's make that change here. He moves around all over the place, doesn't he, Patel? But that's his style. Whips this away. They should be running hard here, and they don't. They just take the single. The throw comes in, and that will be, will that be the end of the first over? Yes, it will be the end of the first over. And as you know, next weekend we've got some interesting T20I coming up, and Vinny Sandhu is back in with us just to talk us through these.
Yeah, and so you can see that each team will play 4 matches, so they play the opponents twice. There's no final or anything like that. This is basically about ranking points. Also, there will be a winner of the series, whoever performs the best out of those 3 teams. But yeah, really important. And I might try and pull up the T20 international rankings shortly, because I know that they're all pretty close together. And if you can beat a lower ranked opponent, it's not worth as much as if you can beat a higher ranked opponent. So yeah, I'll be interested to see who's got the most to gain, because I think the lowest ranked team there stands to gain a lot, because I don't think there's too much between those 3 sides, Rico. And it starts next Friday, so in 6 days' time. It's 9 o'clock in GMT time. It's 10 o'clock in Central Europe and 2:30 p.m. in India. So the matches will be starting 4 hours apart. So they start 10 o'clock local time in the morning and 2 p.m. And don't forget, the clocks are going back tonight. So if you're in Europe, put the clocks back. You don't really need to physically ever do anything now, because I think everything's electronic, right? Some people still have clocks on the wall, I guess.
They go back, so that's good, right? That means get
Extra
an
hour sleep.
Hour. No, that's all right. Don't
But
mind
we
that.
are actually starting an hour earlier just to compensate for that on Monday. Come to that in a second. That's really well fielded out there by Rashmika. And make sure it's just a single. Yeah, so this is the good one. Yeah, this is one where you gain an extra hour of your life, you feel like. Because you had one stolen about 6 months ago.
You get it back. It does mean, though, that it's dark earlier, doesn't it?
25-hour day coming up. I'll take it. Could always use more hours in the day.
Nicely hit by Patel.
And yeah, when I was growing up in Perth, we didn't have daylight saving. And it really annoyed me personally, because the sun would be up at like 5 in the morning, but then we'd start losing light kind of 6:30 to 7 o'clock. And for cricket training, it was terrible, because you ran out of light really quickly. The training would normally only start about 5.
There's an opportunity, but the catch is not taken cleanly. I think there's fingers on this, but it goes to the boundary. And I think Ryan Bastians is disappointed here. You think a player of his quality needs to take this catch. He doesn't. You can see the bowler is disappointed, doesn't get it either. I don't think he doesn't get back quick enough, does he?
Yeah, well, I mean, he gets 2 hands to it when it comes down to it, but just kind of slews off the fingers. Cornelius threw the kitchen sink at that. Got just enough to get it over the fielder and to the boundary. Now he's teasing again, and they'll get through for a single. Yeah, so I remember in Western Australia, so there was a vote on it, and it was kind of like the Brexit vote. It was really close. I think it was 49-51, so then they put it away. It's on the older generation. I think they liked getting up at 5. You probably like this, getting up at 5 o'clock and going for a brisk walk.
No,
No, thank you.
That's not quite me. As this one's another up and over, and they'll take a single. Yeah, you got this thing about me being an early bird. I can tell you, I'm not.
Well, you always look so fresh in the
will back
morning,
you
though.
up on
Yeah.
that.
Well, I know that when you're at home, in the restaurant business, you probably do need to sleep in a bit. Anyway, it's 24 without loss after 2. I'm only basing that on the fact that you always look sensational in the morning when you turn up to breakfast. Let's have a look at what happened in Group A, and you can see that Marsa, they topped the group. The Blasters second on 8 points, and then all the other 3 teams were on 6, and it was Gozo that missed out. And of course, whoever the top 4 performers in Group B they'll take on the Group A teams. And right now, it's the Knights on the top and everyone else playing catch-up, because they were pretty impressive today against overseas. We haven't seen Sweet United yet. We'll see them on Monday for the first time. Stay tuned. We'll give you the fixtures pretty shortly as well. Yeah, so for me, being a cricket player, I really loved it. We actually did trial daylight savings for like 3 years, I think. Then there was another year they tried it a little bit later. So yeah, we played some twilight matches and matches under lights, which was quite fun.
And this one would have been a wide. It didn't have to play at it. He did, but he gets lucky.
And so many of these teasers at the moment for the fielders, haven't there? Yeah, may not have been a wide. Might have just snuck that in.
Rashmika, they bowled very well in the first match. Coming on to bowl.
As Eunice turns on 1, and we'll get 1. So yeah, if you can put 100 plus on the board, it seems like a winning total, doesn't it here? Only seen 100 plus chased down twice so far in this series. Yeah, so I want to say thanks to all the lurkers as well. Just going through and seeing if we've got viewers from all over the world, as usual. Really exciting day of cricket here. We love close matches. And yeah, this guy, I like it, what he does. This is Vidusha Rashmika. comes in. He's got a bit of swagger about him, doesn't he?
Yep.
And, I know that he'll be disappointed that they weren't able to get the points in the first game. Pretty good over so far. Almost a return catch. Once again, takes it cleanly. Shapes to flick back at Yunus. But yeah, he looks busy, looks enthusiastic, bringing a lot of energy to the table, Rashmika.
Yeah, he does. I'm liking what I'm seeing from him. He's a man about the business.
Now this is skied, and it should be a simple catch for the keeper. And it is. Well, Chandra up, made it look, let's say, a bit more nervy than it might have should have been, but he's all smiles, and why not? And the keeper had to go for that one, he does. And so Rashmika breaks through, reward for a pretty tight over so far. And unfortunately, it's the end of the road for Srijay Patel. It's the first wicket of match 24. The score is 26 for 1.
Yeah, it's another batter. Many a batter has got out today on ball number 13. Look how he's caught this. I mean, it's actually caught it in the 2 fingers there of his glove. And but I don't know if you can quite have an ice cream catch when you've got the gloves on. Well, that was one. I mean, he's very lucky to have taken that.
It just sticks, doesn't it? I mean, he does, the technique, I suppose, was right. It's just, I think he misjudges. Yeah, he just misjudges the drop of the ball slightly, but almost cops a high 10 in the face as well from Rashmika, who comes in and delivers a Yorker. Last ball of the over. Sathi is the new batter, coming in at number 3 this time. So at the end of the power play, Mudday 26 for 1. Remember that Crickathon question was, will there be a 50-plus power play? I'm going to say looking unlikely now, because there's only one more chance. You can go to crickathon.com to check that out. And so I want to say hello to Navtejbir Singh, who's watching from Melbourne. So hopefully you're well. Thanks for joining us, and said enjoying ECN all the time. Thanks for the good job. Well, it's not just us, it's really a team effort from everyone. So now it's going to be Nishantha Karyawasam who's going to bowl over number 4.
Karyawasam didn't bowl a bad second over, just went for 10.
One hand, one mouth job. Cornelius, he's one of my favourite players in Malta when he gets going, because he's a little bit reckless and he can hit the ball a long way. We haven't quite seen the best of him so far. Talking about a left-hander when they get going as well. Always pretty to watch. And he might have nicked behind here, or does he hit the ground? And he's given out, so yeah, doesn't look too impressed. It was certainly a noise when it went past the bat of Yunus, and Karyawasam breaks through. My first instinct was he did nick it, but then I second guessed myself. Yeah, I'm not super sure about that. Seems a long way
away from it, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell, because when there are little edges, I think the bowler probably thinks he hit the ground. It's a half appeal.
He's not appealing. He thinks, oh, that's close. He starts walking away, and he gets given. He's not even appealing there, Vinny. The bowler is not appealing, and then he comes back with a smile on his face. Oh, have I just got a wicket?
Yeah, well, the umpire saw it differently. Look, this is very hard for us to tell from the replay.
No, I can tell on the replay. Don't touch that, Vinny. You're being kind. He doesn't touch this. Look at this. That's nowhere near the bat. Look at the bowler. Bowler knows it. Said, oh, that's close. He's walking back, saying, oh, that was a close. And then watch his reaction. He said, oh, really?
Yeah. He goes short of calling him back, though, doesn't he? So Karyawasam does break through. That's cricket, I suppose. And 26 for 2, the score. And unfortunately for Cornelius, it doesn't end well. He's here, the new batter, and he turns this one round the corner. Well fielded. Just a single.
Yeah, Michael Nazir comes in. He's a man that I do remember. He's played some good knocks. He's a good all-rounder. We saw him bowl very well in that first match as well. So he comes at number 4. He certainly is somebody, if he gets himself in, can provide good support to the likes of Azim Sathi. Charges at this. Gets a bit of bat onto it. It'll be another single.
So I think this weekend also, it was the T20 final in Italy. Apparently it was Roma CC versus Fresh Tropical. So that would have been a good one. And yeah, don't have a result in that one yet. Carno's just brought that one up. The 2 teams that we love. 2 teams we saw in the Super Series back in July.
Yeah. I wonder where that was. Would that would have been played at Roman CC? Maybe Johnny G was there.
Yeah, perhaps. That would have been a great game to watch. Right now, Curry Wassam has one ball to bowl in his spell. It's hit straight to the field and no run. So, yeah, the Crusaders, they're on a crusade to get some points after missing out by the barest of margins, really, in the first match between these two teams. And right now, they've done well to keep it quiet. It's 28 for 2 after 4. But Sathi, he was the danger man in the first game between these two, and he is still there, ready to launch.
Yeah, he's only just come in there. You can see just one of the two deliveries he's faced. Got Marco Nazir there as well. Sam Aquilina is listed to come in next. Somebody else that can, for me, he's a captain that doesn't give himself too many opportunities with the bat because he is pretty useful. Handy one to be out there. So I'd like to see him come out a bit earlier as we see Sathi ready to face the next delivery.
Rashmika's back to bowl as well for the Southern Crusaders. Yeah, what kind of Sathi will we get here in match 24? Big appeal. And it's basically trying to say, hey, that's hit the pad. And the umpire doesn't agree.
How are you appealing at this? What are you appealing for here?
I think you're saying please don't give it a wide.
What are you appealing for? I mean, it hits the ground, it goes up, and off the pad, hits the ground, goes to the keeper who doesn't even catch it, but you're appealing.
Yeah, because he doesn't want the umpire to know it's hit the pad, and he gives it a wide anyway. So that's why you're appealing. If there was such an appeal as, instead of how's that, just say, not a wide, not a wide. You know, that's why you appeal. You appeal just to make it obvious it hit something, because I think that it did hit the pad.
Oh, it did big. Was it called a wide?
It was called a wide.
You're joking.
That's why you're appealing.
Oh, goodness me.
Yeah,
oh, dear, oh, dear.
Well,
this one
pretty
could
close.
be.
Yeah, and he's gone. Yeah, well, he loves the celebration. He does a full 720, runs right down the middle of the Master Cricket Ground, and then puts the big shush signal. I don't know who was talking, but I've got to say, Rashmika, he's got as many celebrations as you can imagine. I mean, that is plump.
Yeah.
And again, I don't know how the umpire sees it because Rashmika's running right down the middle of the pitch, but he's correct.
Ooh.
And, well, I don't know. Tell the umpire to shush. He's your friend there. He's just giving it out. Anyway, bit of revenge for the white call anyway. And Rashmika breaks through. Marta loses a third wicket. And the score is 30 for 3.
Yeah, that's well bowled. It's quite interesting. I mean, when we were looking at the Crickathon question yesterday, it was all to do with what would be the highest number of dismissals. And when we got the answers through, we know, it was, I mean, of the options, it was bowled. But LBW didn't feature. There were no LBWs yesterday. There have been plenty of them today.
That is one that you can definitely put in the book. Here's Zubair coming out to bat at 5. And get a single first up. Well, Ken is in the chat. Ken Walker. Hello, Ken. Hope you're well. He said, hi, Vinny. I had one of your famous Maximo burgers at Molly's Roadhouse last night in Coen. And, well, I hope you enjoyed it. Yeah. And Keanu's asking, how was it? I'm guessing it was big. Ken said it was lovely. Anyway, so yeah, I could go for one of those tonight. Maybe we need to get them in more countries.
Oh, as one hand comes off the bat, it's an opportunity. Big moment in the match, and it's being taken. No mistakes there from Ryan Bastians this time. And they get the prize wicket. Then it is Azim Sathi who doesn't get going at all this time. This doesn't sound right off the bat, but also doesn't help. This is all about losing your shape, losing your balance. One hand comes off the bat, and no power in it as a result of that. Watch this. The one hand comes right off, goes straight up in the air. Still a lot of work to do from Bastians, but, well, the big player takes a catch of a big man.
Yeah.
And now they're going to struggle to get into any sort of score. I reckon close to that 90s. They really are.
Really important wicket, wasn't it? And, yeah, Sathi's disappointed. Just lost control with that shot. So 31 for 4. And you're right, this innings, there was like a little health bar. It's looking pretty low at the moment. But here's Sam Aquilina. And, you know, he's an experienced campaigner. He can hold the bat. He'll run really hard. Nice catch, though, by Bastians. He knew the gravity of the moment. That's, yeah, I want to say big hello to everyone. Just want to take this opportunity while the players take a quick drink, and you can understand that. It's a pretty sunny afternoon. Not quite as hot as it was at the start of the series, so I'm told. I did miss the first couple of days. But yeah, hello to everyone out there. To Neil, he's saying that he would love a Maximo burger. I can tell you they're very good. Everyone at Maltese Roadhouse, they're very supportive of the cricket when we're there.
They are.
In Khartoum. And I know that they'll be following us as well. We're often on the TV there. So, yeah, hopefully you guys are having a lovely weekend. Yeah, but hello to Mandrake as well and to Keanu. And, yeah, who knows? I think the Maximo Burger, maybe I should just kind of introduce it to a few more locations. It gives me another option. And Neil's saying he would love Maximo Burger with a cocktail. I can tell you I won't be having any cocktails tonight.
Yeah.
I'm not having any
Okay, tell us
tonight.
what's in this burger then. Come on, how many patties?
It's a triple banger. It's got 3 patties and pretty big ones as well, as you'd imagine. And it's got a bit of everything. It's got egg, bacon, got lettuce, tomato, and everything. If you want to get really creative, you can have it with jalapenos as well.
So it's a knife and fork jobby.
Yeah, I always go knife and fork. Now, I've got a big mouth, but not that big.
Yeah.
But I want to say a quick hello to everyone. Yeah, it is food chat time. So if you want to throw some random questions at us, if you want to talk food chat, maybe something we should try. I know the pastizzi is very good here.
Yeah, they're
Malta.
superb.
That's what I might be going for. Hey, here's a guy. He's entertained me a lot today. Madusha Rashmika. And yeah, the big shush celebration. I'm waiting for... He's got a few of them. I'm waiting for the big Ronaldo, the arms one maybe coming up next. Anyway, Aquilina to face up. Again, if they can even get 70 or 80, that could play here. It's a good ball. He has to jam down on Aquilina, but he will get off the mark.
Yeah, he's a tall man, so he has a jab down onto most balls. Look at him. Look at him compared to the umpire.
Yeah, he makes the pitch look so small.
It is crazy. Look at the two of those together. I mean, talk about little and large. Oh, wow. He's a tall man. But, hey, what are these bowling figures from Rashmika at the moment? Got a ball to go. He's got 3 for 6. He's just taking a minute.
Loving these random questions coming in.
Yeah.
And Neil's fired a couple out there. And I'll come back to that in a second. First, let's have a look at the last ball the over from Rashmika. Pretty good one in swinging Yorker. But Zubair good enough to get some bat on it. It's the end of the 5th over, halfway through this first innings. In match 24, Matterday, 33 for 4. So, Hawkmoon, or Neil, asking, are there any plans to play in Scotland at all, please, or even England? Look, we did actually plan an English series twice in the ECS. It was kind of scuttled by a combination of things. One of them was the pandemic at the time and travel restrictions. The other thing is Brexit has made it really tough to get people and equipment into the UK. So that's why, probably at the moment not seeing a series in England or Scotland in the foreseeable future. But we obviously we do include them. They are part of Europe still geographically, and so they are involved in the ECL and the ECC. Yeah, but that was the issue. I mean, we'd really like to obviously, maybe we could do a series at Tunbridge Wells, for example. I know they'd be super keen for it. So that was one of the questions. Keanu's also mentioning that my burger sounds a bit like an Aussie burger, what we call it, but there's no beetroot in a Maximo burger, Keanu, because that's one of the key features of an Aussie burger. Here's a guy
in the burger.
Yeah, beetroot in burger. It's very Australian. It's good. Yeah. It can be messy though. You got to be careful with your clothing. You don't want to make a mess with that. Hey, the other thing was from Hawkmoon. What's the strangest, most unusual thing that you've ever eaten or seen on a menu? So I don't think I've mentioned this before. I've got a couple. I have eaten some strange things. There's a place you go in North Queensland in Australia where they have all this strange stuff on the menu. So that included. Oh, look at this. The keeper's smart, doesn't touch it, just in case it goes onto the stumps, in which case it'll be bowled. But then it almost bounced. He's looking at the stumps. He's just basically trying to protect them with his back. That was super clever.
It's really clever.
That was super clever because he's tall enough that he can lean over the stumps without touching them. So that was really smart from Aquilina, who had no idea where the ball was. But that would have been funny is if he had somehow dislodged the bails with his body or something like that. Yeah, so that one had mixed game. I think it had emu, crocodile, buffalo, and camel all on one plate.
Chance and gone. Easy as that. So Zubair has to depart. And here's another one that goes. A nice, simple, straightforward catch taken by Michael Gunteleko, who, as you can imagine, was extremely disappointed the way that the first match went. But he's probably now trying to, well, he has picked himself up and said to his boys, there's only one way to come back, and that's to find and win the next one. They're looking to do so. Looking very sharp, I have to say, once again, in those great kits that they've got. I'm liking those kits.
Both teams look good here. Yeah, that was a smart catch. He kind of gets low, gets on his knees to make it more comfortable rather than lurching forward. So it just keeps his eyes closer to the ball. Yeah, so he does well and gets up without a fuss. So this innings not looking particularly good. Like I said, 35 for 5 now. So yeah, that's probably the strangest thing I've ever eaten. I know also that probably the strangest thing I've ever eaten, though, was a witchetty grub. Have you heard of what that is?
No.
It's basically, it's basically like a big slug, and they eat them in the Aboriginal people historically would eat them, and
Like
so I was
raw?
on one of those things, and yeah, you just Bear Grylls it basically.
Okay.
How about you? You ever eaten anything strange or seen something strange on the menu?
No, I mean, plenty of strange things on the menu, but no, I'm not really, that adventurous. Snails, I mean, you mentioned snails.
Yeah.
Obviously in
Get snails.
Spain, you eat a lot of snails, which aren't too bad, but it's not on the menu that
I
often.
might have been with Corey when we were talking about this. I've had snails, and I didn't mind them actually, but I haven't had frog's legs.
Yeah,
That's
I
something
remember
that's
you
very
saying.
French.
Well, we could be, like you say, could be going to France, Paris, maybe.
If we do ECS France, I'll try and eat frog's legs. Okay. If we do that next year, I wish I hadn't said that, but someone will remember. What else have we got?
What about, have you had any of these? Because, I mean, I don't want to be rude, but there's a lot of animal private parts on
I've
on
never,
menus. You
I've
have
never
eaten
eaten
anything like that?
anything of that nature that you're getting to. Although I do hear there's all sorts of crazy.
Never had a
soups.
mouthful of balls.
They have soups. It's considered aphrodisiac in some, especially Asian
It is,
cultures.
yeah. And things like,
Like
brains.
tiger,
Yeah,
what soup?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
Well, all of those things, of course, should
Oh,
be
the old
banned,
bull.
especially when it's animals like tigers. It shouldn't happen. But I'm thinking more of the, not endangered species. Animal.
I haven't eaten anything that you were referring to, but thank you for your
People on the
suggestion.
chat know what I'm talking about.
There's a great segment.
What's that?
Hamish and Andy, who are these Australian comedians, they're very funny, these two guys, and they do some travelling, and they did this great thing, I think it was in China, where they had the private parts of various animals, and they had to guess which animal it was, and if they guessed correctly, the other person would have to eat it, and if wait for this, because this is in Sky, it's going to be just a single, but if they guessed wrong, then they would have to eat it themselves.
Yeah.
And there was like deer, there was all kinds of animals. Yeah, I'm going to move on from this conversation at the moment, and Keanu's asking, have we had surströmming in Sweden yet? That's basically rotten fermented fish. Short answer is no, and I can't see me eating that one. Here's Jojo. He gets launched. The fielder goes back and takes the catch. Well, Crusaders have been catching well. It's another shush job. Well, I didn't know it was so noisy, but Rashmika letting his catching do the talking. That's an excellent catch on the boundary, and Mudday just cannot take a trick here in match 24. They're 38 for 6.
Yeah, they're all over the place. In fact, I mean, I was thinking once you saw the wicket of Zim Sathi, even though he didn't get going in this one, I couldn't see where any boundaries were going to come from. And then when I saw that one being launched, I thought, well, maybe there's going to be one here from Muthu Kumaran, but it's not to be. He doesn't get it. It's a really good catch from the Shusha. And he's we're going to have to get a name for our man Ramishka.
The shush is pretty good.
Yeah,
Yeah, Rashmika is the Rashusha.
yeah, Rashusha there.
Be quiet. And the guy's probably saying, all I said was well caught.
Somebody better have a chat with him. He's not allowed. He shouldn't be kissing the ball.
I love.
He shouldn't be kissing the
You
ball.
can't do that anymore.
Yeah.
Well, you just can't use tongue. You can't use saliva. But
What about
technically,
tongue? You eating tongue? Any animal tongue? Because that is a
tongue is ox tongue is a
yeah,
thing, right?
see?
I'm going to have more questions going. One of
Okay.
them is Andrew Smith. Simple one. Pineapple on pizza, yes or no? He's a yes.
No.
Well, here we go. What's going on here?
Well, I don't know what's what.
Well, you know what he's
Oh,
had.
there he
there's,
is.
There's Dancing Papa. And I
Yes,
think what he did,
Papa.
he had the thigh pad outside his trousers, and he got told, no, you need
Look at him go.
Dancing Papa.
Oh yeah. That's done. Go do it. All he's got to do is a cartwheel or a somersault now. Well
Maybe,
done,
maybe he's
Dancing
running
Papa.
Papa now. He's looking in pretty good shape, isn't he?
He is.
Salman Khan,
He is.
Dancing Papa. Anyway, here's Jojo. Fresh off a wicket, then bowls wide. It's well blocked by Chandram down the leg side. Yeah, so for me, I'm a no. I like pineapple, just not on pizza. The reason is I just feel like it kind of starts overpowering the other flavours. The pineapple on pizza. But I do like pineapple in general. Gone, and now it's going to be a second wicket, and this innings going from bad to worse. So gosh, well, his wardrobe adjustments went longer than his innings in the end, really. And Thomas gets a second breakthrough. Mata are a total mess in his innings. It's 39 for 7.
Yeah, it's just a straight delivery, and he's backing away, plays completely down the wrong line. And, well, adios. And he probably felt, see, I needed my thigh pad. I just didn't feel right without it. It won't make any difference because Pintu Ghosh, oh my gosh, what a shot that was. It was a nothing shot, and he has to depart. I get the feeling this one is going to be wrapped up pretty quickly because all these batters, they're coming and going, but none of them able to get bat on ball at the moment. And Sam Aquilina at the other end, look, you can see here when this one goes through, he's bitterly disappointed. He's trying to hold his disappointment back and not show it, but he has to depart. And Jojo Thomas, he's got an opportunity here to pick up a hatful. It's only his first over, and he's already picked up 2 wickets, 3 runs.
There's only 3 wickets in hand now. Oh, this is another one comes back, hits him in the gloves, I think. The new batter has come out. It's Arshad Muhammad. And yeah, this one could have gone anywhere. It could have just looped up off the gloves for the keeper. Last ball of Thomas is over. Fires it in, go down the leg side. They will get the leg by. Probably just the one.
Yeah, but Sam Aquilina wouldn't. I mean, this is where Sam probably needs to say, okay, if it's a 1, we don't really want to take it because we need to try and
runs are so hard to come by though.
Stay on strike. Yeah, it
so
is.
40 is the score. 40 for 7 after 7. Let's have a look at what's coming up on Monday, and we'll get to see Sweetie United for the first time. They are the 10th team to arrive in this ECS Malta. And they'll be taking on Malta today. So pretty tough assignment for them first up. But we know that they love the big games. They love the big teams. EDX Knights, they were really impressive this morning. They'll be in the afternoon session on Monday. And they'll be taking on the Southern Crusaders. So the clocks go back, but for most of the world, the time will be the same because we'll adjust with it. So it's still 7:30 a.m. GMT. No change there. But it will be 8:30 now in Central Europe. And it will be 1 p.m. in India. So join us on a Monday for more cricket action. We've got the day off tomorrow. We'll be enjoying Malta, I'm sure. It's a pretty good shot, and he's picked out Bastians, and, well, that's the way it's going at the moment, isn't it? Again, some of these shots, if they're into gaps, they're boundaries, but instead they're picking up their boundary fielders, and Bastians has actually caught pretty well in this game. So another wicket to start an over, and you can see that it is Mahbub Rahman. He's been brilliant with the ball today for the Crusaders, and with that, it's 40 for 8.
Yeah, good technique there from Ryan Bastian. Gets down, gets low, gets right behind this. Nice catch taken. That's his second one. And another wicket departs. And I can't see them batting out the innings here, if I'm honest. And I can't see the 50 coming up either. And plenty of support for the new batter from Sam Aquilina. Well, he's a little bit more positive about things than I am. As Faisal Naheem comes in. As we
Another
see
kneeling catch.
Wicket.
Yeah, there's been a lot of work on the knees from the Crusaders. So let's see what else we got. Yeah, so some people asking what Sam Aquilina did before when he protected the stumps with his body. Is that fine? Yes, you're allowed to do that. You're allowed to do anything to protect your stumps. But if you do hit the ball a second time, or you say strike the ball a second time even with your body, then you're not allowed to get a run from it. That's the only rule to do with that. But yeah, it was quite clever. I've never seen him, because he didn't know where the ball was. He just concentrated on making sure that the stumps were protected. Made a little protective roof for the stumps, didn't he?
Didn't he? He towered right over it. Man, he's a man that towers right over a lot of things. He's a tall man to be a wicketkeeper, isn't he?
Yeah, but I don't think that's a bad thing. I think
bad on your knees. Maybe not on the reach. He's got good reach, though, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason that tall people's knees should be any less useful than average-sized people. I think it's only an advantage. Adam Gilchrist was pretty tall as a wicketkeeper. Yeah, so where are they going to get to in this innings? I mean, 8 wickets out. It's not great, is it? Maybe scrape to 60 and hope to field and bowl out of your skin. Aquilina trying to hold it together, but he hasn't been able to face too many. Comes in and gets hit by this ball. So, yeah, Malta today.
It's a bit of a body shield, isn't he?
He's a bit of a ball magnet. Have a look at this. He sees it coming in, and then he realises, okay.
No, I still don't think they get to the 50. I'm going to maintain what I stood by. I just don't see it. Any time there's a good delivery, there's trouble. That's not a good delivery, and as I say, they won't get to 50.
I think it actually is a good delivery because I think it's a leg spinner, and I don't think it's wide. Let's see.
No, it's not called a wide.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's inside.
I think it's a good delivery
It
because
just
it
fools
drops.
everybody.
Look where it bounces. Yeah, it's a really tough take for the keeper, who was also kind of fooled by it. So it'll be the end of the over, 43 for 8 after 8. And yeah, keep the random questions coming. We're certainly enjoying them. And Keanu talking a lot about the rabbit stew. Yeah, rabbit's big here. Have a look at this amount of wickets. We've had 8 wickets in the last 6 overs. So no coincidence, I think, that the scoring has slowed down.
Yeah, there were 24 of 2, and then 26 of the 3, and you can see from that they haven't been able to double it.
Hello to Matt Aravides, who's in the chat. I'm going to come back to you in a second, Matt. First, we'll see the ball turned away on the leg side, and it will be a single. He said he's just catching up, and he's missed the coverage so far. Is there any chance that Gozo can make the finals? Fingers crossed. Love your work, guys. Well, Matt,
sorry.
sit down. Sit down for a second. Yeah, maybe next year, because unfortunately, Gozo, they were knocked out on net run rate. They couldn't get it done. They just needed to win one of the games against the Blasters yesterday, and they weren't able to win either. And yeah, they were one of 3 teams on 6 points, but they had the worst net run rate. So unfortunately, they won't be taking part in the finals. But they did have some really good wins, and they beat 3 separate opponents. In fact, they beat every team but the Blasters in Group A, which shows you how far they've come. And they, don't forget, they rock and rolled Malta for 30.
I was going to say, if you're a Gozo lover, and tomorrow you want to watch some cricket, go back and watch match number 10, Malta versus Gozo, and Malta were bowled out for 30 by Gozo. Go back and watch that.
Yeah. Well, this is in the air. And won't carry to Bastians this time. It'll just be a single. Yeah, they've come a long way, and yeah, sorry to see them go, but yeah, they certainly had some highlights. It's often a team that is a bit unlucky to miss out the finals in a group like this week, and unfortunately it was Gozo this time.
Colina. Yeah, that's very clever. And this one could go all the way. And, oh, well, it's another foot stop, does he? I reckon he may have caught a bit of the rope here when he puts his foot down. We're going to have to look at this. It's certainly wide, but how many? Let's see this again. I mean, he chases. I'm very clever from Sam Aquilina. Makes it very difficult for a keeper. He knows that, being a keeper himself. Let's have a look when this ball is stopped. Where's the foot? It's touching the rope.
You can see the rope move. So this will be 4.
Yeah, it's got to be 4 runs. And, the message will come through. And just there, you see, once again, another fielder looking to break his foot. And there we go. So that's 5.
Oh,
5 wide.
50. And yeah, they needed something to give. And well, some bonus runs there. How many can they get here? Colina goes searching for this one, but can't catch up with it. So yeah, Thomas is just trying to lure him into a shot. Might see Sam going a bit straighter. There's a big gap straight down the ground, rather than take on those 3 leg side outfielders. Just to wait for this. He's happy just to chop it away. Yeah, I mean, we've seen scores in the 60s defended. If they could grab a boundary or 2 and get up in the 60s, I don't think the Crusaders were that kind of dominant with the bat. You've got some good players for sure, but if you can get them early, get into the middle order. We saw what happened in the chase earlier. Not a bad shot. And fielder comes around, does well to stop it. And we'll come back for 2. So yeah, it's a nice shot by Naeem. I like that he's going straight there. So this will be the end of the over. 54 for 8 after 9.
Yeah, so they do get past the 50. What I was expecting. Those 5 wide certainly did help. Nice bit of fielding there on the boundary. 52 for 8. So can they push on? Can they get, say, the 8 ones they need to get the 60? These two putting a bit of a partnership together. That's what it's all about. Partnerships is what you need. Not going at great guns, but they are at least meaning that they're going to have something that their bowlers can try and defend. But I just think that this time around, Vinny, that the Crusaders, and they're not going to mess this one up. They're hurting from the last match. I think their captain, Michael Gunjaleka, will be out to try and get these runs. And also, he'll see it as an opportunity to get the runs quickly, and though they'll be level points with them on today, I mean, really boost the net run rate and maybe finish the day above them.
That's true, in fact. Well, here we go with the 10th over. The first one's lifted away. Probably take on a 2 here. Aquilina's pretty quick. He's got big steps. And now everyone's fallen over. Well, what's going on here?
Well, the fielder goes down before him saying, well, you're going to throw this in. I'll get down for you. Watch this. When he gets down early.
and then he goes down. Yeah, he was getting down, but then he didn't realise that the fielder fumbled it. He ended up right in his face.
Ended up being the obstacle.
Hedged and gone. So Aquilina's going to be caught behind. He's the 9th wicket to fall. And Avishka comes up with the wicket. So he's been a handy player. Tila Avishka. And Aquilina once again kind of hits slightly across this one. Big healthy edge. And Chandram does the rest. So 9 out now. As number 11 will come to the crease. It's 56 for 9.
Yeah, so Sam Aquilina just, it's his last over. He wants to try and get a boundary in here if he could. He gets 8 of the 11 balls that he faces before he has to go. So well done to Avishka. Gets a wicket.
So number 11 coming out to bat is Sagar Arif. Yeah, Keanu mentioning that growing up as a kid, maybe goalkeeping and wicket-keeping have some crossover skills. So we see this bit of wicket-keeping from Chandram. Yeah, I actually did both. Yeah, I played football as a goalkeeper. Then as an adult, I played a bit of football, and I'd often play that, that five-a-side, very quick football. And I'd run around for about 5 minutes, and I'd say, hey, I'll be goalkeeper now. It's very, very, very taxing on the heart. But yeah, you need similar kind of skills like reactions, I suppose, really quick reactions. And quick footwork, I think, is really important with both, even though you associate it with hands. But I think footwork is super important, both of those disciplines. So. And also you have to have a certain personality to do it, because it's the kind of job that this one somehow misses the stumps. This would have been the end of the innings, because it would have been 10 out. You need to be fine with often only getting noticed when you make a mistake. It takes a certain kind of psyche to be okay with that.
I've got to be a bit nuts as well.
A
bit brave, because you're going to get hit.
Characters.
Yeah, you're going to get
strong
hit.
Personalities. Yeah, for sure. Anyway, let's see if Avishka can finish this off early. Top ball. They're creeping towards a 60. I just think if 60 is defendable anywhere, it's here, right? And now the Crusaders. They should win this game, but let's see how they approach it and how many risks they want to take, because it's not too much of a stretch for a 60 chase to become an 8 or 9 and over chase if you have a slow start. It's a pretty good shot. Probably can't take on the 2 here. Well, you probably can now, because Phil's got no idea where it is. And you can see that was Zishan Yusuf that made the block, but then, just lost sight of the ball. So they do take the opportunity to take the 2, and that does take them up to that 60.
Yeah, 60 on the board, so they've a bit of a good flurry from the tail. I think they've taken this score to, I think it was about 42 for 8. So it's valuable runs.
Yeah, don't go anywhere. This chase is not a foregone conclusion. Here's the last ball. And, well, you might as well run for 2 here. I think they'll probably get it, They've got to hustle. I wouldn't say that's the quickest running I've ever seen, but they will get 2. It was Naeem that seemed to run out of puff there, but they will eke a 2 off the last ball. And so 62 for 9. We did see 65 defended earlier in this series. Also saw 70 defended. Have a look at Naeem here. 10's like the Queen Mary, to be honest, but the throw didn't come to his end. And so here's the Crusaders. They'll chase 63 for victory. They're pretty confident they can do it. But still, Day, they'll be buoyed by the fact that they were able to keep it below a run and ball for the last part of that chase. I think the key for me, it is about the top 3 for the Crusaders. If they fire it, they'll have no problems. But if they fail, I think it could be game on here in the last game of the week. Terrible start, wasn't it? And then no ball plus 4 buys. Harsh on the keeper. But ultimately, that would be the exception, not the rule, as some good catching would come into play. Probably not that one from Ryan Bastians, but for the most part, they held their catches and just kept taking wickets. Really, no partnerships were able to develop during this Malta Day innings.
Yeah, Chandraram, he was taking this catch. He was very lucky to take it, as we saw the one earlier. Bastians wasn't able to, but he did come back and take 2 catches. This one, well, I tell you what, they got the same number of runs in the last 5 overs as they did in the first match, 29. But unfortunately, they didn't get the 60 in the first 5. They only got 33, which is why it's a low-scoring one. And the batters, this one was a surprise. I think nobody was expecting that to be given. The Cornelius Yunus, credit to him. He just, well,
Yeah, that's
there's
true.
a bit of shock about it as he went up. But there's no doubt about this one. And here's the celebration.
There was the
there is
Ronaldo style.
Rashush says, shush, everybody.
Yeah, the shusha. I love it. Hey, yeah, so if you really look at the Malta Day quarters today, or their splits, they go 60, 29, 33, 29. So,
Yeah.
I mean, like 3 of the 4 of those are not particularly good. Bastian's put his catching shoes on and actually held a couple, and that was good work. Yeah, things not going well. Aquilina came out to bat, and he was pretty innovative here. He said, well, I don't know where the ball is, but I know where the stubs are, and I'm going to make sure that they are
I love that.
they are undisturbed. But, yeah, when it came down to it, again, most of the catches were taken at this point. Also, I think credit goes to the bowlers as well. For the most part, they were on target.
Yeah, they did. They bowled pretty well, and though we did see a few earlier hiccups there from the fielding side, then it came back into it really well. Remember, once again, I'll say there were 24 the first 2, 26 in the power play, but the comeback was brilliantly done, and there he is. Well, we're going to call him Ram Shushka.
Yeah,
So
I
he
love
likes
it.
giving the old shush
But
signal.
here's the other thing, just 2 4s in that innings, no 6s.
Yeah.
And both of the 4s came in the first 10 deliveries. So the last 50 deliveries, no boundaries at all.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that hurts. Yeah, okay, there was the 4 wides as well, or the 4 pies off the no ball, I should say. But when it came down to it, they just didn't have the firepower. Look, the Crusaders, they'll come and they'll be hoping for an early finish. Also gives them a chance to perhaps boost their net run rate. But I think they're just really concentrating firstly and foremost on getting the 63 runs. Nice good catch by Bastians again towards the end. And yeah, the batters kept coming, but when you realise that the top score in the innings was actually 12 from Srijay Patel, that no one else got past 9. In fact, Naeem finished as second top scorer with 9 not out, batting down towards the bottom. Aquilina batted for a while. Eventually, he nicked off in the last over as Avishka sought to finish the job. But yeah, just the first over going for 15, and the 9th went for 11. But yeah, apart from that, we didn't see a lot of production. In fact, both those double-figure overs contained an extras of 5. Let's have a look at the scorecard. You can see what I'm talking about. Srijay Patel with 12. Didn't quite go run a ball pace. Apart from that, Aquilina with 8, as did Yunus a bit earlier. And Naeem at number 10 as the second top scorer. That's a sign things aren't going particularly well. 17 extras again. Probably a few too many, if you ask me. But Rashmika, the shush up, 3 for 17. I think he bowled very well. Rahman, again, he was solid, wasn't he? 2 for 5 off his 2 overs. 2 for 14 for Thomas. And Avishka with a wicket, as so did Kariwasa. They didn't need to go back to Yusuf, who conceded basically 15 off the first over because it was a 4 buys. It was kind of his fault as well. So we'll take a quick break. Always a quick turnaround. Last game of the day. When we return, it's the Crusaders. They will be chasing their first points of this ECS. They'll need 63 runs to do so. See you very shortly. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. Back very, very soon with more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the Master Cricket Ground. Great to have your company on the European Cricket Network. It's the last game of the week. Before we take the day off tomorrow, we'll be back on Monday for more action from this ECS Malta. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN with you. And hopefully you're enjoying the weekend as much as we are. The Southern Crusaders, well, they'll enjoy it a bit more if they can register some points. And to do that, they'll need 63 runs in this innings after a pretty good bowling and fielding effort where they restricted Malta Day to just 62 runs. And Malta Day, they only lost the one match in the group stage last year. They had a 5-1 record with a couple of washouts. That was enough to be top of Group A. They would come back and ultimately make the semi-finals before the rain effect game saw them exit the competition. Hisaga Arif with the 0-0 to get us started. This is called wide. It was pretty close to the body, but it wasn't called. Bastians is the batter. Ryan Bastians out there with his captain Michael Gunatelika for the Crusaders. Good in swing. And this one surprises Sam Aquilina. Jumps. So I don't think this hits anything either. Hopefully that didn't get Sam in an uncomfortable place. I think he just knocks this away. It's off the wrist basically. That was an awkward one for the keeper. So 3 extras to get started. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, joining me once again in the commentary box is Rico Full.
Yeah, great to be here. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us once more for the final match of the day and the final match of the week. And it is business as usual from the captain, Michael Gunteleka. You bowl short to him. He's going to put it away. And well, he gets his bottom hand involved in this one, doesn't he? Cracking shot.
Yeah, I think Michael's batted well when he hasn't premeditated too much in this innings. He gets really deep in the crease, almost back onto his own stumps, but yeah, it gets the length he wants and puts it away. Well, I like what Shrug said here. The bowler is not 007, he's 000, so he's the worst spy around. Very clever take on it, Shrug. Now, smart batting by Guntilika. Just consolidates with a single. It's turning into a very good first over. But don't forget, I mean, the first over of Malta Day's innings was pretty good as well. They took 15 off that.
Yeah.
In fact, they were 24 off the first over. That meant that basically, in the last 8 overs, they only scored 38 runs. So it just shows you weren't quite even able to go at 5 and over. This is past the outside edge. Doesn't quite catch any of it. That's a better ball from Arif to the left-hander.
Yeah, it's better, isn't it? It's a good start. Just teasing length, drawing Ryan Bastians out of his crease, but doesn't get the snick that he wanted. You need to get these too early. If Malta Day have got a chance, and Matt got to get these too early.
Matt Aravidis was spot on with his observation, and we talked about the extras in the first innings. Extras was the top scorer, scoring 17 runs. The best total from individual batter was just 12. So yeah, Malta Day on the brink of splitting their opening day series. This is not a good delivery. And for me, this is the difference between some of the bowling we've seen this afternoon and a team like the EDX Knights.
Well, he's doing a bit of weeding while he's out there. And, I don't know. I mean,
didn't seem like it slipped. I just think it was just a bad release.
Yeah, it's just.
But I mean, the Knights, weren't they clinical with the ball? They bowled the offside channel. They had a plan. They stuck to it. Occasionally would bowl a wide in the offside, but you saw very little leg side wides from them. This is a fumble that won't cost any runs. Michael Nazir, nice to see him as well. Yeah, I want to say hello to everyone at the Malta Day Hospital if they're working today on a Saturday. I know a lot of them aren't working on a Saturday, but I know that they're always watching ECN cricket there, and they'll be very happy to see their team back in action at the start of Group B. Ryan just pushes to the leg side, and we'll get one. So end of an over. It was a pretty productive one, and just settles the nerves in the chase. It's 12 for no loss after 1. The golden ball counter today went past 117, which is what it went off at last time when we had that Thursday night crazy match between France and Belgium in the ECC, and that actually knocked Malta out of that series. So yeah, 119, it's got to go off. I remember that last year, it was the very last, well, not the last game of the day, it's the second last game of the year was a golden ball between Marseille and AUM here. So yeah, no stranger to a golden ball in Malta. Just going back, I'm wondering if we've ever had another golden ball in Malta. Maybe it's escaping me right now. But certainly that's the one that comes to mind.
I remember one which I think involved AUM where it it probably could and should have, but the ball, when it was thrown in at the stumps, which everybody thought was going to be the wicket, hit the stumps and the barrels didn't come off. If they had come off, the scores would have been tied and it would have gone to a golden ball.
Well, he did have one. It involved Southern Crusaders, in fact. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So we've had 2 golden balls in Malta. Yeah, pretty good ball this from Naeem, but it's driven well. This will be an interesting chase. He should get there. And the batters will get 2. So Naeem, who fought well at the end of the innings to get 9 runs off his bat. Now he's coming on with the ball in the second over. Yeah, so it was actually match 3 of the series in June last year, 14th of June. So it was opening day. And it was Atlas UTC Knights versus Southern Crusaders. I remember that because I think Bilal Khan was the one that faced it. And on this occasion, it was a swing and a miss. And it went through to the keeper. He panicked a bit. They got one by it. Then he threw it to the bowler's end. Almost went over the bowler. But then they were able to recover and make the run out. So yeah, I remember Bilal got them back into that game with some really good late hitting. But yeah, unfortunately he missed the golden ball, so they couldn't get the 2 required. So yeah, we've had 2 golden balls in Malta. That one I just talked about then, that was golden ball 18, and also golden ball 24 on the 4th of December, last day of that season. Now we're going to see a boundary, as once again we've just seen a bit of indiscipline, I suppose, with the line. This is one that drifts outside the pads. It's an easy put away for Gunatilaka, and he's looking good once again, looking solid at the top of the order for the Crusaders.
Yeah, it's not a good sign, is it, for the bowling really of Malta Day. Early on, they're just bowling the wrong lines, and good batters, the likes of Marco Gunatilaka, are just going to put this away quite easily. I saw him do this earlier in the first match. He doesn't have to play this shot. He's such a good cutter of the ball.
Doesn't need to.
I don't know why he plays it.
I think there's an element of premeditation to this, that he's looking for it. And so it almost says, no matter what, I'm going to try and hit this square in the power play. There's no outfielder back in that mid-wicket region. Yeah, I think that's a smarter play. Just make sure you don't have any wobbles in this chase. End of the second over. The score is 19 for no loss. Thanks so much for all the random questions. I've been enjoying them. And Egan is in the chat. Egan Dantis from the Costa del Sol saying, "Hello, Vinny. When will I be able to play for Costa del Sol?" Well, hopefully again soon. Maybe in March when we are back for the ECL. If there's a few matches, I really enjoyed playing. I even brought some stuff this time, and I think played 3 matches. The Costa del Sol against some touring teams. I think it was a 30-over match and a couple of T20s, where we found out about the rule that if you hit the power lines, you get 5. And originally I only got 4, and I got out for 49.
There's
and
no
then
rule. They just made that up for you. They just made that up for you.
Thank you for making it.
Yeah, they made it. I think everybody felt a little bit sorry for you. Thought, we've got to do something to get Vinny.
You needed a scoreboard, because otherwise there's no way I was going to try and hit that. I was going for the 6 sixes, and it got a bit carried away with that. In that game. Anyway, here's Nazir. I brought up my 100th career stumping as well, which was nice. But yeah, I think it's also important. I should play sometimes, because I have played a lot in my life, but I think it's also helpful just to get a refresher of what the guys are going through all the time. I'm seeing a lot of cricket, so yeah, I really enjoyed that. It was a bit of a jack of all trades, bowl and bat a bit, and obviously keeping was my main skill. But yeah, I really enjoyed playing with those guys. It's a big swing again across the line from Gunatilaka.
Yeah, it's not his shot, is it? I don't know why he's playing that shot. I mean, he's far better off just stroking this out onto the offside, getting a single, and rotating the strike.
Tries it again. This time they've got to buy, so they'll help. Quilina not able to get that one in. So Egan remembered that. Yeah, 100th stumping. He's just mentioning that one. Actually got my 101st the very next ball.
Yeah. So, hello, Egan. Hope you're well.
Yeah, Egan's a great guy. He does a lot for cricket there.
He does. He's superb. He does a lot. He's done a lot of cricket for Spanish. Done a lot for Spanish cricket, I should say. Yeah. As well. So he's a lovely guy, and he makes a damn good curry as well.
Is that right?
Egan, you were supposed to make me a curry when we were in Cardamom. What happened to that, buddy? What happened to my curry?
You were meant to make me a curry as well.
I did, but I ate it.
Yeah.
You were too busy doing other things.
Shrug's got a question as well. Come to that in a second. This one, I don't think it's too high because it drops, and it also drops inside the field of play. So it'll just be a long single, I think. Yeah, this one looks like it's going to be high, but then by the time it reaches him, you can see it's dropping a lot, and it was still dropping when it reached Gunatilaka. He's a bit lucky to get away with that then, because that was near the field. It went over him in the end. Last ball of the over. That's missed. And so that's the end of the power play, and the score is 23 without loss. And one thing that I was thinking about was that it probably gets pretty easy to answer the Crickathon question. Might bring that up in a second.
Yeah, I think we know the answer.
Because the question today was, will there be a 50-plus run power play? And now we know there won't be. And if we did, we're in for a pretty early night, weren't we? Because they're only chasing 63. So this was the question. And yeah, Maya Patel, well done yesterday for getting that right. Picked that bold would be the most frequent dismissal of those listed. So yeah, I'm encouraging everyone now. You've got the answer. I'm giving you the answer.
Just go and do it.
Yeah,
do
the
it.
answer is
it's
B.
Not cheating.
No.
It's not cheating.
Yeah,
just
it's
do
not
it.
cheating because we're telling you. We're showing you. So crickathon.com, you can register from anywhere in the world and get involved. A big thank you to HCL Software for powering the Crickathon for us. Well, this is a hanging full toss. This is another one that's probably in the conversation for too high. But it's an easy put away. You only get one though. You'll be disappointed. He only gets one. Tillica. Anyway, so Shrug had a question. What will we be doing in the off season? Because we do have 7 weeks off. Rico?
Yeah, off season coming up after this delivery. This one will be nothing. It's down the leg side. It can't be given out. Well, off season, of course. Well, my off season, it means going back and concentrating on my other job, which will be leading up to our off season in the restaurant. So we'll probably have about 2-3 weeks where we'll be finishing off our year and then taking some time off. Maybe
busy time around Christmas.
Yeah, we get a lot of people coming back to Spain for Christmas time, visiting family. I mean, look, if you've got family in Spain, it's a good time to go to Spain for Christmas. The weather is good if you don't like the cold weather, and temperatures will still be around about the 23, 24 degrees. As this one is Hoyt up in the air, opportunity, and well, it was a great effort. He's disappointed with himself, Sathi, that he's put it down, and he's throwing his cap at it.
Yeah, he tried everything to reel that in. But this is just a sign that it hasn't really been working. Yeah, he had it for a long time. It's just the impact.
Yeah, he's disappointed, but he's lucky he hasn't hurt himself in the process. Otherwise, Daniela would have had to pick herself up and get out there. So he does well to stop the boundary, really. But you see, he takes his cricket seriously. So he's disappointed that he's put the catch down.
Yeah, so I'm going to come back to that question in a second from Shrug. This is pitched up on the stumps, and it's into a gap. This is going to run away for 4. So, yeah, good Tillica. This one's kind of there for it, because I think it's angling in. He doesn't have to fetch it as much.
Yeah.
And he finds a big pocket of space out there on the leg side. Yeah, that was pitched up a bit more, made it a bit easier as well, just to lift it over the onside. And that boundary, once again, a settler for the Crusaders, who are cruising in this chase. They're pretty much halfway there now.
Yeah, pretty much there. But, yeah, about January time, we'll hopefully take a bit of time off. The family, my daughter Sonia, will be off from university at some point as well. So that's the plan. What about you?
Yeah, for me, I'm just going to probably take the opportunity to spend a little bit of time in Europe, not working. As we get to the end of the 4th over, the score is 31 without loss. So yeah, halfway to the total now. That was made by Monday in the first half of this game. But I'll also take the opportunity to go and visit some family and friends in Australia. I think this is the only opportunity I get to go for a slightly extended period, so I'll probably take the opportunity to do that. Maybe I'll catch some cricket over there as well. I know that the Big Bash will be on. Also, the T20 World Cup will be done by then. But yeah, there'll be some cricket on. I might even try and get around Australia a little bit as well, and see a few old friends and teammates as well. They're always interested to catch up. And of course, I've only just been able to start going back this year for some of these trips because of the quite strict travel restrictions. Before ECN, I would kind of split my time a bit more between Europe and Australia. But yeah, it's nice that the world's opening up. Although, yeah, with the fuel prices, I think the flight costs have gone up almost double, to be honest, compared to what it was. Another wide. There's been a few of them in this innings.
Yeah, it's been both teams actually being guilty in the field of just bowling too many extras, and that's one thing that they've got to tidy up going forward. Oh, this is gone. Adios, Bolota. That is big. Balle, and well, that one's probably woken up a few people there. I tell you what, This one has been hit low and hard. It's a flat 6, and it goes into, I'm sure it goes into one of these marquees here. And who does that wake up?
Yeah, went over, I think. Yeah, well, I know that it's almost disturbed. Whoever was in one of those marquees got a root shock.
Thunderous hit. This one is also going to go to the boundary. So 6 and 4 and hungry for more. And you can see that Bastian is looking to finish this game off pretty quickly. I like the way that he's just waiting for the right ball to put away.
Yeah, so it looks like there won't be too many wobbles in this chase after all. Yeah, Bastians doesn't always hit him, but when he does, they go a long way. Now he gets another one that he can go back and punch. It's well fielded though. That's Srijay Patel. He hasn't done too much wrong today. And he just probably needed about a bit longer. They've got this Southern Cross field here, which we've seen come into vogue this season. They've got a straight hit, which is Mohamed Zubair. They've also got a slightly wider long on and long off. So, yeah, nice to see. I think some of the players have been watching the ECC, maybe getting some ideas. Wow. This is an example of one that you would have sworn would hit the stump.
What's the wicketkeeper doing?
Well,
he's not watching. Oh, no. Well, Sam Aquilina he's asleep. He's not read what's happened.
If this had hit him in the pad, you would have sworn this was hitting the stumps, right? Because, look, if it hits him in the pad, you would have sworn it was hitting. But guess what? It moved past. And then he can't believe it. He doesn't realise there's a run out on. And then the ball went behind his back.
Oh, dear.
This will be a wide next ball. But then the ball went behind his back. Then if this hit, it was out. And even if Sam had been watching it, it would have been out. But then he realised I can't catch it because it's behind me now. And then the bowler takes it. And there's almost a run out at the other end. Absolute chaos late in the day. Now another run out opportunity. This time, not the most powerful throw back. It'll be the end of the over. And so the score is 46 without loss after 5. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico Fall. And well, it just shows you it's never too late for some drama. And yeah, Sam Aquilina, he was just dumbfounded that ball into the stumps. It's one of those ones, and we talk about what will happen after the ball hits the pad. It just shows you don't know. If that had hit the pad, you would have sworn that was going to hit the off stump, but it just a bit of late movement took it away.
Yeah, I think that's what he's saying. He's still looking down and trying to register how the stumps have not been broken. In the meantime, he hasn't realised that there's a run-out opportunity. The throw comes in. If he takes that and takes the bells off, would have been out. But anyway, it's not to be. But as the teams take a break, you just feel that it's going to be even Stevens between these two sides. And you can understand that. I think there are, when you look at what their strengths are and the weaknesses, too many extras. We know that. But the strengths are they're relying on two batters. And if those two batters don't click, you're going to get games like this. So the Crusaders should knock these off to the
it would seem that way. Anyway, let us know what you'll do in your 7 weeks off with no ECN cricket. Because, it's a weird time of the year for me that we don't have the cricket going on. But yeah, I'll watch a lot of other cricket anyway because I like to do that. I also like to see kind of what's happening in the world of broadcasting and stuff. Obviously, broadcasting cricket on ECN.
What we should do, we should put together, we've got a bit of time, and while we finish off here in Barcelona, we should put our wish list of matches we go and watch again.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we can put that
just
together.
Put something up and just say, look, we're not going to be around, but look, go back and watch these matches.
Let us know what matches you think are on that must-watch list.
Oh, good question.
That's a really good question. You guys in the chat that have seen a lot, I want to say hello to Kitty, who's watching from the US. And how was the rest of your birthday, Kitty? Let us know.
Kitty.
I promised I'd have a cocktail for everyone who said it was their birthday yesterday.
There wasn't that many birthdays yesterday.
Well, there was a few.
There wasn't that many.
That's the reason I had a sore head this morning. And lock me in my room tonight and throw away the key.
I think there was a few other people that were sleeping it off today. So you went out with a few others.
Well, luckily I have to stay awake for my job. If you hear me snoring, and this time the umpire becomes a barricade in the bowler. They just had to hold up the game for a second, but almost good to go. 17 to win.
Kitty's saying I look pretty sharp. She said you don't look too great, by the way.
My eyesight's good enough to read that comment. Oh, well, this is hitting on the pad. Really should have gone. But
Kitty, thanks very much.
Missed out.
And I hope you had a wonderful finish to your day. But yeah, let us know, folks, what matches would you recommend that we put on there for people to go back and watch?
And also let us know what you're going to do in your time off. Kitty says she'll be jonesing for ECN in those 7 weeks. Jonesing. Is that a term? I want to know. Anyway, they could have pushed for 2 there. They're happy with 1. Fair enough, I guess. This partnership grows towards the half century. Jonesing? Does that mean kind of like pining?
Is Joan like moan? Maybe it's to do with rhymes with moan, you know. I don't know. Yeah, let us know, Jonesy.
Ah.
Oh, you got it, have you?
Well, apparently it's a verb that means to have a fixation on or be addicted to. So you can, you're just pining, I'd say.
Yeah.
Addicted
Okay.
in a good way. We're always here for you, Kitty. We'll be back, don't worry. That leg side, this is wide. There's been a few of those. Mentioned that already. Yeah, jonesing, I like it. It's informal from the US, that's why I wasn't familiar with that term. And Shrug has mentioned one. The ECS final in Austria. That was a really good game.
Yes.
Donnerstadt winning at the end. That's a good one. But, I mean, we've had so many. For me, you want to watch a quick one? How about Drew knocking off 88 in 3.1 overs against Tunbridge Wells in the ECL?
Yeah, that was special.
The France-Malta... the France versus Belgium crazy golden ball match that ended up knocking out Malta when the rain started coming in. You got to watch that one again. That was crazy as well. Even, I think, I'd put the ECC final on there as well between England and the Netherlands, just because the atmosphere, the crowd we had, and the vibe. I mean, that was a really special moment. Probably the biggest game we've ever done so far on ECN. Is there a little nick on this? There is. So he just reaches for it. And so it will be the end of Gunatilaka within sight of the target. The 50 partnership came up, but unfortunately for Michael, he chases a wide one and just gets a little feather on it. A bit of late movement, actually, from Faisal Naeem, and Aquilina takes the catch without any dramas at all. So the first wicket falls. It's 50 for 1.
Yeah, 50 for 1, and you can see that Michael Gunatilaka, he knew he had. He just gave a little nod of appreciation there to the bowler as he goes off. So he gets his team to a good start again, and 50 on the board. But again, you see 50 on the board there. The batters, 39 is what they made out. That's, again, far too many extras as we see that one again. Nicely bowled. But that's a shot. I mean, this is what teams will look at. If you're doing your homework and you're looking at Michael Gunatilaka, you're saying, right, okay, we know where to bowl it to him, because anything that's in that area is what he struggled with. He doesn't seem to be happy enough just to play the ball straight down and take the single. He wants to be aggressive, but he's getting out on it. So I think he's got to go back to cutting, pulling, which he plays really well, and anything down there, just be looking to take the single or start to play straight.
Here is Avishka getting a bat, and he's happy just to see this one out. Plays it short cover first ball. I'll give you another random match that you could watch. And it was in Portugal, and it was earlier this year.
Yeah.
And I would say that you got to check out match 13. There's funny things happen in match 13. I'll tell you in a second. As this is hit, it's hit pretty well. It's going, gone. Maximo! Avishka gets off the mark with a bang.
Yeah, he hits this really well. Waits for it, and boom! Shaka Lagia, that's well hit. And that's out of here. And Visca, he was the one who was caught and bowled brilliantly by Sati in the first match. So he's saying, well, okay, this time, if I'm going to hit it, I'm going to hit it harder, I'm going to hit it higher. Nobody's catching me.
And just the second Maximo of this match, and they've both been in this innings. Hey, coming up on Monday, the clocks will go back, but we will be back on Monday morning, 7:30 a.m. GMT, it's 8:30 in Central Europe, and 1 p.m. in India, starting with Malta Day versus Sweet United, who are the team that didn't have any matches today, so they will be the 5th team in Group B. So join us for 4 more matches in the afternoon. We'll see the Knights versus the Crusaders. New bowler is Muthukumaran, and the skipper comes on, trying to keep the game alive. So, I was going to say match 13 in that ECS Portugal, and that was all the way back on the 31st of March. And that was our last golden ball for ages. We didn't have another one until the 24th of July, but that's the game that between Brothers 11 Portugal, the Cross-Handed Bandit, etc., and Indian Royals. As we see, a Gundy ball that is going to actually take us home, because it's Maximo, just the third of the match, and this one will be enough to finish the match. And Vishka goes bang, bang, and soon they're going to get the message that it's all over. Yeah, that was also the match where Mohammad Sharkat gets hit in an uncomfortable area, and that went viral. It was reduced for overs, and then it still became a golden ball. It was a crazy one. Yeah, so yeah,
we had some crazy matches. I mean, I go back to some that I did with Rhino back in Sweden and Landskrona.
yeah.
We had some crazy matches there as well, some real cliffhangers. And yeah, there's been some great ones. The thing is, there's just so much cricket, and sometimes you have to just go back and say, right, let's go have a look. Go back to the European Cricket webpage, europeancricket.com. Just go have a look at some of the series we've done. Just flick through some of the matches, think, oh yeah, I remember that one. That was so close. How many matches have we had where the games have been won off the last ball and it's been a boundary of 4 or 6 that's been hit to win it? We saw plenty of that in Dresden, in Germany as well, and also in Krefeld. We've just seen some great cricket. And, well, that match has been finished off pretty quickly. Ryan Bastian has done his job, but some good hitting there from the batter who came in towards the end. Avishka, who finishes 12 not out with just 3 deliveries, gets a good win for the Southern Crusaders. And I just think the way they've done that win, that they'll probably find themselves above Malta Day with a better net run rate. It's very, very important. Well, this was the start. Very important that Michael Gunchilika, after playing that boundary, didn't drop back onto his stump. He played some nice shots. Didn't quite go at the same sort of pace that he did in the last match, but he just timed it to perfection. He knew he didn't have to. He knew that the match was still going to be won pretty easily. And this was disappointment for Sati. He had an opportunity to take the catch. He didn't. And then Michael Gunchilika there, just knowing where the fielders were inside that power play, placed a nice shot. This one was a blast. It was an absolute rocket shot that woke everybody up in that side of the ground. And then this,
This is funny.
Nobody could believe it didn't hit.
Aquilina had a run out for the taking, but then he just realised he was facing the wrong way. He was still traumatised by the fact that ball didn't hit the stumps. And late in the piece, Michael Gunchilika, who batted pretty well today for the most part. I do think there were a few little things he can work on, but he'll learn, I'm sure, from that in this innings. He just nicked one behind late in the piece, but yeah, Vishka came out and he just said, well, I'm getting hungry. Let's go. Bang. That was the first one, and that took them within 6 of victory. And then, bang, this is the second one. And Kamaran gave him a bit of length to work with, and he went bullseye and sent us home here on a Saturday night in Malta after another beautiful day in this island nation. And some really entertaining cricket as well. We had some close contests, particularly that third match of the day where there was a real last ball finish. But yeah, I'm really excited that we'll get some more action on Monday, starting with Malta Day, who were a bit Jekyll and Hyde today. I think, like Group A, the question will be who can make runs and make runs consistently. I think we've seen a fairly low-scoring day once again today. So we're United, well, nice chance to see some of their plays. Imran Amir, he's somebody I always like watching play. And then in the afternoon, we'll have the Knights and the Crusaders going head-to-head. Join us, 7:30 a.m. GMT. It's 8:30 in Central Europe. It's 1 p.m. in India. Like I said, the clocks do go back here tonight in Europe, but for the most part, it shouldn't change the start time wherever you are watching from around the world, because we will start an hour earlier, an 8:30 local rather than a 9:30 local to compensate for that. So still 7:30 a.m. GMT starting on Monday morning. Let's have a look at the scorecards quickly, and you can see that Bastians ends up top scoring with 21 not out, had one big bomb in there, and then Avishka, well, showed what he could do. I think that's a real sign that he's able to boss the bowling. He was able to hit 2 maximos, and they finish with just under 4 overs to spare, so 22 balls to spare. Pretty comprehensive victory. Good for the net run rate. Naeem, he was a successful bowler. He got the wicket off Gunchilika, but ultimately that 62 wasn't enough to push the Crusaders, and they win fairly comfortably here in the last match of the week. Look, great week here in Malta. Fantastic weather, some really good entertainment. I think we've seen, look, a different sort of cricket, some low-scoring battles, but often they are exciting because they are quite close. And yeah, it just shows you if you can get guys that can turn it on for an extended period, then you're going to win cricket matches. I think we're going to see more of the same Group B. For me, though, I was really impressed with the Knights. I think that everyone else is going to be playing catch-up in Group B if they keep playing as well as they played this morning. Yeah, absolutely. I think the 2 matches that they played, I think the bowling was fantastic. The fielding was superb. So they really did charm. But I think what we've seen so far, I know we've only just seen the first. We're still yet to see Sweden United, who I'm told they've strengthened their team as well quite considerable. So I'm looking forward to seeing them. But I think what we've seen here in Malta so far at the end of week 1 is that, like a lot of places that we've gone to,
the bowling and the fielding has improved dramatically.
Yeah.
It really has. And that's why we're seeing these lower scores. The batting, all of the teams I think that we've seen, and the only exception to this maybe is Malta, are relying on 2 batters. We've seen that today as well. Overseas, they're relying on 2. I think even the Knights, though they got those 2 really good victories, they're just relying on a couple of batters really. So they're going to be very evenly balanced. So it's going to come down to next week, I think, for me, especially when you get into the quarterfinals and finals there. I think the team with the better batters will go on to do well.
And that's why you saw even that third game today with the Southern Crusaders, Chase going off the rails. Or they were always just a couple of wickets away from being back in the game. And even though the required rate wasn't particularly onerous, the Malta Day guys were able to hang on. But the points were split between these 2 teams in the afternoon. So, yeah, they both take something away from day 6, the first day of Group B action. Just want to say a big thank you to all of you out there. I know that so many people have tuned in today to get their fix of cricket from Malta. And just a reminder, you can go to our website, europeancricket.com. You see it right there. You can see the fixtures for the ECI, the T20 International Series, Triangular Series from Spain next week. You can also check out the fixtures and the stats from this series as well. So please do that. You can also go to our social media at European Cricket. And if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel because I've just noticed it ticked over another 1,000. It's great that community keeps on growing.
Yeah,
and that's
great.
what it's all about. It's about bringing European cricket to the world. It's a different kind of cricket, but it's cricket that has captured a lot of people.
Yeah, of course it has. I mean, look, we always talk about, look at what we've seen here today or we've seen here this week. I mean, each day is the same. There's always action, there's entertainment, and there's a frenzy of entertainment actually, but there's always drama as well. We saw drama here today. I mean, that game, the last game here, it could have gone either way. In the end, it ends up going the way of a Malta Day. We've come close to golden balls again. Didn't quite get one. Maybe next week we're going to get one. But we've seen some dramatic stuff. It really
I think we're going to get one next week. I've got a good feeling about that. I want to say a big thank you to all the Blue crew here and all the players, the officials, everybody. Of course, Spring Productions, they've been magnificent once again. Big thank you to Anders and Karina and Karils. You guys do such a great job. And it's a pleasure to work with you all the time. They're the reason that you see these fantastic pictures. And we're going to leave you with some of the best bits of the day. But for now, hope you have a happy and a safe day off. Make sure you join us Monday morning for more action. For now, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN with Rico Full. Hope you have a wonderful Sunday. Have a day off, but then join us for more action on Monday because there'll be more FanCode European Cricket Series Malta. Good night, everybody, and see you Monday.
Adios, mi familia. There we go. She sent that back in. But the shaka. 6 more.
Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got.
Turbo earlier, that's supercharged. 6 runs, that's going into orbit. It's another Kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come.